viewers, they're billionaires. So now you're first. Okay? So don't, I don't want to hear Trump this and that. All right? That being said, I think that if you support Trump, I think there's a little bit of delusion. My question is what do you want? What is it that you're seeking?
If somebody with a Maz want to answer that, you can if you want. I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, I'll take that. What's the question again? You said what?
The question is why? What do you receive?
I was surprised you remembered you asked that question. It was very suitable for you to answer it now. But go ahead. What were you saying?
Are you going to be condescending or are you going to answer my question?
No, I was being a comedian. But what was your question?
Yeah. I said, why do you support Trump? He's doing what he said.
He's doing what he said. He's so banging. Is he what's he from the rest of the world?
Yes.
Is he well loved?
Yes.
We love him.
Yes.
I love him.
Yes.
Yes,
you do, Amy.
all the way from
Yes, you do.
shut up.
Yes, you do.
The bang-up job Saul is referring to is that he is hiding the Epstein files because his name appears over 1 million.
Oh, he hiding it like the last all the other administrations since 1998,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
So can you hold them all accountable and not just Trump, or only Trump has to pay for hiding them?
I've never really seen anybody that claims. Yeah, exactly. Take a cue from the.
Wait, what did she say?
Hey Ben. Respect.
We're taking the royal family. Yeah, the mother, the brother, the sister, the ever. Yeah, we're taking whoever said Epstein file. And if you named it there,
I have Epstein footage that nobody else has. I launched a drone off my kayak in the Caribbean. I launched a drone off my kayak in the Caribbean. I have Epstein footage 2020, way before anyone else cared.
All right. That's great.
So now I'm starting to get a little bit of hate. Now I'm starting to get.
But
hold on.
he went to jail in 2008. So how did 2020 is way later?
Hold on. Oh my God, that is figured. I need to be king.
You went to jail with him after this.
You really got me with that one.
You're really the
ATZ, hold on. So one thing I want to ask, ATZ, hold on just a second. One thing I just want to ask somebody is, if Trump's name was mentioned a million times. I'm just going to take Ben at his word. It was mentioned a million times. He raped people. There's evidence. There's all this stuff. And they spent over $1 billion just trying to beat him in a campaign. They spent tens of millions trying to defeat him with a fake Russiagate. They spent tens of millions to try to prosecute him in New York. They spent tens of millions to do these things. And guess what happened? Guess what? ADZ stuff. No, and here's the deal. I want you guys to all look at how much it costs to have those cases. And then I want you to ask a simple question. Ask yourself a question, and I want a genuine answer, because I need to know your level of intelligence. How this stuff is out there. I'm agreeing with you, ATZ, shut the hell up and listen, okay? I know it gets hard.
I know your question.
Right now, what I'm going to ask you is, you have all of the evidence in the world, and for 4 years, you could have buried Trump, and he would have never been a problem.
Yeah.
And you didn't have one single charge against a single person from the DOJ in 4 years. I just want to know, if there was so much overwhelming evidence, why has not one person been charged with a single thing?
Here's why you're dumb. Because you think that I'm in opposition to you.
Wait, only y'all go one at a time.
Let me talk. So, you think I'm in opposition to you, and that is your
must kayak in the Caribbean.
usually a kayak.
You. Repeat yourself.
this on my bingo
Wait, hold on,
card.
hold on, man. I want you to go, but I want to let Amen. Were you trying to answer the question Ice asked?
No, I'm saying let him go because anything because we can clearly see that he has a signal, right? But I see you people reacting and saying I got it correct. Like I don't understand. How is there an answer when you answer the question? Is the answer being like I'm with
If there's an answer to the question, if he asked the question, if there's an answer, then there's an answer.
He's
Why
amazing.
so many drunk people in here?
All right, let's go. Bia, can you answer the question, please?
I mean,
If you need him to repeat it, then you know.
What does the color green smell like when it's sleeping furiously?
is that from Ice? Is that how you said that?
Ben, if you can't answer that, I don't even want to guess where your intelligence level is. I asked a simple question.
Ice, you come on stage. You come on stage and you talk fast and put out some bullshit numbers.
Every number's right. Everything is pulled. I put the facts in there. And here's the thing, Ben. Your fucking brain comes on with your TDS. No, because you come in here and you want to cast stupid shit out.
You've used your favorite word. Yes. You know any more favorite word. Yes. This, that. Let me. What else do you want to call me? Ice, before I can say.
They can't call you shit. Go on, Ben.
Come on, brother. We want you to talk. We just want you before you go off on your diatribe and talk about something else. We were just trying to get an answer to the question first. That's all. Can you answer his question?
Is the question before why didn't they release the Epstein files? Was that the question?
Yes.
Nah, that's
That was the main question. Now you see that's not even That's what you moving shit.
I'm gonna ask my question again.
Just laughing. Why don't you say something?
Because this is comical. Because the comprehension level is elementary. It's not even elementary.
Desmond, what would you say to that?
Make the question short. Don't go on a diatribe. Make it short so we can understand. Our comprehension level is low. It's low. So just
Give it to him on the
Very slow, Ben. I'm telling you, Ben. It's so
That's
slow.
the question
It's
I
just a
asked. So
word.
you said,
That's
why
a
is
word.
Trump hiding the Epstein files? And my
No,
question, but I wasn't
that's
the one
not what-
speaking at the moment. I said, hey, what about all the other people that hid it since 1998? Can we hold them all accountable? And you kind of skipped over that part.
I apologize, man. We're going to come back to that. I apologize.
Go on.
I'm going to just, let's say we all agree with you that Trump's name is mentioned, as he says, there's 3.5 million pages, but Trump's name is mentioned millions of times, okay? So with it being mentioned millions of times, let's just say there's video, there's all this evidence you got in these Epstein files, which nobody's presented to anybody online, nobody's done. If that's all there, why didn't the DOJ in the 4 years of the Biden administration not charge him?
I don't know why. First of all.
Seriously.
But then
Ben is the one who's supposed to answer this. You've been the opportunity.
Then again, J.D. Vance campaigned on, we have to release the Epstein file. Cash Money Patel campaigned on, we're going to release it. There's a lot of Gino campaigned on it. We're going to release it. Trump,
They did.
Trump campaigned because I remember when they asked Trump,
They did, but you know what happened?
Can I finish? Can I just finish?
Come on, get in after that, Jazz. Get in after that. It's all good. It's all good. Get in there with that.
Americans don't know what happened.
You know what happened was Pam Bondi said they started scrubbing. Pam Bondi said they started scrubbing the files before she could release them.
Now, Trump becomes president.
Pam Bondi said they started blacking shit out.
Pam Bondi comes out, I have the binders on my desk. And he gives some influencers the binders on TV. Then Trump puts 1,000 FBI folks on payroll.
It's like a bunch of retarded
on his files and scrub his
That's
name.
not what happened. Can you prove that that happened?
Wait, hold on, Jazz. Jazz, the king is talking. He only allowed his queen to interrupt.
But you make it shit.
It's okay. That's what it is. Hold on, Jazz.
want to date you. Why are you getting so upset?
Yeah, just let us go. Just let us go. Just let us go.
Hey, just
So my question for Ben is, can Ben please provide proof that Donald Trump put 500 people on payroll to look for his
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Please, we can't just, Jazz, you know how it goes. Sometimes certain people only like to allow people to agree with them to interrupt. It's all love. You're going to get in there right after that. So, go ahead, Ben. Let you and your queen can talk. No, it's on Ben, and then you go after.
Miss Jazzy, look, I'm gonna put the link in the chat once I'm done. He puts 1,000 people to scrub his name on your taxpayer dollars. Then, I've never seen somebody that claims that he's as innocent as Trump is. Yet putting out all these defenses.
I promise you, no one
Putting out all these defenses to block Cash Patel, block Pam Bundy, block Dan Bongino, block everybody else that needs to release this, block. And when actual evidence comes out, like when he signed his name on the private part of that lady in the picture, you guys put on the blinders. I didn't see that. So I didn't think 2026 was going to be a year where the MAGA folks are defending PDFs. The MAGA folks are championing war in Iran. The MAGA folks are okay with gas prices going through the roof. The MAGA folks are okay with having less than 5,000 jobs per month.
Can you fucking land, dude? Like, what the fuck?
Why are you always in bucket? Fucking land.
Plane. I don't even like Trump. I land your fucking plane. I don't even like Trump, and you are annoying the crap
All right,
out
go ahead, Jazz.
Did I trigger you, Pocket?
No, I don't even like Trump. You're just annoying, bro. I don't even like Trump. You're annoying me. Shut up, Ben. Shut up, Ben. Shut up, Ben.
All right, it's Jazzy's turn.
You've been talking for like 20 minutes.
Shut the fuck up. Let someone talk, Pocket.
Jazzy's going, Ben.
So,
Let's get to their own question. I've never met anybody be
Matt, bro, I'm getting a headache, bro. I don't get it.
Don't come off mute.
This lady's drunker than a bitch. So long story short, bro.
I want to let them be.
Yo, put the bottle down. Long story short,
Get that big mic out.
I wish you could get
I
yours.
just want, all right, let me get my mic
Yeah, get the big mic, please. Because they're not going to stop. They're not going to
No, don't worry, hold on.
I
When
think
I'm
that
done talking, I'll unmic, but for now, this is it. So I can just overpower everyone. Okay. So, I wanted proof from Ben that Donald Trump hired 500 FBI agents to find his name, because I found his name in a database on a government website. All you have to do is type in anything that you want to know, anybody's name, and it pops up in these Epstein files, right? So I don't think you need to hire 500 people to do that. Also, Pam Bondi was being questioned by Congress, and she asked him a great question. Why didn't you ask Merrick Garland these questions when he was in my position, right? Perfect question. Why is Pam Bondi and the Trump administration receiving heat for the Epstein files? I know he said he was going to release them, but I don't think you guys know about the powers that be in this country and in every country that kind of run the world without you knowing their names. They're not going to let those files be released. There's lots of people in Congress. Pam Bondi also showed us that they were searching for their names, right? Because they released the unredacted files to Congress only, and then Pam Bondi was monitoring their computer. So they were looking for their own names, because a lot of them have connections with the Epstein files as well. So, like I said, the problem I have is Donald Trump. Someone brought up a good point. He ran for president. He did all these things, and they didn't want to tell us he's a pedophile. Like, that would have nipped it in the bud. Just put that out there. Instead, they brought up grab her by the pussy and 34 business fraud that he'll never see a day in jail. like a witch hunt. So I just want you all to start.
You're in the matrix, at least for me.
So for those that can read, I put the thing in the chat. You guys can read it. For those that can read only.
You're in the matrix. I'm just gonna. Edward, are you there? While she gets fixed, I don't know.
I want to make sure she's complete.
Yeah, I want to mute. Okay, there she want to mute.
With the government shut down for no good reason at all, right? But for some reason, you'll let that go and you'll focus on Trump. Very weird. Also, I want to say Trump is receiving intel on the war that we're in now, Israeli intelligence. The same Israeli intelligence that told him that we obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons. So I'm not going to blame this all on Trump. This is a system that works together. We have a crazy man named Pete Hegseth using Bible verses. That's the reason we're in Iran. You know? There is a crazy thing going on right now. And Donald Trump is not the spearhead of it. They've been talking about going to war when he wasn't in office. Right? For some reason, it's just now coming to fruition. I don't know why. I'm not a psychic. I don't care. But let's stop focusing on Trump only so we can actually fix the government and not keep it so corrupt. Thank you.
And I want to say, Mr. Edward, you gave a good speech earlier. Just want to tell you that. It's really interesting of hearing different people from different countries focus on America. It's kind of interesting. The last I checked says we hold these truths to be self-evident. The United States is ran by the people. Even though we have elected officials, the way we operate America is we the people. I don't know if you guys understand that. We hold these truths to be self-evident. I live in the United States of America, and I will always focus on my own individual rights, which were not given to us by the government. So you guys are all focused, the person, personality, Congresswomen. Instead of self-governing your own life as American, and I don't know what other countries, there's 7 other different forms of government. Whether you're under a king, whether you're under a dictator, or whether you're under communism. For you to even be involved in the United States political system, you completely miss it. Because listen, we have 350 million independent Americans who's trying to get their own life together, and they are telling you, we decided as a country, because we have every 4 years, we have a right to go and vote as individual Americans for who we like. Okay, we believe that the country should be going in a different direction. That's all. And in the next 4 years, 2028, if they want to change, American people will have that right. Okay? So all I want everybody to understand is this. And let's all be honest with each other. We only know what the mainstream media, the talking heads, or what you guys call influencers. Okay? Because I don't believe that anyone should influence you more than your own voice. If your own life is not being influenced, I don't know what to tell you. But if you believe there's some influencer out there, or even a prime minister or king or even Donald Trump is the one in your house, we've already lost, guys. We got way too much going on. Take care of your house more than the White House if you're an American. Because you know what? At the end of the day, your situation room is much more important than the situation room in Washington. Now, I pray for those in Washington. I want to make the right decision. But at the end of the day, they're not making any decision for me and my wife. We got to do it ourselves. So, Matt, again, Pepe, Sword, Bieber, hey guys, much for allowing me to talk on the mic. Again, the mic it's not a right, and I don't take it lightly.
Thank you, Edward.
We the people.
Thanks for Edward.
Was that what Edward talking to we the people?
Yeah, you don't sound American to me, so.
But I don't know if you understand. Our documents, we have 3 documents that most Americans.
I'm American.
You're not American. You're probably American
cut with that bullshit. I'm actually more American. I'm actually more American than some folks on stage, but I'm not even gonna get into that. Maybe I don't know about you, but I'm actually more American.
I'm just gonna tell you.
We're the descendants of slaves. Our blood's in the ground, brother.
How you doing? You mentioned that.
You flew here and you're acting like you're one of us.
Pepe, aren't you Mexican, Pepe?
No.
Aren't you Mexican?
No.
So why the fuck you got a Mexican name? Pepe.
He is Mexican. He lied to all these people.
He's Mexican.
Told them he's Corsican.
Hey, Jazzy. Actually, we're going Jazzy.
You too, Mr. Edward. Hello. I hope everything's well. This is a good room.
You know, work the four-letter word. We get paid for that word, so I gotta work every day. Because you know why? As a conservative, I gotta go to work. I can't go around being an activist every day.
That's true. That is actually true. Good point. Hey, Dr. Mitch, do you want to step up to this conversation, or I don't know? You just keep up on stage. See if he comes off. If not, Raj, you want to come off? You've been saying some stuff. Do you want to?
No, I'm here. Thank you. I gotta say, man, you've been running this room for about a week now, and it's very interesting. It's entertaining. It's heated. You know, this is it's just an interesting time in history. It's almost like a vortex. There's so much shit going on. We don't know, like, pretty much everybody that talks to us has proven to us that they can't be trusted. We have to try to piece things together ourselves, and people are trying to not just make sense of things, but people are trying to figure out how do they survive in a world that should be kind of peaceful and stable when you've got all these people in power that just keep kind of shaking things up to keep us off of our balance to you know, and I think it's working because I hear the heated debates in here. You know, it's really, it shouldn't be between us, right? It should be between us and the people in power that are doing all this stupid shit. We should be kind of very frustrating, though. It does feel like, you know, as the American public, I certainly don't feel powerful. Even if I was a billionaire, I don't know if I'd feel powerful. A lot of people pulling strings, and it's gross. The world could be, we have everything we need to have a wonderful world, and you know, people concentrating power are not allowing that to happen. That's all I want to say.
Facts, doctor.
Well said. Edward, did you want to respond to that, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you. I saw you come off mic. If you want to respond.
You know, we still have the freest opportunity in the world. People still trying to come here, and I personally believe, is that we do have elected officials who need people to help them understand the role of government, especially in the United States. Because the only reason our government is instituted in the U.S. is that they honor our rights, which does not come from government. And I think that's the problem, that so many people think that the government is the answer, when the government is not our answer, guys. The government's our problem. And that's why I see it. And that's why you have that pit in your stomach, because people keep looking to central government somewhere, thinking that's their answer. My observation. The loss of the two parties, honestly, I think it's this whole idea that you have to pick, you know, between worse and worse. You know, independent candidates don't seem to get any traction. Third party, libertarian, Green Party, whatever it is, it's just they've got to walk. I mean, I think the idea of choice is an illusion. I mean, if that wasn't the case, I mean, they're calling elections before you even vote. So I think we could take it back. I'm with you, Edward. People do have the power, but we have to take it back. We can't just take whatever's thrown at us. You know, oh, I don't know, two horrible candidates. How did that happen? And a lot of the country, I think, they're not going to be as aware as we are, right? I mean, we have people in this room have high levels of awareness. I agree with you, but see, Dr. Mitch, this is probably for me to teach my children and our grandbabies and their spouses. You said, when do American individuals have
have enough courage to take government on themselves, self-government. See, if you have enough understanding of who you are as an American, then you will not allow the elected officials. You just said it clearly. How many people in your state or my state have been in politics their entire life? Okay, we have a governor in California that's never had a private sector job in his life. This is what we have. And you know the sad part about it is that most people are not even looking at this. We have people in politics, and that's all they've done their entire life. That's why I say, and you correct, Dr. Mitchell, until we, individual Americans, get back to we the people, we're going to keep having what we have. And that's I don't care what anybody say. Our founding fathers believed it. And we're the only constitution out of 195 that has in its constitution limited government. We do not want to be ran by the state. I will tell everybody, July 5th, July 4th this year, we hold these truths to be self-evident. We don't want to be ran by a president, a king, a queen, a kingdom, a dictator. We do not want that at all. Guys, take control of your own life in America. I land.
Friend Dante, she's actually running for Congress. She's never been in politics. But she's just discussed it. She said, what's my message? I said, your message is you don't want to run for office. You have to.
Good people in America don't want to go into politics because when they get in that buzzsaw, their whole life changes. The lobbyists, K Street over there in D.C., all of the things that just vomit on themselves because people just want to be left alone. And if we go according to our three documents, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and our Constitution, and we go back to self-government, I personally believe that we can do much better as individuals and get everything down to 10%. You know what? If you cannot live on 10%, the government can't function on 10%, we don't need government. Let people take care of themselves.
Aryan ethos, the government that governs best governs least. Excuse me. But the guys up there in Congress have effectively bankrupted our nation at this point, including unfunded mandates. We're probably over $150 trillion. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I think it's intentional. I don't think they needed the money. I think they like to keep people struggling so that they can't rise up. That's just my opinion.
Responsibility. I hear people tell me that they're pro-black, and I always ask them, are you in debt? Because if you're in debt, then you're not pro-black. The only time you were actually pro-black is when you had no debt.
What?
For you.
And just really quick, I think the mind trap is to argue based on comparison. I hear this a lot. Well, better than that, and that's better than this. There's just no way to judge it. I have a science and medicine background. I try not to tell a patient, you're going to die in 30 days, but that's okay because this other guy only lasted 20 days. It's a mind trap, and we fall for it. And I think every person, every individual that we give power to, we should judge on the merits. The other thing is, where are you focused, right? Somebody you see people in different rooms either supporting, a lot of anti-Trump, a lot of pro-Trump. It really depends on what they're looking at, what their issue is, right? So, if you have an issue that this government is supportive of, you're going to like it. And I don't think we should be, marginalizing and excommunicating the most vulnerable people, taking them off of food stamps so we can pay for more weaponry. I mean, to me, that's really, really ugly. They're talking right now, Congress is talking about reducing more medical benefits to pay for the war. I don't want to talk about people's individual circumstances. Those are supposed to be safety shields. And a lot of people in this country are, 2 or 3 paychecks away from homelessness. This government should be be rising us up. And sometimes in order to do that, the government creates support programs, food stamps, right? Anyway, I know that's a hot potato, but I see the most vulnerable people in society struggling a lot, and that number is increasing. The number of people in society. In California, you could make $200,000 a year and be broke, and so that's because the currency's been devalued. These are complicated issues. I got to give it to Edward. Just say, the idea of us, trying to take our power back is a powerful idea, and I
So, Doc, I have a couple questions for you, if I may. This is the first question. Where in our documents does it say that the government's supposed to be the taker care of individual people in America?
So the answer is the way this country was set up was very, very different than any other country that's been set up. It's almost set up like the citizens are stockholders in the U.S. corporation, right? It's set up that the citizens actually own the assets of this country, but they're not getting to us, right? The government's charging us to operate. People have argued with me before, no, it's not a business. It is absolutely a business, our government. They buy and sell oil, energy, land rights. They accept fees for visa applications, all these things that our government does that generate money that never gets to us. So they're not taking care of us. I'm not talking about, so quite frankly, if things were being managed properly, we should be getting dividends like they do in Alaska with the oil, or they do in Qatar, or, some of the Middle Eastern countries. They give the citizens a portion of what they do. And our government doesn't do that. They do the opposite. They take our stuff, they sell it, they give it away, and then they charge us for it. It's not, that wasn't the idea. The idea here is the citizens, right? We're sovereigns, we're kings. We're supposed to have a government that manages our assets. So that's the answer. It's we already own the assets. Where's my dividend? Why am I paying the government? Why aren't they paying me based on what I own as part of this experiment?
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I think that I want to make sure we're on the same page. So first of all, the government was never designed to pay us. Okay? The government's supposed to be limited. Okay? This is just my observation, right? We have allowed the bureaucracy to get as big as it has. That's our problem, Doc. Our problem is we the people have been on the sidelines so long that we have allowed the monstrosity of this, I don't even know what to call it. It's unhealthy. I always say just because something's big doesn't mean it's healthy. Our government was never supposed to be top. It's supposed to be we the people, the bottom up. Why? Because there is no central government anywhere on planet Earth that's going to care about you or me more than ourselves. I am not believing that my congresswoman or my congressman or Governor Newsom here or Donald Trump is thinking about Edward. I'm just not going to do that, ever. And I'm definitely not going to put my finances in their hand because they proved already they can't handle finances. So for me to think that the public sector is more important than the private sector, we have completely lost our way. And I am not looking for dividend checks from the government. What I'm looking for the government to do is to leave us alone. Period. Let us govern our own lives, because that's what it says. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Self-evident. Okay? This is not us having a conversation about what government's supposed to do for somebody. No. Listen, if you govern your own life, you should be able to manage yourself. My dad and my grandpa, who are both American, taught me something when I was 12 and a half years old. I'll never forget. Son, your biggest problem every single day is going to be the one you see in the mirror. Don't blame any man on this planet. Do not have excuses. Find solutions. Because you got to go to your own rescue. This life comes without a parachute. And you know what, Doc? I've been living that way. I'm 62 years old now, and I'm going to keep it. I teach it to my children and my grandchildren. This country owes me nothing. I owe Edward everything.
All right, so Dr. Mitch, I think I'm sorry, Doctor, can you hear me? Dr. Mitch, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I started speaking prior to me, brother. Thank you, sir. You raised some interesting points, right? The truth of the matter is, even if we agreed with your perspective, the United States runs at a deficit. So there wouldn't be any funds, leftover excess funds to be distributed amongst the citizens. That's just the reality of it. What we do have is the world's reserve currency, the petrodollar, all the above. And that allows us to have the super high standard of living that we enjoy. America is never going to be number one on the happiness index of countries in the world. That's not what America's about. America, universal health care, I personally don't believe it could work in the United States. I don't think our system is set up for that. I don't foresee it working. I don't think it's a viable option for us. But I do think by far, hands down, and I'm happy to debate with anyone about this, the United States is the greatest country in the history of the world. The ideals that it stands on, the ability to transform itself in a relatively short period of time compared to countries that have been around a lot longer than us and very little has changed in the society. I think the diversity of backgrounds of the people in this country, I don't think any country comes close, all right? And this is why we are the most desired destination in the world. There's people that risk life and liberty every day to try to come here. Every day, all right? I don't think there's a huge debate about this. With all of that said, man, I think that people have gotten polarized, and we're at the point where people hate Donald Trump more than they love America. And they are actively rooting for our downfall. They want to see us fail. And I think that's a real sad state of affairs. And I think that the discourse has gotten so bad that it's going to be really, really hard to close the gap.
Or submission, and I think that the conversation that you have is true. Why are we, as Americans, deciding to go against our own country? Is the life of me. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Who decides for you every day? Do you guys think that someone in your local government, your mayor or your sheriff or your congresswoman or congressman or your local governor, which some of you, correct me if I'm wrong, some of you may not even know their name. You may not even know the operation in your city. And the reason why is because we're all focused on the mainstream nonsense act, because it's just information that's being provided to keep you distracted from what's happening in your local area. I don't know if you guys know this, but the people that represent us in Washington actually come from our states. So we keep focusing on the federal government. We're not even focused on the local government. And I'm sharing with you guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Anthony, you said this, guys, you know how hard it is to govern your own life every day, to make sure you take care of you and your family, to pay your bills on time, to make sure you get a job or education that you need to take care of yourself. And Doc said that earlier. I live in California, guys. And you know what? Every single month, 360,000 Californians choose to walk out of California, leave this state. The reason why? They have a right to choose to go wherever they want. That's the beauty of self-government. You never have to stay wherever you are. If things are too high, there's other states, and now there's countries to live. Some of my friends from California moved to Malaysia. Some moved to Taiwan. You know why? A lot less expensive. Do you know other countries can't do that? You as an American go wherever you like. You're free to go to 194 other countries as long as they're willing to let you come in. What I'm saying to all of us, let's stop thinking that someone's coming to our rescue, because they're not. I don't care who you fight for. MAGA, MAHA, liberal, the people said there's no kings, all this other stuff. Guys, at the end of the day, I have no idea what they're talking about. To my knowledge, every president we ever had was elected by the Electoral College. So for you to even run around a city with the sign "No King," you are telling me we are living in a war of delusion. Complete. No, you are responsible for your own life, guy. I'll land on that, man. And again, Pepe, Sword, Beaver, I just appreciate all of you guys. Let's conversation about life versus let's just yelling at each other. Because listen, at the end of the day, guys, you still have a family, you have your life, and we gotta all still live on this planet together.
So the beauty of what you just said was something I actually did some stuff on, and the illusion or delusion that is out there is the whole king thing. The fact that you're protesting in the streets a king tells me that you know there's not a king, because if you protest a king, it's off with your heads. You don't get to protest a king. The fact that they say there's going to be a flip at midterm tells us that they believe there's going to be an election. If there's an election, that tells us that you believe there's a democracy and not a monarchy. So everything that they do screams, I know he's not a king. I just want to throw a tantrum that my side lost. My team lost and I'm mad. Now, California, as you mentioned, we are free to move where we want. California, on the other hand, is trying to make it so they can tax you when you leave. They're trying to tax businesses when they leave. It's an exit tax. These are the things that are happening because so many people are choosing to leave California. LA County had the most set a record for the most people, I think it was in a year and in a month, getting out of there. Because it's out of control. And what happens is societies, they work, they build up, they get strong through, capitalist means. And then the heart starts to set in. And every empire has risen and fallen the same exact way. And we're on the same pattern. Now we have society that believes I deserve, I have the right, you owe me a handout. I get this free. Earlier, somebody had said, you have the right to have a job. No, you have the right to go get a job. Nobody has to give you a job, right? So this is the mentality. We've been trained as a society to be a victim. The book QBQ, Question Behind the Question, everybody should read it. It's great. It literally hits that. And then people want to bitch about Trump. They want to, whatever. I don't care who the leader is. The thing is the boss doesn't get to be the boss by being everybody's friend. The boss becomes the boss because he holds you accountable and maybe makes you show up to work when you don't want to, makes you do a job you may not want to, but he makes you do it and the company benefits. Being the boss is not a position where you get to be the most liked person. Most places do not like their boss.
I just want to add ice to your thing there that there's one thing you typically can't do to a king also, and that is try to impeach him. So just want to add that to your little list there, because that's a good point. You wouldn't be able to impeach or get to that point if he's a king. So enjoy that one.
Listen, I just came back home, so I'm not pointing. These words, they may have been mentioned by somebody before I came in, so I'm not trying to purposely trigger anybody. But there's certain talking points, and when you hear these words, you should go on high alert. When you hear the word disproportionately, your ears should perk up. When you hear the word disenfranchised, your ears should perk up. When you hear the word marginalized, your ears should perk up. When you hear the word entitled, your ears should really perk up. People, listen, there's certain concepts that we have to be really, really careful of. Prejudice and racism comes in many formats. One of the ways is it comes in form of low expectations. I don't realizing their free speech right and honestly telling me what they perceive, people that look like me to be about. That I'm cool with that. I meet that head on. We could have the conversation. Damn, I'm getting a phone call.
I have to deal with this on a regular basis, right? And I've learned this in my life. I'm 62 years old. I taught my children. We live in Orange County, California, and one thing I always say, if someone doesn't like me because I happen to be ethnically black, why would I want to work there anyway? I mean, guys, I have a right to choose where I'm going to go. No one can't tell me, we don't want you. Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for making me aware of the fact that that's your issue, not my issue. This is the challenge that we all have. Like you said, are we going to be marginalized? I mean, where do we get this concept from that someone owes any person anything? Okay? To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, when my mom and dad got together, they decided to get happy and have me. It wasn't the government. So why am I going to think that the government's going to take care of me when my parents was the one who got me here? It's their responsibility to give me all of the possible training that they could possibly give me. Going to the school is not where I should get my morality or my standard of living. I should go there back in the day and learn reading, writing, and arithmetic so I can compete with the rest of the world. But my values and my ideology really should come from my home. Like when people say, well, Edward, you're indoctrinated. You're correct. I am 1,000% indoctrinated. I am, as an American, because that's why I was born. I believe that my rights come from God, do not come from the government. I believe that we were founded on that principle. All men are created equal. No person, no government ever created Edward. We were created equal. Doesn't mean we have equal outcomes because we're not born. I was born to two parents. Some people were born to one parent. Some parents gave them away before they ever see their face. So I think what we should do is look at how we interpret words in situations versus us trying to put our ideology or our situation on other people. That's how I see it. And listen, guys, again, you don't have to believe anything Edward said. You know why? Because at the end of the day, my 24 hours are my 24 hours. Yours are yours. I got to make sure I navigate my 24 hours as well as I possibly can. And one thing I'm not going to do is let someone I never met, don't know, dictate the terms of my existence. My biggest influence every single day, like my grandpa told me and my father, the two honorable men, the person that's going to be your biggest time every day at work is the one you see in the mirror.
I've been listening to this conversation. Edward, can I ask you a question? So when you hear Americans complaining about the stuff that they're experiencing on a daily basis, the layoffs, lack of money, and all the other stuff that goes along with it, whose fault do you think that is?
The company didn't have enough money to pay me. It's no one's fault. It's just the way the economy goes. Company goes bankrupt. So that means I have to go find another opportunity. No one's guaranteed me anything. Companies come and go, okay? There used to be an 8-track. No more 8-track. There used to be cassette. No more cassette. All these things. I used to go to Blockbuster. My wife always told me back in the day, hey, can you pick up a couple movies from Blockbuster? It doesn't exist anymore. What am I going to do? You're not in business. Used to be serious. Guys, listen, at the end of the day, the only person responsible for Edward is Edward. And if I have a company. If my company don't do well and I go out of business, I'm not going to blame the consumer. I got to blame Edward because I didn't meet the customer. There is no system anywhere on planet Earth that's supposed to take care of the people, even though they try. Communism tried, socialism tried, but at the end of the day, if I don't have enough what I call self-awareness that I'm responsible for the outcome of my life, then I already lost the war, guys. Listen, I don't know where we get this concept that we're entitled to the rights of something on planet Earth, but listen, I was born, I'm the 15th of 17 children, okay? Both my grandfather and my dad were born at a time when America was at crossroads, okay? And they both survived. They both stayed married. My grandfather married 49 years. My dad married 58 years. They both owned property. My dad was in the Air Force. My grandpa was and they love this country. And you know why they love this country? Because they believe this country had opportunities for them that they could not get anywhere else. So I appreciate your question, Kyle. But Kyle, at some day, when do we, as individuals, have a checkup from the neck up? Okay? Like my daughter and son, I told them they're growing up. If you don't do your homework, you can't live here forever. That means you're working for your home. Okay? They decided they're going to do their homework. You know why? Because I told them they can't live with us forever. Because at some point, we're going to put them out. But now they're both married, they're raising their own family, and now when they talk to their mom and dad, they say, you were right. Yeah, you know why? Because responsibility, I can't use the language, guys, but you know responsibility takes a lot of work.
No, I mean, no, actually, I agree with everything you're saying. I guess the reason why I asked the question is because, from my vantage point, I own a business as well. You know, I do feel that the government really puts us in a position where it's very, very difficult to run businesses, right? You know, I mean, but I live in California too. There's taxes and stuff you got to pay, and you know, it's crazy. But anyways, but the reason why I asked the question is because I feel like the government. Now, I kind of agree. You kind of worded it, or maybe somebody did. But I think the government, it seems, inhibits the ability for people to succeed in this country, right? Even if it's like you said, like the layoff, right? I mean, personally, that's the way our commerce system is set up. You either run a business or you work with somebody, right? That's the only way, right? When we have a situation where our government is sending those opportunities outside of the country, who am I, you know, how is that? Well, you know, I guess I got to be better. I remember I used to listen to a guy named Tom Hartman, and he's a liberal, and he would call it a race to the bottom. Because if you have people like Bill Clinton, you know, with the what is it called? It's not Glass-Steagall, but it's NAFTA, free trade agreement, right? You know, if you're providing opportunities for, you know, these other countries at the expense of Americans, at some point there's only so much that people can do, and I think that bubble, that the proverbial bubble that we always talk about, I think that bubble's about to burst, if it hasn't bursted already. And now we're just watching the air escape. So again, I agree with what you're saying 100% as a businessman myself, but I also understand that, you know, if I want to be able to function in a way where I can be held myself accountable without you infringing on my abilities to be the best man I could be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. It makes a lot of sense. And I agree. You know, I'm in debt care for 38 years, right, Countdown? And I always say that all the boards we have here in California, not one person on the cemetery board, the funeral board, or cremation board know anything about our profession. But they do try to make laws in reference to our profession. So we have to go there and educate them so they understand. Just because you created a board doesn't mean you understand how business works, okay? Remember, they work for the public sector. That means they're working at the behest of the taxpayer, right? So one of the things you said about the fact that America is investing in other countries. So one of the things I've learned when I started a long time ago was that Americans have the opportunity in my business to ship human remains around the world, okay? Well, I didn't know that when I first started 38 years ago in this business. So you know what I decided to do? Start traveling. I've been to 54 countries and asking other countries, how do I get your business from the U.S.? So when people come to this country and they happen to pass away, that my company gets called to ship them around the world. You know why? Because that's commerce. It's opportunity. So I don't look at everything that the United States is doing to invest in other countries. I want to find out ways I can work with our government to be the person that procures those opportunities so that I don't have to be a business just selling to Americans. You see, and yes, I hear you. The government's doing everything they can, and it's unfortunate unfortunate to impede progress. Like, again, we both in California, the environmental protection people. Okay, they talk about climate change. I always tell people, okay, even if you change the climate, who's going to be here to enjoy it because you give people needles? Is that good? If you give people needles to put drugs in their arms and they're dead, they OD, the climate change, but they're not here to enjoy the climate. So there's all kinds of different things. To me, when do we count down? When do we take our own lives and say to ourselves, I know the government's already there against me. So why should I try to do anything with them in the sense of, let's see how I can participate. Small Business Association, I don't know if you guys know this, but they will give you all kinds of free information if you want it. Okay? It's really, really powerful stuff. Most people today don't do that. All I'm sharing with you guys is this. We got the best thing going right now. Okay? There's so many opportunities. Too many of us look at what the government is doing. I look at what Edward can do. What can I actually do every day that's going to cause my family, my children to have a better life? That's what I try to do every day. And listen, guys, again, I don't have all the answers, but I do know in my last 38 years, for me to have what I have, it did not come by the hands of the government. It came by the hands of Edward getting his butt up out of bed every single day going to work.
Very well stated, and you know, it's something I wish we just heard more often on Clubhouse, man. You know, like there's so many people, there's so many people that blame the government for their circumstances. There's so many people that feel like the government owes them something, and I think that, you know, it really handicaps people. It really hurts them, you know, in their quest to try to, like, self-actualize. You'll never be the best version of yourself thinking like that. You know, it's like, it boggles my mind. It frustrates me. You know, I'm not special. There's nothing special about me. God didn't whisper into my ear and give me, you know, all the information. The harder I work, the luckier I get. You know, I understand for some people that's a foreign concept. I understand that, you know, for some people they feel like, you know, they should wait and collect something from somebody else. I get it. But they're really not doing you a favor. All right? I'm going to land with, it's far better to teach a man how to fish than to just give a man fish. Far better.
Edward, can I touch base with you? Edward, can I touch with you?
Yeah, one second. Steph. Let me just respond to Anthony real quick. So Anthony, you said something that I think is very valuable. And the reason why you're not going to hear that on these platforms is because personal responsibility is a foreign concept to people in the United States. And you heard what I said, in the United States, it's a foreign concept. And the reason why is because people today don't want to be accountable or responsible. They want to blame everybody for everything. Okay? Even people who get divorced, they say, oh, irreconcilable differences. No, you knew you were different before you got married. Come on, guys. Now we're going to go to some guy to tell us, oh, we're going to split everything. When do we look in the mirror and say, you know what? Like I tell my wife all the time, babe, I'm sorry. I blew it. I missed it. My children tell them the same thing. But I also tell my children that they have an opportunity to compete. My daughter, when she was young, Anthony, said that she wanted to be a lawyer. Okay? Guys, in 2026, there's only 1.3 million attorneys in the United States. My daughter happened to be one of them. My son, who's great at engineering, decided to become a mechanical engineer. But you know what I told him? You're going to get a job that most people, like, really, really need help in. That's the difference. So we did not put our children in basket weaving and going out and fight, you know, activism. No, we told our children, if you want to have a skilled job, you're going to have to work hard at it. So my wife and I, Anthony, had to make some decisions way before we had children. Where are we going to live? What school district we're going to live in? Why? Because we have to be proactive. And unfortunately, Anthony, people don't want to take that kind of responsibility. everything has been 38 years. People don't understand. Some people right now, 25 to 35 years old, have already had 8 jobs, 8 different careers, 8 different things. Guys, consistency is the mother of breakthrough. I land there because Stephen wants to ask a
Well, it's actually to dialogue with you. So I hear what you said, and I agree with what you're saying, sir. But I also so I was in the military for 23 years, and I had a gunnery sergeant tell me in my earlier NCO beginnings that you got to project leadership, and leadership is not just as a role, but you also project how society should be. Whether you got to be a role model, and I see with a lot of these younger men, a lot of these younger women, that the image of reality and is watered down, is diluted into, I call it the quick life, the quick buck. And when I ended up making staff sergeant, a lot of these young men that would come in that were off track, I made sure I presented a image of responsibility, of morals, and they would react to that and then project it in their life, not how I presented it, but in their own choices. Accountability, morals, discipline, respect, and those individuals still to this day they still project it into their communities. Where you as well, Edward, you project that image in your community and your engagement with others. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that in their own way, but that's what society's lacking these days. I'm 43 years old, sir, and so I had a lot of good images when I grew up. I grew up in a farm community, so we saw work ethic, reliability. Your word is your word. It's a value to it. And so when we would leave our communities, you would continue to project. But we see that societies these days where it's not about moral compass. It's not about responsibility. It's not about projecting good leadership and entrepreneurship. It's about who got the best lap, who can do the best troll, who can bash and slash. And that's what we're seeing in the newer generation. And sorry for rambling on.
Great. I mean, you've made a lot of good points. But one thing I do want to ask you, you said you served how many years?
I'm 23. I'm 43 years old.
Thank you so much for your service. I want to take you back. Could you please explain to the House what motivated you to volunteer to serve this country?
I said the family. I come from a long line of service personnel. I mean, all the way down from all the way down. We did our family lineage down to 1725, down to our lineage, but I don't know, freaking. I saw that, I remember 9/11. My community answered a call. I mean, it felt normal. It felt right. And Lady Liberty needed us. My graduation class, when I graduated high school, was 55. And out of 55, I think 40 of us all joined the armed services. That, in 2001 into 2002. So I love my country. And
I appreciate that because I want other people to understand that America has an all-voluntary armed forces.
Well, Edward, I retired from active. I transitioned to reserve. So technically, I'm a weekend warrior. Technically.
Thank you. No. Listen. Thank you very much. Hey, I had the privilege and still have the privilege of traveling all around the world, 54 countries, 5 continents, because people like you, people like Brad, other people that serve, even the officers. I don't take it lightly. That was not my route. I chose to go to college because my professor told me that I had the ability to do that. But
Edward, I want to put this out there. I have a lot of individuals that they get depressed because they didn't choose that route later in life. They didn't choose it. And I like to remind people, we all have a role in society. Some choose the military, but remember, bullets don't fly without supply. And people need, whatever you chose to do in your life benefited America in a way. Whether it's working at 9 to 5 at the slaughterhouse, or going to college to learn logistics or business, it all goes together in the centipede. Because when someone goes, I went to college instead, but I started a business, it's like, yeah, but you go into college, you start a business, you pay taxes, which got GIs, some MREs, or some shoelaces, or whatever. So you did your part, Edward. Everybody in their way does their part for America, whether you're pro-America or against America. Like, I'm going to put this out there. There's a lot of people in the veterans community. When someone says, how do you feel about someone burning the American flag? Hey, they're doing it the right way. It doesn't bother me because they're expressing their right as an American to place, to have questions against their government. It's their right to peacefully protest. Whether I might not agree with their reasoning for it, but they're exercising their right off of the American soldiers that paid that price for freedom of expression, freedom of questioning, freedom of religion, etc. Sorry for interrupting you, Edward.
No. You served 23 years, man. I'm not taking any light of that. I'm glad that you have a voice, man, because I deal with veterans every single week, man. I actually speak at veteran events here in Southern California and other places because I'm in death care and I have to help them. It's not easy, man, especially when a lot of them have trouble going to the veteran hospital and different things. The resources that they have to go through. And guys, I don't take it lightly. Trust me. There are people in our country that have made great sacrifices. And I even thank you for thanking us for, paying taxes and trying to do the role that we can. Together, Americans are better. Okay? There's no what I call easy, what's the word I want to use? There's no easy access to personal responsibility, guys. Self-government's very, very, very real. And unfortunately,
my daughter's in the military too. She's a combat medic, like 20 years.
Awesome. Tell her we thank her for volunteering and following in the what I would call the legacy of your family to want to protect our freedoms, our liberties, because there are really foreign and domestic enemies that would like to take away our way of life. Americans really understand that in its entirety. We think it's just about people politicking and talking on these platforms. But guys, there are people on American soil that would love to see the ideal of America collapse. To me, that's dangerous. That's why we the people have to stand up, guys. We have to really stand up and say, nope, we're taking our country back so that individual can stand up tall. July 4th, guys, 250 years, our Constitution, the supreme law of the land, we have the longest Constitution where we, the people, get the right to determine our own determination. Okay? There's no government that's going to do that for any of us. I know we like to hear it, but reality, it's not true, guys. And as a person who happened to be born on American soil, my wife and I always say, we are grateful that we are part of this experiment in the world, not other experiments.
to what you're saying, Ed. I'm in agreement, but when you say it's not the government, it is the government. Because what the government is doing. Right? Now, if we want to talk about what we can do to usurp that, all the stuff that the government is doing to inhibit the ability for look, even the stuff that you're saying, Edward, right? What you do in your business, right? The fact that I'm sure it might take a lot of money, a lot of certificates, a lot of things that is required in order to get into your business. That is something that the government has put in place that kind of gives you a protection, right? Same thing like with my business, right? I'm a party representative, right? So even though mine might be it's probably a lot more easier to get into, it's still a lot of like certificates, insurances, stuff like that you need. It's just not easy to get for the average person. Now, here's the point. When you say, well, if something happens or whatever, I think you talk about, or what if somebody did, somebody having to change positions 8 times, or having 8 different jobs. I mean, that means you got to start all over. When you got to start all over, you start back from zero. I think about Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan won his last championship, and the Bulls wanted to break up that team, Michael Jordan said, "No, I don't want to start all over again." Right now, I get it. Sometimes that happens, but again, I'm not disagreeing with you when you say that I think this country is great. I think it gives people opportunity to succeed. I also feel like at some point the government has overstepped its bounds and it inhibited people from doing, from being really the best people that they can be. So, like I said, and it's I guess you could say the have and have-nots, and the law protects the haves from the have-nots. Because if we want to just really get grimy with it, and it's all, I don't care how you, because that's kind of like what I don't care how you do. Now you open up a whole new can of worms, right? Because a lot of people that maybe could have the ability to go and take from the people that have, but don't do it. Why? Because the government has put laws in place to protect the people that do have, right? So we all are trying to follow laws. Some people, from it more than others. And that's why I said earlier, when we were talking about a race to the bottom, you said, well, yeah, you can just go and see about getting contracts from outside, well, that might be good for your business, but my business, I don't need to get no contract from country, I mean, don't need it. That's not going to work for me, So, but the thing is that like my grandfather was a foreman.
So let me ask you a question. Right? Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
This for anyone can answer this question. Okay. What do you think that you can do in your own power to increase your value to the marketplace?
Go and learn more skills.
Okay. Thank you, Sorg. That's one. Anyone else?
You can get free and unbiased Medicare health.
Yeah, I mean, you could market yourself better. That's always my thing. Put your name out there.
Americans have been conditioned.
Hey, Jenny, your mic is open. You got a hot mic.
Oh, I was about to answer what you were done.
Okay, yeah, but okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, can I repeat that?
I'm just chiming in. And if I still wanted to finish my point, I'm just trying to get that.
Your second.
I couldn't know. What was your question? Could you repeat it?
No, the OG was gonna let Countdown finish, and then he was gonna go after.
Yeah, but let me answer the question, because what can we individually do to add more value to the marketplace as individuals?
Gotcha. Okay.
Somebody said you can those I say you can more skills better.
Going into the mix, but it's all good, Ed. I think the gist is going to be pretty much similar. More skill sets, learning more marketable skills, blah blah blah. Solve problems.
Yep. Assess what the market needs and provide it to it.
And I have an answer up here.
Right, Sword? If I find a problem in my field, I'm in debt care, guys, and we see a big problem, and right now we're trying to solve it as a profession, okay? It's everywhere. My mentor says this to me all the time. He's been my mentor for 28 years, okay? He says, Edward, opportunity has a unique way of presenting itself. It stands on every street corner around the world waiting to be recognized. Do not look at things that you have zero influence over. Look at things that you have influence over. What do you control? What can you do? What's in your power? What can you implement to solve someone's problem? Guys, all of us are either on an Android or a smartphone. Okay? iOS. You know what? Someone solved that problem so we can all communicate with each other. And you know what we all did? We went out and bought it. So I'm a firm believer in the free enterprise, but I'm not.
You cut me off, bro. I mean, I'm sorry.
No, you're in the matrix. Calm down. I'm sorry. I would never do that. My apologies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I just want to summarize my point of what I was trying to say. Okay, is that again, we still have to operate inside the confines of a law, right? And it sounds like when I'm listening to you, it kind of leans more toward anarchy, where I'm going to do, if I see opportunity, you got to take it. That's true, but you still got to operate within the confines of laws that are set in place, which is protections to prevent from people that maybe you see an opportunity where you can take something from somebody else, but you can't do it because the law is protecting that person. And that law is implemented by the government.
But what would be the benefit of having that type of mindset? You can't build your own house. You got to go and take a brick from somebody else.
Can I clarify the initial question?
Yeah, yes, 1 second. That question from Sora was for you.
Go ahead, Jenny. It's all good. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so when you're referring to how we can, as an individual or a business, contribute to the market, are you referring to the GDP or are you referring to just overall transaction?
Wrong.
Okay. By infusing money into domestic entities as opposed to foreign entities, we're conditioned, really unfortunately, to buy cheap, maybe subpar products because it's easier and we're looking at our own cost of goods sold and we're looking at what's best for us as opposed to what's best to the collective.
Based on individual contribution, or do you think collective, just the collective all by itself?
I'm sorry, when you started the question, you were in the matrix a little bit, so the first part cut off, but can I get you to repeat that?
Collective is made up of the individual. So the person in the United States have a right to purchase whatever they like to purchase, good, bad, expensive, not expensive. That's their choice, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But if we're we're truly looking as like, a Trump America First country and looking at things as America First as individuals, then our buying power is how you vote, right? You vote with, I don't like this company's ethics. I'm not going to support them. I don't like this. I'm not going to support that. They're sending money to this cause that I don't believe in. I'm not going to support that. So voting with your dollar is almost more important than voting with your votes.
You made a comment. First of all, this is America. Trump happens to be president. He just happens to be one American. I know that people like to keep using his name a lot, but the last I checked, I've never met the guy. Don't know him. Don't know anything about. I hear what they tell me in mainstream media. I hear what the talking heads tell me. I hear all that. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do anything in my house. Okay, I just love how we start the. I like America because I'm American. That's how I hear it, guys. I'm not from Pakistan. I'm not from Egypt. I'm from the United States. I want America, not excluding anyone else. I don't want to exclude anybody else. They can do what they want in their country. But when I hear someone who wants to be the leader of the United States say, I want America to be first, and you know what? When we make that statement, guys, you don't even know, we all don't even know what that looks like. It takes a lot to want to do that. So I believe when he says, I want America to be first, he talked about Edward being responsible for Edward. He's given me the truth to be self-evident. That's how I hear those words. I don't know how anybody else hear those words, but I hear the words, America, want to be great. Edward has to be great in his own stuff. Edward has to do his right thing. Edward can't cheat on his wife. Edward can't go out and do a bunch of substance abuse. Edward can't say, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to take somebody else's stuff. A friend of mine asked me a couple of weeks ago, well, Edward, if your family was hungry and, you got to just feed your family, wouldn't you go and just steal? I said, no. I should have enough friends, enough of the people in my community that would want to assist Edward and his family in that time of need versus Edward having to be morally corrupt to go and take something from someone that's not mine. That's how I was taught. But I hear a lot of people not look at personal responsibility. They really want something from someone else.
Well, and that's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. The only reason I mentioned Trump is because it's literally the name of the room and the house. So I thought that was kind of, a like-minded situation. But no, I agree with you. I think that everybody has personal responsibility. But when we're talking about contributing to the overall market, the overall financial health of the, and I mean, that leads us into the tariffs conversation, right? So I think it's an important thing. I agree with Trump's policies on the tariffs to try to drive economy and revenue back to America, and that's where I put in America first, right? Like, because we should be building our own GDP. If you think that other China and Iran and everywhere else is not preaching the same thing, I'm certain that they are. They don't want people spending outside of the country, and it's because they want to build a sovereign nation that is financially sustainable. This is just a business. So I don't think that, Trump being president is the reason why we should spend in America. I think because we're American, we should want to support, yes, we are all individuals, but we are also a collective. We're a country, and we have one thing in common, which is we are all Americans. So I think that we should all put the American people first.
So Jenny, I know that you weren't in here earlier, and I talked about it. There was they did a study.
Let me just answer her. So Jenny, do you think that you and I want to put America first, but if Americans don't put themselves first, how do we help people who don't put themselves first?
I mean, you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. But what we can do as people who are God-fearing people who believe in what's right and what's wrong, we can do the right thing as our own households, as our own independent purchasers, as our own business operators.
But at the same time, you and I both know this, and I'm going to use the term, guys. We have a lot of freeloaders who want to freeload. They want something from them else. Redistribution of other people's stuff is not good. Go ahead, Adam.
I agree.
Not at all.
I said this earlier. There was actually they did a speaker speaking in Greenville, so he used Greenville to the population. And if each person, this goes back to why I like the tariffs in making America great again and spending in America. I don't know if you guys, local communities ever do this, but I know one that I was in, one of they own like 7-8 different stations, but the guy who ran one side of the operation would always, like the head guy, would always have these little things that he would teach. And one was the local spending and how much that dollar recirculated in the community. And $1, what it really equates to the community. They did in Greenville. If each person that lived in Greenville spent $20 a week at a local mom and pop shop, local cafe, local hardware stores, that kind of things, your small time car wash rather than big chain, right? You do that, at the end of the year, it would equal an additional $300 billion or $300 million in the local economy. Now, imagine that on a larger scale as the United States. Imagine that when we had Apple report 252 billion profits offshore. Now, we didn't get 10%
10% of that. We didn't get 1% of that. We got 0% of it. Of the $252 billion profit from Apple. Now, where did they sell that? Here, right? So what we do is we chase companies out, and we have the narrative to say, well, we're just going to put the prices higher in our pockets. Those same people were the ones that say that the fast food workers should make $25 an hour. Cool, pay them $25 an hour. There's a reason you aren't getting a Happy Meal for $9 or $5 anymore. It's now like what, $8, $9, $10. Get a double Whopper. It's damn near $20, right? The reality is it does cost more to make stuff here, but your reciprocal or the turnover in that dollar means so much more. That puts so much more into the system. That gives us more opportunity for our Social Security checks. 93% of manufacturing companies provide insurance, if I remember the number right. 75% of them are under 20 employees. You start looking at bringing back manufacturing, everybody assumes it's got to be massive. But the reality is look at how many, in South Carolina alone, go look how many auto manufacturers there are. There's a line. You literally have to test to get a job at BMW to apply. There's a line of people going in.
I agree. I'm in South Carolina too. It's 100% tax.
Yeah. So what it did when they brought that manufacturing, so being down there, when they brought that in, what it did to the Spartanburg, Greater Greenville area, that to give you an idea how well America can do manufacturing, BMW America is relatively new. Okay, it's been around for what, decade and a half, something like that. I don't remember. But BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturer in the world. Their chip plant is in Spartanburg. They are going to probably start making their transmissions for BMW, Bavarian Motorworks in Bavaria, in Spartanburg. They're talking about potentially the engines. Now, think about that. Everybody's telling us we can't produce, but the Germans are saying, you guys seem to do a pretty damn good job. He can tell you what BMW has done for South Carolina. Unbelievable. We can do this more. The whole idea of this isn't to keep prices cheap. It's to encourage us to buy American. China, this was years ago, I did a study on it, and it was the Jeep Wrangler, $43,000 at the time in America. It was $96,000. 106,000, I think it was, in China. That was the amount of tariffs they put on it. Why? Because they don't want you to buy the Jeep. They want you to buy their car. And this is all Trump is saying. Go ahead.
I was going to jump on the bandwagon with you.
But the rest of the world buys, yeah? What is the American car that we buy? What is it in Africa that we buy?
This British bitch doesn't know what it is.
One second. Hold on one second. So Aiden, we actually have a queue, and this is what we want to do. When I'm a moderator, I like for us to actually hear people speak. So if you could,
but I get thrown out a lot of the time.
Listen, hold on. I'm speaking right now, okay? I hear you loud and clear. I invited you up. I saw you said you wanted to come up and speak. But could we do it kindly? Let people finish, and then we'll give you an opportunity. It's okay. Everybody has a voice. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, I was going to jump on with ICE. If you look at the local small town communities surrounding these plants, they're growing. And that's these small town communities. You can just drive through some parts of South Carolina, and you'll go through these small towns where work has been stripped away, and with the domestic growth growing, you're reinstilling the life back in. Where I'm at, I'm from a really small township, okay, and we have a manufacturing plant that has literally started growth again, and we're seeing the decrease of assisted living. We're seeing the decrease of government aid, and you're seeing the growth of independence coming back in. We're seeing budgets, township budgets for public services grow. better because now there's revenue coming in. All the way down to boys and girls clubs, community fundraisers, and this is just within the time span of. I like to say Trump coming back in and really pushing these tariffs on. That's bringing back domestic growth, and it's everybody's thinking about the big metropolitans, but they're not realizing there's the neighboring small communities that finally got the defibrillator pumped on them, and they're now coming back to life.
Can I jump in as well?
Let me finish this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what he's saying is the impact is felt far and wide. So that's one, and now that's just one manufacturer there, but it impacted that greater area from Five Forks to you name it, all the way around. It is massive, and then what that does for the state is bring in a massive amount of revenue tax. It's putting people in great jobs with benefits. Oh, by the way, the people can drive a new BMW I don't remember if it's 6 months. Oh, and if you got a clean record, I think BMW carries the car insurance for you. So, these are the things that can happen when we bring manufacturing back. So, the thing is we got to get American dollars spent back here because that's how you make America great again. I think it was Edward that said this. It's not about America only. It's just about America first, because I said this once before earlier. I don't know if Edward, you were even in the room then, but we rise to the top. All empires rose to the top by what? You fight to be the best, and that is that industry. You rise by creating the money, and then our emotions get involved, and it's the socialist side of us, the wanting to reach out and help, and it's that empathy that never stops that all of a sudden causes that fall because we don't know when to pull the hand back. We've seen kids drive their parents bankrupt because they won't stop. All these people are the same thing. All we're saying is America first, and the rest will follow. We spend a fortune around the world when we could be providing. Real quick, and I'm going to land. In 2020, we were $5 trillion in debt. At the end of 2025, we were $38 trillion in debt. What could have been done to make America better with $33 trillion? And tell me what has been done.
So, and I think this is an interesting point you bring.
Okay, hold on. We got to make sure.
Sorry.
Amen. How do you pronounce your name again? I just make sure I get it correct. AYMAN.
And
are you there? Yeah, man. You want to speak? Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. So a couple things. To answer the quick point, I agree with virtually every single thing that you said, Ice, up until the point where you said, imagine what we could do with that 36 trillion. As a libertarian, what we could do with that money if it was turned back over to the people, which is where it should be to begin with. The government driving up the debt and all that, it's crazy to me. Edward was talking earlier about. Well, if my business goes under, then that's my own fault. I need to figure out how to and yet we have a government that does pretty much the opposite, where the government fails time after time after time, and yet still people continue to vote based on what can government do for me? I'm sorry, if your approach when you go into the voting in your local voting place is to look at the politicians on that list and go, what can these people do for me, even on a local level? I would challenge you to change your approach. The reason I wanted to speak more, I agree with virtually everything that the last couple of people were saying. I think also the United States is reaping the benefit of the last certainly 20 years plus of telling every single kid that they need to go to college. And so, I love the fact that we have people out there like Mike Rowe and these other types of celebrities who kind of made it cool to go to trade school again. And, this is something near and dear to my heart as somebody who grew up here in the great state of Maine. The largest employer in the state of Maine for the longest time. I think it's a healthcare company now, but the largest employer for the longest time was DIW. It's a General Dynamics company making destroyers for the U.S. military. And again, the trades are near and dear to my heart. So I can tell you straight up that the amount of kids that are going to college, getting these 4-year degrees, and then going, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this degree? Is crazy to me, especially when, you know, even it doesn't even necessarily have to be the trades. If you look at these fields on demand, like nursing and these other fields, like it's crazy. Like they're lining up around the block to hire these people, and yet we have this stigma, and I've certainly seen it here in Clubhouse and across the board in a lot of these higher income areas, if you will, that you need to be a doctor, you need to be a lawyer, you need to go to a 4-year, you need to do this, you need to do that. Like I've seen kids getting out of high school immediately starting as a welder. Within 3 or 4 years, they're making 6 figures, like easily. You know, I mean, like a lot of these places, the retirement, these trades they're retiring like crazy. I know members of my own family who walked onto a construction site and said, "Hey, y'all got a job for me?" And they said, "Do you know how to swing a hammer?" They're like, "Not really." They're like, "All right, cool, we'll teach you." Like it sounds like it's that simple. It really is. Like I understand it. Like if you're poor in America, I understand being poor in America. But if you're permanently poor in America, like it doesn't mean it has to be a forever job or anything like that. But like for goodness sakes, like there's so many people that are dying. Like if you have a teachable spirit, if you know how to say yes and no, and you know you're a decent human being, and like you're not a complete asshole, I guess is my point. Is like people will walk through fire to hire you, and they're begging for it. So it isn't just the 4-year degree. It isn't just that. And look, there's obviously a wonderful place in this country for doctors and lawyers and everything else. But there's also this huge percentage of the workforce that, to the gentlemen that they were speaking before, like this manufacturing that's coming back from the United States. It's like, yeah, I mean, so anyway, I'll end with that. But yeah,
I like to jump on Ben's bandwagon. I love the bandwagon. So like I said, I'm in the reserves now, and dude, I met a guy in the reserves. He makes over $600,000. Okay, and he still loves serving for his country in the uniform. And the guy's rolling bank, and he started off going. I think he spent like $8,000 learning how to weld, and he turned around and he went out to the oil fields, started his own business, and he has like 20 employees, and they're all welders, and they do DoD work. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. So I'm just giving you a prime example for the listeners. It's not about. A college degree is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Their society needs those in-depth thinkers, but you also need individuals that got swagger and they want to go out there and be trades workers. Because I grew up in a time frame where they would beat you in at school saying you ain't going to accomplish nothing in life financially without a college degree. And then, yet there's kids coming out of trade school and with a little swagger, little moxie, they can turn around and, make over $800,000 in a couple of years by just thinking outside the box and with a trade. Sorry, Ben.
You're good. I'll just finish, and I gotta have some dinner shortly, but I'll just finish this by saying, like, half the shit you can learn online, and like you see it, like there's TikTok channels and Instagram channels and stuff like that are blowing up right now. And there's one that's like I saw it advertised on TV, and I'd seen the guy on social media anyways, and it's literally like doing stuff like basic trades around the house, like. A lot of this shit, like if you learn how to do it, like learn how to be practical, learn how to swing a hammer, learn how to use basic power tools and stuff like that. It's like this is stuff that's going to save you a pile of money. Learn how to troubleshoot when your washer or dryer breaks. That way you don't have to hire a technician to come in for $400. Like I know what those technicians get paid, and I'm telling you, like you want to have somebody come into your house to fix a hole in the wall in your drywall. It's going to cost you a couple $100 up front, like just to get them to walk through the door. Right, like that's a trip to Home Depot and $50 tops, like that, and that's if you're doing it wrong. Like you can do it for $20 or less. Like for goodness sakes, like we live in the golden age of everybody's here on their phones. Like you can look this shit up super easy. This is like bring back working with your hands. Bring back destigmatizing getting a job that involves working with your hands.
Let's see,
So BlackRock is introducing, I think they're actually putting in $100 million into the trades industry to try to help build a movement in the trades. I think Wells Fargo is dumping in a ton. And the reason is because BlackRock knows what what their development is going to be, just theirs alone, and they know what the government is or not the government, but the U.S. is going to need, and they see a massive shortfall. So they have been donating tons of money. Mike Rose got a fund for that too, for kids to go into trade schools, stuff like that. There is a desperate need for it. And to give you an idea, I did it once. I just looked online. My washer was giving me a code. It was $250 to get them to show up. And then they told me, they said, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be this, and that's going to be $500, then another $150 for labor. So it's almost going to be $1,000. I got online, I read the code, pop the top off, unplug it, pull these 2 wires, let it set for 30 seconds, plug the 2 wires back in, put the top back in, and plug the dryer or washer back in. And you know where the dryer back, it's washer. And you know what? It took me about 10, 15 minutes, and it worked. Never had a problem again. I could have paid $1,000. Instead, I fixed it for nothing.
Or go to school and learn how to be that guy, and then realize the fact there's plenty of people that are more than happy to pay that money to get you to come out. Because again, that person, like the reason that they're charging what they're charging to come out is because they got a laundry list of clients that are lined up around the block who are willing to pay that amount. So bear in mind that like you may be in the boat that the gentleman that just spoke is about. But if you're sitting there and you've got the time to do that because you don't have a job or you've got stuff going on in your life, like you don't have enough going on in your life, I guarantee you there's somebody out there that's willing to train you, take a 3-week, 6-week, 10-week course to learn how to do that.
Yeah, subcontract.
So you're making that money right away. Like it's crazy, man. Like there's so many opportunities out there.
Oh yeah,
hold on.
You all remember learn how to.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me just share. Simon, I'm gonna let you go after me here. So Ben, Ice, and Steph, I appreciate the dialogue that you guys have, and I think that we're proving a point. My wife has a saying: just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're the right temperature. So you still got to be able to talk to people. You got to be able to handle yourself. You got to be able to do certain things. Okay. So just because you decide to go get a degree doesn't mean you know how to interview well, how do you work with others, how do you get along, maybe have a supervisor. There's a lot of stuff, guys, that makes an individual work. That's why I asked the question at the beginning. What can you do? What are you capable of? What are your skill sets? And if you don't have them, they clearly said it. There are people out there that will train you now. Just when you guys get a chance, just look up all of the trades, plumbing, electricians, all of the military right now. How short are we on all these things? Guys, I live in California, right? You guys heard about the fires at the beginning of 2025, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who they did not call? They did not call people with degrees. They call linesmen, people going to the ground postmen. They call fire departments. Why? Because they need laborers, man. They need people who can come and swing a hammer, cut a saw, how to use power drills. There's people that come from all over the country to California just to work because there was so much work. Why? Because they had the skill set. And you know what these companies did? They put all these people up and they paid them. You know why? Because these were not people with degrees. These were contractors from around the country. What I'm saying to you guys, and we all know this, I'm going to tell you, every year there's going to be tornadoes. Do you guys know America's the only country, the only guy that's had tornado alley? It happens every year, guys. If fires happen, and you know what people do? They build all these things up. I will promise you, and I'll land on this, guys, and I'll let Simon go. I want us all to understand, AI is built by people. That means it's going to also fall by people. Nothing's going to replace you as an individual person. Just remember that, guys. You have so much in your hand that you keep thinking about the internet that you should prompt yourself to go find a skill.
Yeah, and the irony is now that with the advent of AI and and the messaging we get about what it's going to bring is the safest job. Well, it's a plumber, electrician, someone with a set of skills that involves their hands as well as their brains, because AI can't do that. But that's just an aside following on. So absolutely. And I have my own business. Yeah. So I'm a capitalist at heart. But what I know to succeed is you also have to be adaptable.
So in the world economy that we have, China obviously has an advantage because it has a cheaper labor than the West, which is why the top 80 brands in the West, all have factories there because they make more money because the labor's cheaper. So what happens? You have to adapt. You have to make yourself competitive in other ways. So in my country, we used to have a big manufacturing, mining industry that's completely doesn't exist there anymore. And we've struggled, but we have to reinvent ourselves. We can't be reliant on anybody else. You have to make yourself competitive in the market. You have to be good at selling what you produce, and you have to make yourself competitive, and that can be not just on price, but it can be on quality. It can be on innovation. So we're all faced with the same issue. So we've got to get ahead of the Chinese that way.
Can I chime in after you, Sword?
Yeah. One thing that I was going to say, speaking to the trades, because right now, as we speak, we have a significant issue with not enough people going into the trade. So much so to the point where they incentivize women to come into the trade. But you have certain states that the prices have gone up 5, 10, 20, 30% because the wait period is so long to get people out there. Now you have, to come out and actually see and do the work. And then once you have people to come out and possibly assess the situation, the wait is so long because businesses can choose which customers they want to put first based upon how much the customer is going to pay and the margin that they're going to receive on the job. Now, as a customer, you might have a salesperson to come out, but then, companies in this day and age, they have more salespeople than they have operational people that can actually come out and do Asian. So going back to the example that I brought up, or the drywall situation, you might just need a piece of drywall, but that salesperson might come out, especially if they recognize somebody who don't really have enough knowledge in this industry. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you need a full replacement." So something that could have been, a $50 fix or $200 fix. Now, you got lines all on your shit. You got to pay $4,000-$5,000 for something, and it's just because, you got hustle. So I say all that to say, and this is actually one of the initiatives that I'm, looking to kick off because I'm a board member in a local park here in Atlanta. Two things that I'm working on doing is getting the police involved in the park, so that way parents can be more educated on how to get home safe, and the kids can develop a better relationship with the department, and then also partnering with various, it used to be called home improvement, now they call it home services, because I've traveled this country working with all types of home improvement companies, and it's not really hard. You'd be surprised, a lot of people that own these businesses, some of them, a small percentage of them have never swung a hammer or nail in their life. Like one of the largest roofing companies in Florida, the guy never installed a roof. He just knew how to market things, and he ended up building this would have been in 2019. He was at like $30 million revenue, annual sales revenue then. So I can only imagine where he is now. I walked in the offices and people with just sandals, shorts. I went in to do a sales training. These guys are making $400,000-$500,000 a year. And I was looking at myself like, damn, I'm in the wrong line of work. I got a degree. I got my suit on. I got all this shit. And the people I'm talking to, they got dirt in their nails and, kind of how people characterize them these days. And they making 2, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of money that I'm making. And they're only working 4 hours a day. So that was a reality check for me, but I was never really pompous about going to college. I just was unaware. I didn't know that you could make that type of money in the trades. I just never knew. So whether it's HVAC, electrician, waterproof, and like whatever part of the country you live in, figure out.
Oh, bro, you just brought it up. You just brought up my fucking tism sword.
Go ahead.
Hey, just a real quick step before you go. I just want to sort of. Is it Piedmont Park or the Reservoir Park? Either one of those? Yeah.
No. It's in East Atlanta.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, dude, you guys fight by tism. So like, I got 9 brothers, guys, and I would say 3 of them, they all do contracting and construction work. All right. My kid brother, he's one of those guys that sorts joking about saying he's never swung a hammer, but it's about the hustler and swagger. Well, my little brother went to a trade school, got his HVAC license, all right, with no intention of actually being an HVAC tech. And I questioned, it's like about 8 years ago. I was like, why are you doing it if you're not going to get involved? He goes, because HVAC, you can upmarket everything. I mean, all the way down to subcontractors. And so my little brother, he has a primary job, but he started a business as HVAC, just so that way he can go out there, do bids, and then turn around and then upmark the product, the material, and then subcontract it out to licensed contractors. And that's all he does. I think he made right about $400,000 last year. And he's never touched a unit.
Crazy.
He's never even, he went to school, got the license, and he's completing, he just completed his electrician. So that way he can subcontract, residential electric work. And so, yeah, I mean, he literally does what he wants to do. That little fucker's traveled more on his own free will. And then I have another brother. He travels with the storms, and what he does is he tries to beat the insurance adjusters. So what he travels literally, he watches. So during tornado season, he's literally right behind the storm, so that way he can go and say, hey, let me assess your damage, and he'll fill out all the paperwork, dodge the adjusters, and do it free adjusters work, submit that, and then once he'll probably get maybe 40 or 50 jobs, and then subcontracts it out to a small contractor for like a 30-70 ratio.
Right.
And that's all he does. So there's swagger in it. You just gotta be willing to hustle.
I went down to the just so that way. So when I was consulting and I was helping out the improvement companies, for me to get like some real world experience, when Panama City happened down in Florida back in like 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I went down there to actually, see if I could sell and, kind of get involved just so that way I can know firsthand. What I ended up learning was that when these storms happen, you'll have people in these home services, they don't work at all until a storm happens. So if a storm happens, let's say twice a year or once a year, they may make $300,000 to $500,000 just in the 2 months that they actually went to the store. And I said, oh shit, this is crazy to make that much money. That right there is what really like opened my mind to. Now here I am in a corporate office, dealing with corporate bullshit, and you got people out here that's living like that, So part of it is being unaware. Part of it, you got to go out there and figure out what's needed out there. What are people doing? You got to talk to people and figure out what's going on out there. And I'm so thankful and grateful that I went down to Panama City and see it for myself. It was sad to see people going through those types of things, because I walked into a lady's house and you can literally look up and look into the sky. So, people are going through trying times, but even in those trying times, there's massive amounts of opportunity for anyone who just take some time and learn about it first. You got companies like, I think it was called Service Master. I think that's like one of the largest ones, where They built the business, literally the whole business model is around chasing storms. Whatever services are needed, that's all they do is chase storms, and they make millions.
Well, Sword, my assumption is, listen, I hate to be rude about it, but when a motherfucker's hungry, has ambition, wants, it gives himself a goal, say, hey, I want to be at this point in my life, fuck trying to get settled, like I got friends of mine, acquaintances, and people I've met in life that are doing really good, but they said, this is where I'm going to be, and they didn't let nothing drag them down. And then you got individuals that are like, yeah, but I'm not trying to be on the road for 3 to 6 months. I'm sorry, dude. Excuses are excuses. If you're hungry, you're gonna go find food to eat. If you're not hungry, you're gonna bitch that you don't got a steak at your plate.
Yeah. And I love dealing with home services people. That's about as real as you get. And being young at the time, it was just a, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went into the trades, because the people, like, as a business owner, the majority of these guys are small businesses. They're willing, they kind of operate off the model, I'll meet you where you are. If you're hungry and you really want to learn this, they will invest time in you, whether you went to school for it or not. If you show up, you fill out a job application, they're going to judge you on how integral you are. The job application really ain't going to matter. They don't give a damn, because even if you learn skills somewhere else, they're going to have to retrain you on their methodology and how they do things. So if I was 18, if I wasn't playing football and I decided that I didn't want to go to college, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went right into the trades. Because by the time I turned 22, 23, 24, I would have been making 6 figures, and probably would have started my own home services company. You got in California, because that was one of my territories, you got one shop that might sell everything. So the culture of home services on the East Coast is different than the West Coast. On the East Coast, you might see someone who does HVAC, they may do plumbing or electrical. Shit, out there in California, you're doing roofing, siding, paving, plumbing, foundation. Like, they sell everything out there in California. And you'll go out there, and these business owners, they're humble. They got mad respect. They take care of you, and they just want somebody to figure out, like, hey, how can you help my business be better? I walk into $40 million operations, $80 million operations, and they're constantly trying to figure out, how can I get better? How can you help me grow, and things of that nature. So it's just, I love home improvement, and I wish more people would get involved. I'm actually working on getting involved with it as well. Is Anthony?
Hey, Short, I want to touch bases with you on your project. Check the police budget, especially when it comes to like parks and recreation or any programs that deal with children community. I was volunteering with one of my local communities for like a boys and girls program for our lower project communities. And when we started digging into it, dude, you have to go to the police, because I wasn't aware of this. I'm sure you are. Maybe I'm just preaching nonsense, but we found out that like a lot of your community finances or additional funds is delegated through the police department for additional community programs for youth, anything in regards to youth community. And so with Atlanta, check your section's police budget, and you might have to go through them if you're trying to get grants.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. I was actually gonna head down there, because I stay on the north side now. So, but my heart is on the east side, so I was just gonna walk up in the police station and tell them who I am and what I was looking to do. But I think your route will kind of help me out as well. I'm gonna start looking online, seeing if I can find some budget.
It's about find out what the budget is. So get a FOIA. So I would say hit them up with a FOIA first, because when you go in there, they're gonna bullshit. They're gonna send you to like the liaison or the servant that's good at saying get, politely she's saying get fucked, but she's not gonna use that word. So I would go in there. I would submit a FOIA first for that area, so that you actually have the digits, and then when they submit you to their liaison, I'm speaking on what we had to do. Because we got that polite go fuck yourself mentality, and so we hit a FOIA and we said, hey, this is the margin that we need for the community program. This is what you submitted for your digits for the community. We're going to submit to our city senator, our house as well, and also to our governor, and that we're not able to utilize these funds that are delegated to, because it's all delegated to the police department, because for some fucking reason.
Is it delegated to Erica Kirk as well? What happened to Charles Kirk?
Amen. You okay? Amen.
No, I swear to God, you people need to make it common sense to the rest of us and the rest of the world. Like, we need to hear this. I need to hear.
He's up on the pup there, amen. But yeah, delegate. So hit a point first. That's when you go in.
Is she talking or not talking? What's happening with her? Like, does that make it?
So that's what I would say. That way you can present the data and be like, hey, this is our community, this is the margin that we're looking for. And they usually backtrack really quick. That's how we were able to progress forward in our community after 7 attempts. Just so you know, Sword.
Okay, thank you.
So, amen. What district are you from?
I'm not parking.
What, you're not talking?
The Kirky, I'm not Kirky. Like Erica Kirk. Like,
Okay, hold on. All right. Hold on. My question to you is, what country are you from?
I'm from Britain. I'm from the country that you all sent from the help.
Okay.
Where the help comes from, yeah.
Okay, so you're from the United Kingdom, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, have you ever heard of the Great Divorce?
I ever heard about the Great Divorce. Who got divorced?
The United Kingdom in the 13th.
Who got divorced? Who was the Great Divorce?
I'm trying to explain it to you. The 13 colonies and King George III, who was part of the United Kingdom, we divorced that country and became the United States of America. Do you know the difference between the two countries?
Yeah, we understand that. You got divorced. Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. So let's go with that.
So we divorced ourselves from the
Okay, and then you got rid of us. What that mean?
Yeah.
What that mean?
What that means is we don't look at our lives the light of other individual Americans. We let other individual Americans do what they do. So for you to come up on the platform and talk about other Americans, which none of us ever met, you talk about the Kirk family like we all know them personally. We don't. So my question to you is, how do you explain who you are?
Oh, wait a minute. So you do not know the people that come from your own country. You do not realize that the problem that you already have. The rest of the world is so stupid that we are the ones that are pointing out the fingers at you. Are you a bit delusional? Where did delusion come from?
I'm gonna go back. Hold on.
Go ahead, go on. Tell me what a delusion.
No. I'm just having a conversation with you. My question is,
I'm just having a Kit Kat with you. You know what a Kit Kat is, right? Okay.
sure we're on the same page, okay? Because I'm just trying to make sure. You told us all that you're from the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Absolutely, I'm no delusion.
Okay, so let me ask you a question right now. Currently, who is your king?
Charles.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question based on what you just said. King Charles is your king. Could you answer for us, all of us, as a subject of the United Kingdom, could you please explain to me your right as a subject of the United Kingdom? How do you operate as an independent human being?
How do you, wait. What do you mean? So do I have the ability to calculate with the United States of America? Do I have the rights to go around the rest of the world? Like, what does that mean? Do I have the authority to do my own bullshit? Like, what is the question that you asking? Is this an empty threat?
Okay, I'm trying to help you understand, because you come up on the platform talking about someone that you never met. I'm trying to find out about you.
I talk about America. No, I talk about you, individual. You, sir. Wow. You picked up, sir. You. But you also, you black person, right? You as a whole black person. I know you. I'm not calculating you, but for some odd reason, you want that red, blue, and white, and whatever, right? That's your flag, right? Somehow, that is your thing. That is your personality.
Yeah, that is our flag, and we're proud of it.
A flag is your personality.
We're Americans, and we're fucking proud of it. Proud to be an American. Ground. We're ready to go hungry.
Wow, guys, did you hear her talk about our flag that way? Am I busy?
Yeah, because I thought her flag was the same color. Sweet, you fly our own flag in our country. You can't even hoist it on Main Street. You're fearful of it being.
We're talking about the rest of the world.
Hey man, what's the color of your flag? You can't even fly your English flag or your jack in public places because it's a law not to offend fucking immigrants in your own country because they find it offensive.
It comes from all the other flags too. It also comes from another flag. Another flag calculated from another flag.
Smart English person.
Stupidity.
I think hey man, stop by the pub on the way home. That's what it was.
At least we know how to drink responsible.
Parliamentary government with a figurehead of the crown who has no real power to address domestic issues. You don't have responsibilities. In fact, you don't have a choice. And now you're kowtowing to immigration status because you're afraid of actual terrorist attacks in there, rather than take a appropriate stance and actually protect your own rights. So yeah, you should just sit down and shut up because America's been protecting your sorry asses since World War II. We rebuilt you. We helped you fucking establish a foothold. And again, you haven't actually presented anything significant to the world outside of this. You've been a third world country on and off since the fucking 60s. Like you haven't been anything useful except cause us problems in which we have to clean up the messes.
Amen. What third world country did you? Hold on a second. Amen. Hold on a second.
Hold on, Edward, for you to give some like lecture to her. Like this is a drunk fucking Brit.
Yeah. She's British. But what third world country are you from originally? Amen.
Great Britain.
Yeah. No, but I think she's from somewhere else beforehand.
So she's from a fifth world country and migrated to a third world country.
So I'm guessing she's like Somalian or something.
Americans. Exactly the one.
Hold on.
Shut
your slip pipe, you fucking shut your slip pipe.
From the West End.
Your accent gives West End vibes.
So, are you from Somalia originally?
And claimed another country. But it's okay, Victor.
All right. Well, you know, I'm just gonna guess until the liquor wears off, and just go ahead and stay in the audience. Mason, I've been listening.
2027.
I've been listening off and on, you know, in spurts, but then I hear this bitch yelling, and
I feel like I was on an episode of Monty Python.
But I don't understand people from England. They're not even a second world nation anymore. Like China and Russia fill that vacuum. England, you're a third to fourth world nation. Europe as a whole, maybe, but you did Brexit. So you are now most assuredly fourth. You are behind China, Russia. You really don't provide real significant benefits outside of, you know, moral support. I mean, we do exercises and we give you favorable trade deals, but really, in all honesty, your existence is kind of moot. And you created most of the problems around the world in which we face today. These are long-standing issues like the Middle East are a direct result of your fucking greed-mongering ways and thinking we got to make the world Britain. And in reality, we should have just shot you bucktooth bandits way back when.
Yeah, what I don't think she understood the Great Divorce. We still stuck back there.
Yo, Ron's kicking the shit out of the U.S.
I like Sword. I really was. I really was, but she missed that whole point of the reason why we divorced Great Britain. I mean, we divorced them for a reason, guys, because they were not doing well.
Right. Well, we divorced them the first time, and then we bent them over and made them our bitch the second time. And then finally, after World War II, we're like, all right, you guys are really struggling. We don't want you to be like fucking a shithole country. But again, they've sunk themselves. Their own policies, their own currency, their own internal domestic policies pretty much crushed them. To the point where I don't give a shit. Like, have a king, have anything. But your impact on the world is nothing anymore.
Amen.
Dude,
it's not putting fucking beans on toast. It's fucking disgusting.
She's a third world Somali whore that's who her and her fucking people are being floated by the British taxpayers. Like, what? Don't even give her to even consider her British is a fucking insult. Like, really?
Wait, they put beans on toast? Is that what they eat out there?
Fuck yeah! They conquered 90. They conquered 90% of the world for spices and couldn't figure out how to fucking use them. They're so fucking retarded.
Yeah, they traveled all the way to my parents' country with boats, and they didn't know how to make money off those spices. Isn't that crazy? What a smart.
Their national dish is now tikka masala, chicken tikka masala. Because for fucking whatever reason, they can't come up with their own. Nobody wants to eat their shit. It's goop, by the way, is what they would fucking do. Oh, God.
Yo, Brad, how are those $2 million fees to pass to the Strait of Hormuz? How are those?
Fucking great.
You said $2 million fees?
Yeah, IRGC's a toll booth now.
Yeah, like the IRGC is going to see that $2 million.
They are.
Who paying the what they
Everybody that wants to run oil through the Hormuz is paying $2 million.
No, they're not. You should actually look a little deeper instead of going through TikTok headlines because again, it's already been done.
You're fucking somebody, Rico. You saying they charging people?
Provide the link. Provide the source and the link.
There's many. You can Google it. Just type it into Google.
I knew it.
All right, what should I type in?
Type it into Google.
What should I type in?
Fucking retard. Just type up how much.
You don't have to actually say retard. I don't have to fire than you, and you know when XLP is going to win at the end of the day. But you really, nobody's paying the IRGC for this.
IRGC.
Rico, what do I need?
I just Googled it real quick.
Just ask Brad who controls Hormuz.
What should I type in, Rico? I can Google.
Just ask Grok who controls Hormuz. It's really that simple.
Who is Grok?
You don't know who Grok? Come on now, really?
He's using an AI out of Twitter to like tell him his answers instead of actually.
Oh, okay.
Use auto.
These guys don't think for themselves.
Some interesting answers.
I
I told you, Instagram news stations. These guys, that's all they do. They just take the Reddit post and say, "Oh look, we're losing."
That's not Reddit.
Wait. So what is the claim that's being made that we're losing? What?
That Hormuz, RDC runs Hormuz, and they're charging $2 million a tank to get through.
Yeah, actually, Grok is Reddit because it has a built-in Reddit API, so it actually reads off of Twitter.
I thought for the time being, the problem is that they basically, with the drones and other shit, they make it too risky for people to travel through, and so they're only getting past to.
No, but ships that pay in yuan are getting through.
Would they pay, or I think they're letting Chinese ships pass?
Yeah, they are.
But I think for the most part, everybody else is steering clear because they don't want to risk it.
Yeah. Anything
frankly, with a current insurance problem that actually indemnifies them whole beyond their current insurance programs, which he's probably going to implement to help guarantee that transit. Italy is actually going to start jumping in and protecting in the Mediterranean to prevent any kind of fucking fire
They
scene.
closed down airspace.
They're fucking retarded. They didn't close their airspace, dipshit. We have a base there, you fucking moron. You fucking reject. You ever hear of Sigonella?
What did Georgia Maloney say today, you fucking retard?
You fucking moron. You piece of shit. You better drop down your parents' legs. Because quite frankly, you're a fucking idiot. Italy is cooperating. But England, France, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt, all of these countries are actually cooperating with us. But you guys are fucking retarded.
Brad, you act like you're like a secretary.
Fucking weird nuance.
You act like you're like a defense secretary, but you're like just like a shithead as a Navy.
Trying to go off of. So again, you're just a fucking idiot incel. Go back to sitting there saying black people are dumb, and that's about the biggest contribution you'll ever make to prove how stupid you are.
But Italy did say that I know obviously we have bases there, like we have the naval base in near Naples, and we have army base near the fuck is that? Forget the name of the place.
Sigonella.
But they have
we have port bases there. We have nuclear weapons there.
Sure.
We have SOS bases
not
there.
only that, but what came out in the news was the fuck Maloney, and it basically said that they cannot use the bases for strikes to Iran, so they would have to probably stage from Cyprus or some other place.
NATO's not putting up with this shit this time around. Like Spain's out.
Yeah, really. I'm so glad NATO's not putting up with it. So here's the funny thing, Pepe. They weren't never using Italy to launch the strikes.
Yeah,
so that's the fun.
They probably using Kuwait or Jordan.
We don't use it. So like this whole virtue signaling, like, hey, please don't blow up a terror thing. I guarantee you, Italy went, well, you can still use our ports.
Trump's begging for bad missile systems. Trump's begging
idiots like this will just grab on because CNN posted a headline and thinks, oh,
CNN's owned by your team, girl.
And again, it's just, again, they don't read it.
It's owned by David Ellison.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck who owns CNN. It's fucking twat waffles like you that can't fucking read. But again, these idiots grab on, and they don't even realize we weren't even formulating battle plans off of Italy. We weren't utilizing.
Trump asked Poland for a missile system because our side got knocked out day 2. Like, we're getting our shit.
Rico, the guy that delivered the message from the Iranian parliament, his name is Aladdin.
And Warsaw told Trump to go fuck himself.
Really? Because Poland didn't just buy a shit ton of shit we haven't even developed, so I guarantee you Poland didn't tell him to go.
System got knocked out like day 2, and then Trump made
that system is not knocked out. Do you understand how that system works?
They got decommissioned like fucking day 2.
Basically happened
to a guy who wants America to lose. He's literally, that's what he wants, because the intelligence, if you read intelligence reports, watch a little bit of European news rather than just the stupid shit here in America, and they will talk about things that they know. And they're saying that America is being very pinpoint accurate. And boy, it's hard to be accurate if all your systems are fucking taken out and you're begging Poland for
okay, so why are
no, they were asking Poland for existing.
Here's the deal.
We're asking Poland for assistance.
Why is IRGC charging tolls to get across foreign borders if that's the case?
Shit, Poland is happy to assist us.
No, they asked for the THAAD system, and Poland said, like, fuck no. Obviously, they face Russia, so they're like, nope, we're not doing this. So they refused to give up their THAAD system.
Well, let me read what this article says. It says the Iranian. Now this goes to what you said, Rico. The Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments Monday. The claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the of Iran. So, what do you think about that?
Sorry, see that
speaks to. It says let me put it in the chat so that everybody can read it too. But basically, the guy Aladdin came out and said that they was finna start charging as much as $2 million, and then
IRGC running a toll booth.
Hold on,
only brick ships are getting through there.
Let me read the whole article so that way you can see. So, all right, let me scroll back down. All right, it says the Iranian, and this is the last paragraph in this article from Yahoo. It says the Iranian embassy in India contradicted its initial comments, saying claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran.
It's got the lipstick on the paper.
Well, we'll see you in the Brent and WTI.
Now we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Guys,
We'll see if it's reflected in Brent prices.
So here's the deal. Literally, it's an open source satellite imagery company that's been instructed to restrict and delay its imagery. And you can go look at the Daily Mail and any other outlets that have actually looked at this open source, right, not controlled by the governments, that the governments have committed to restrict it because they're saying it's for operational security reasons, right, for getting information. But really, it's embarrassing because they're showing all these, THAAD or whatever type of other radar installations and fucking missiles and aircraft that are being fucking hit that the Iranians are doing with precision and accuracy. And they're probably doing it with like a $50,000 drone and taking out $1 billion weapon system, right? Which is going to take years to replace. There's a finite amount.
So how many systems? How many weapon targets have they hit? How many targets have they hit?
All of your
you guys all fucking cheered on Diego Garcia, and that fucking guy shot down.
Let him go. Let him go.
Like, this is ridiculous from these guys. They're all these like fucking incel fucking wannabes. And now you got the Irish fucking wannabe IRA guy coming on here. Tim fucking guy who got fucking booted like 8 million times.
He's a British man. He's from Northern Ireland.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's the British Irishman. A British man living in Ireland.
This nigger doesn't even know these stuff.
He's Northern Irish.
Yeah, like you guys love
Those are the people the IRA wanted to kill.
Yeah, these are the guys who charge over
Get us back to the topic.
Yeah, so again, these guys hit like one fucking apartment building, and then all of a sudden it's like the failure of it, but they don't talk about the 21s that were fucking shut down.
What does it taste like?
I don't know. What is your mama's? I can tell you what your mama's vagina tastes like. I'm sorry I didn't leave you a sister. I'm sorry I didn't do that. I guess maybe I should have probably not did anal with her. Again, fucking hey. Really? What are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna do, you fucking faggot? What are you gonna do, wonky? You're gonna order beans on toast and think somehow you have intelligence? You're gonna fucking give me some red pill fucking theory that you're like, oh, satellite imagery shows me this. Even though you've never read a satellite report in your life, you can't fucking do anything.
Never served?
You've never served. You've never served shit except for fucking serving your ass up to every faggot.
No, M did serve. Did serve.
Wrote a fucking masshole in the fucking shop.
Wait, what did he?
I mean, like the UK, the Navy. I think were you the Navy or Army?
The gear. You're in the fucking rear with a gear, Brad. What the fuck have you ever done?
Oh yeah, what? You're sure about that, bitch boy? You were fucking. If you served, you were a fucking cook. You
you ladle beans on toast. I ain't gonna shut the fuck up. You ain't gonna do shit, motherfucker. You ain't gonna do fucking shit except for fucking grave my balls as they drag across your face and fucking make you fucking wet inside. The most moist guys on here happen to be you and fucking this dipshit over here. So go on and tell me some more of your fucking bullshit as far as your fucking experience. Because you ain't read shit. You don't know shit. You can't even explain what the TAD system was. You didn't even fucking understand what it was. And you guys, again, benefit off of my fucking blood, sweat, and tears and can't have yours. But again, keep gurgling, keep swallowing that fucking ball taste in your mouth. Those are mine. They clang when I fucking walk. They're brass. They ding dong while I go, rather than yours sounding like little marbles in a sack. So you got that.
I'll talk a Viking.
You can't do shit, man. Again, these like wannabe IRA fucking red cell, incel fucking people are fucking dumb. These are like fucking retarded people and fucking they have no facts. All they do is just fucking cry all day fucking long about how pathetic they really are. And then at the end of it, they want to cry some more about what didn't go on and who didn't fucking let them talk because they have freedom and they think they're smarter than everybody else. But in reality, you buck-toothed bandits sitting there fucking crying all day long about how big bad America is. America's going down. When in fact, we fucking won everything. We won your freedom. Sit down and shut the fuck up, you British guy living in Ireland. You don't have the opportunity to do so. You don't have anything to offer the world. The only thing you could offer the world is really basically swallowing fucking some other guy's load so they don't get fucking pregnant. The best thing you can do is not reproduce because I know there's no, I'm pro-abortion in this day and age because I want these guys, every woman should just be like using Drano and a plunger to flush them out with Roto-Rooter as a backup. That's how bad these guys need to die out. They're fucking retarded. They're fucking dumb. Like, how stupid are you? You have no facts, no news, no nothing.
In your ass, boy.
That's right. So are you done? You ain't fucking shit, man. You guys are fucking done. The day you were born, the day you bruised out of your mother like a fucking cream pie was fucking actually became the highest you will ever be. The best part of you was literally dripping on the sheets while they got done filming her fucking gangbang. That's the best you ever saw. That was the most highest you could ever achieve anything. You don't have it. I can do this all day, dude. Okay. I got this shit. You got that? Nothing? You got nothing. And then meeting face to face, the best you got is you'll throw out the N-word. The best you got is N-word. That's the only thing you think you guys can say online. Oh, I'm going to say and think somehow I matter and I have intelligence. Shut up, N-word. Shut up, N-word. But you know what? You don't have intelligence. Because you know what I know? What these guys don't know is that you're a fucking weak, feckless little online warrior. You've never fucking met face to face. You never fought in your life. You lied about shit. You got exposed on this app. You were called bullshit time and time again. You got fucking played out, even by the Irish, even by people in Britain, where you got fucking packed up. In fact, I believe that occurred in Jason Mewes' room. And you still fucking can't live that shit down. And then you came back under a different fucking character. And every time you do, you come back under a different character. Every time trying to actually think you have something intelligent to contribute and tell Americans what they ought to do. But you don't have anything to offer because you can't fucking do it. Like I said again, the best part of you, the highest you'll ever rise, is again a wet stain on the fucking mattress after your daddy fucking pulled out and went for milk. I'm sorry you grew up eating water with your cornflakes because daddy never came back home. But you don't have the excuse to be the feckless woman that you are. Anything more? Anything more you want to try to do? Anything else you want to try to do? Because you can't fucking beat me. You can't fucking stop me. You can't do shit, motherfucker. Because you know what? I'm bigger, I'm tougher, I'm stronger, I'm faster, I'm fucking richer than you, and I have all that. And the best you can come up with is calling me a fucking nigger. That's the only thing you can ever fucking do. And you think somehow or another that somehow gives you a claim to high intelligence. It just shows how stupid you are, how fucking dumb you are, and how fucking retarded you actually become. Because that's the only thing
thing you can ever do. You know, personally, guys like you are so glad that we should reach through your rectum, pull your spine out, and beat you down. I swear to God, your mama should have been skull fucked until she was dropped on the carpet, and then she could have fucking went. Dude, you don't have fucking shit. You're a fucking wannabe rapist. You're a fucking pedo or some other shit. That's what fucking Jason Mewes fucking exposed, was you're full of shit and you're full of bullshit every fucking time. So again, you little fucking incel fucking pedo rings that always seem to get couched in Christian nationalism seem to be popping up as pedos all the time I turn around. And it's usually you bucktooth bandits that are fucking over there wanting to put your little beans on some fucking, and that's all you guys ever fucking do. All you ever do. You don't have a fucking, you're never going to talk, dude. I'm not going to let you talk. I'm not going to do anything out there that's going to allow you to talk to Americans, because I quite frankly think you're probably the dumbest fucking idiot on here. So go back to chasing little kids in fucking Ireland or Scotland or Wales or wherever the fuck it is you're hiding these days, and go fucking keep going there until you get caught, because we know that you guys are nothing more than child rapists and fucking little wonky little fucking creepy fucks all the fucking time. You have been, you always will be. You guys were too stupid to even control an empire. You lost to a fucking guy who went on a hunger strike and managed to turn around and say, get the fuck out of my country. Why would we listen to any fucking idiot that came from Britain ever? You lost to a guy who did a peaceful fucking hunger strike, and you couldn't even beat him. The guy was 100 pounds. You expect me to sit down there and back down to some English fucking person? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of this nation. Shut the fuck up. Go. Here's a good one. Go start your own room. Go start your own conspiracy room. Go start that whole bullshit again and see how long you last. You know what? I'm willing to bet you it's 10 minutes and you'll come back under a new name and new profile, and you'll sound like this. No. The TAD system, it was gone. And the U.S. is going to lose everything. You guys are getting utterly destroyed by Iran. A fucking fifth world fucking nation. You guys are a third world, fourth world country to begin with. Actually, Iran may be tougher than England right now. It may be tougher than you. I would rather see the IRGC go against England, which is probably why you guys didn't want to go down there, is because you knew right off the bat you fucking faggots would get beat.
That's interesting. If the U.S. decided that they wouldn't protect Europe, would y'all be able to do it on your own?
No, they wouldn't. We've been living too many hours. To be fair, France
and Poland probably could hold their own. The rest of the nation, England, couldn't hold shit.
That's right.
Didn't they get Trump to fuck off by stationing troops in NATO? In Greenland, rather?
Nope. How can Poland tell Trump to fuck off on Greenland?
They put NATO troops in Greenland and then he fucks off.
No, that's not how it works. And Poland doesn't own Greenland. Dumbasses don't even know who owns fucking Greenland. It's Denmark.
Yeah, probably not a NATO country.
So again, we still have troops there. We have bases there. Did you know that? We pull into ports there.
Negotiating in
no, he's not. You're not doing shit, dude. Again, you're not going to have any problem. I'm going to keep backing you up, because the only thing you've said is the N-word, and you think somehow, I told you, that's all you guys got. That's your shock value.
Source intelligence.
That's all you guys got is, I'm going to say the N-word. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it because...
Okay, look, the potato nigger and the half potato nigger keep on arguing and screaming over each other, and we cannot understand what's going on. I tried to let it go, but you guys are just taking up all the space.
Dude, I'm not letting him speak. I don't give a fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna get shit. You ain't going anywhere, dude. Except down to the goo. Except down to the goo. I can promise that shit. And off the app, I know that much. I know that account split. I know that. I'm not reporting you, but I guarantee all those people in the audience already did.
Alright, I moved them down. It's just too much. We gotta keep going here. Unless you still want to play with them.
No, I don't.
Pause on that, by the way.
to just play with his mama tonight.
Hey, didn't NATO send 13 soldiers to Greenland? Ooh, that's big.
14. But the thing is that if you were, I know you served, right? If you heard America was coming to Greenland, and you were in another country, and somebody said to you, "Hey, Steffi, we're sending you and 13 other troops over there. Y'all are going to stop America." What would you think your value is to that country?
Dick or something? Yeah. But I'm just saying, in Greenland, we've had troops here. I think when they said, there's 30,000 troops, hello, we've had 30,000 troops in Greenland and on bases for the last 20 plus years? Maybe longer. For Brad, I'm sorry, Senior Chief, don't beat me up too much, but I think well over 20 years, we've had troops stationed in Greenland.
Shit, we prevented the invasion in World War II. We deflected multiple attempts by Russia during the Cold War to have basically footholds in that area. So, I'm confused. We do training out there all the time.
Don't kill me, Senior Chief.
It sucks. But you guys apparently, all these incels who play Call of Duty all day seem to know, or some fucking British guy overseas who's on my Reddit forum or my Discord channel tells me otherwise. But yeah, no, we don't fucking do work in Greenland.
Hey, Brad, can I say something to the
and literally served in the Royal Navy, didn't he?
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, this is the way Brad is in the military. We dread the day you gotta have a conversation with a senior chief. When you bring stupid shit up, senior chief puts belt to ass. So guys, understand how he talks. That's what a senior chief is. So sorry, Brad, I had to put that out there. There's a lot of people think you're just being an asshole, but no. Big guy. That's you bring bullshit up, you're gonna get a belt to hat.
And it's always amazing, Steppy, that a lot of these guys, and I don't knock the Mats for not serving or anything like that, but it's always amazing that you got these guys on here saying the U.S. about that, and they're like, oh, yeah, where's weapons of mass destruction? They don't realize that they were already fucking there. We took care of them. We knew they were there. It was a nice little play on words for fucking CNN and MSNBC, but again, these news networks don't even bother to follow through, and then when they sit there and tell us, oh, yeah, you guys got your ass. What they're doing the outbreaks on MSNBC.
They don't look at the KDR. When they bring up, the one I hate the most when they bring up Vietnam, they say we lost Vietnam. I was like, bro, we did militarily, and we did not lose Vietnam. They go, yes, we did. I said, bro, we had literally 12 days of fucking bombing. Literally, 12 days of Christmas, some people will call it, and then at the end of they came to the table and said, okay, we're done. And then 3 years later, communists came back. And it's like the dumbest fucking thing when people say we lost Vietnam. It's the same thing when they say we lost Afghanistan. I was like, no, we did not lose Afghanistan. We maintained a presence there. We were basically subtracting a massive footprint. So, Senior Chief, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so still, it doesn't change the fact that there's $2 million fees to get through Hormuz. And the IRGC told those.
One paid, there's not even verified, it's just being reported that one is paid the $2 million, number one. Number two, when we look at losing in America, we have a country who had a military. That country has no boat presence in the water. If you came to America, anybody, I would like to know who's parking their boats in the Gulf of America, who's parking their boats just off Miami Beach, who's parking their boats in the Hudson River, who's parking, nobody is, okay? but we've got our boats surrounding them. Their boats are not controlling the water. The reason that they have control is because they do still have missiles. And the reason they have missiles is because they reported 1,000 missiles a month. And the missiles we used to shoot down, we were producing 6 to 7 a month. So guess what? You guys that say we should have gone in don't realize that everybody going back since they took office said we need to go in. They all said they were a problem. Every president. Shit, the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said it. She said she'd have gone and bombed their asses.
There's a Fox News link in the chat about $2 million a tanker.
And one has been reported to have done it. I just read that. So, guess what? The fact is this. You don't tell people, yeah, go ahead and go, because they do still have missiles, and they will strike because they're throwing a tantrum, and their neighbors are losing patience. But the reality is our planes are flying over there. Not a problem. They sent a Warthog in. You ain't sending a Warthog in if they've got some badass air defense. You're not doing it.
We sent the 31st. We've sent the Tripoli. We've sent, what do we got? Airborne going in, Steppy. We got those 2 carrier groups. Oh, yeah, and various other attack squadrons.
I'm going to buy some defense.
Dude, the 29 Tucanas are in, and anybody knows what the Tucanas are. Dude, those are a single prop airplane. Has basically, munitions 250 cal. So
all their missile silos and drones are underground.
Did capability studies. We even proved it with Diego Garcia. They can't do it. Like all of this stuff where the U.S. is losing, as soon as they pop their heads up and shoot, we have them. We know where they're at, and then we blow that shit to high hell. They can have it underground. It doesn't matter. We're hoping they shoot. We're asking them to shoot. We know that. And Bradley Cooper, who's the admiral in the region, who basically decimated their entire coastline and all of their navy, you clearly don't know any of that shit. You're just giving me Fox News headlines, and you didn't even read the article.
It was MSNBC.
Whatever, they're all the same. You're just reading fucking some article going by the headline. You don't even read it. What was it? ICE read it and told you one is alleged to have paid, but they can't even confirm it. Oh my God! Oh, I read it. IRGC says they're fucking winning the war, and dipshits like you are fucking believing them. And I'm sitting there going, where, when, what facts do you have? And you gave me a fucking shitty headline and said, here, read it. And then when we read it, it still didn't prove your theory.
I mean, just look at the pump in the U.S. Like, how much you paid for gas in the past month?
We're not paying $5.07 like we were under Biden without it. Here we go. I'm just speaking facts, Rico. You speak them, I'm speaking. You weren't on here complaining. I never saw you on here complaining that time. Going, we're paying $5.07 for gas. Why did we do it? Because of policies that he freaking did. Sure, you can say, oh, COVID, and you can say this and that, but yet they literally reduced the strategic reserves.
I didn't agree with Biden attacking fucking Russia.
Here's the deal. What did he do?
This is not a red versus blue thing, you fucking idiot.
It's not red versus blue, you fucking morons. Quit being a fucking jackass. You are the stupidest motherfucker on here because you go to fucking stupid childish bullshit every time, fucking Rico. I'm talking about a conversation, but you fucking can't be adult enough to do it. What fucking policies did Biden specifically do that caused a problem? Because I can tell you, I fucking got a house in a goddamn state not far from where it fucking happened.
Yeah, Biden was retarded. He backed Ukraine. I agree.
You what?
Biden backed Ukraine. I agree that was retarded.
What were the policies that caused the...
I'm not a Democrat, you fucking moron.
Hey, dumb fuck. You are really... seriously, you come in here and you're like, we're losing. Marcus losing. This is what your talking point is. You act like a... seriously, what you come across like, Rico, is a 5-year-old. I know you want to let it out. This is literally you.
Hey, can I chime in real quick, my guy? I'm going to address to the group. Little good positive note. This is a little fact for you guys to understand where the IRGC's air power is decimated. Okay, B-52 bombers are literally going into mainland. So understand this: that they're dropping 70,000 pounds of solid ordnance. These aircraft that are big, sluggish. They call it buff for a reason. Buff as big, ugly, fat fucker. All right, because they're not built for the looks. They're not built to evade SAMs. They are built for a mission. So if we B-52s going in there and fucking teabagging the fucking IRGC mainland, that means that we have an ass. We got Vipers in there. That's the new version of the Cobras. We got Apaches going in there, which have no cannon out the fucking side of it, and two 30 mils on the side too, just basically playing laser tag with the IRGC. So that is to explain the dominance in the air that the U.S. has, okay? So please take that into consideration when you guys spout bullshit when the IRGC on your newsfeed says that they are winning the war.
Well, here's the better part on the naval front, Steppy. So we're aware that right inside the strait there in the narrow channel, we have the Roosevelt Buckley, Oscar Austin, and Thomas Hudner. These are destroyers. These are pretty powerful destroyers. This is why we don't need other ships there. But basically, our destroyers act like battleships these days. But what these guys don't realize is there's 4 other destroyers eastern side of the Mediterranean and 6 destroyers in the Arabian Sea, all with various strike capabilities, and that is separate from the destroyers that are circling the carrier groups that are actually running interference. So now you've got all these destroyers patrolling that area, and somehow or another, these assets are saying America's losing the war, but we haven't lost one ship yet. We haven't lost one. So these guys really don't know how warfare is. They've never been in the fight. And they, again, it just goes to show that these guys don't know either land or nautical warfare, nor air, outside of a fucking video game.
Yeah, I'll make this easy. I just looked it up. The U.S. has struck between 11,000 and 13,000 targets of the IRGC. And that's contrasted with the IRGC has only hit 1,238 of their targets. 1,200, 1,200 compared to, well, we'll round it off to 12,000. And we're going, the U.S. wants to hit 16,000. So there's no way that Iran, just by the numbers alone, can claim they are winning anything. In a war, if your enemy is hitting you hard, you hit back hard. And if you can't, that's called losing.
Alan, how many missiles did they fire in the first day? Because I just want to kind of look at they fired thousands of missiles, right? And they've sent in 30,000 days.
4,000 total.
Yeah.
I think it's 4,000.
But how many, what was the percentage of those that hit? Because that's right. Because we look like all these idiots, and I don't mean like impact from debris that was blown up in the sky. I'm talking direct missile strikes that actually hit. There's a percentage ratio, and I forget what it was, but I thought it was like, because I thought that was significantly low, considering the amount of power that Iran was claiming to have. But I know that
50 miles, they showed that they could go 50 miles. They lied, right? Proven lie. Then they say, well, we're just weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. Then they make threats about saying, we're going to have a strike that'll shock the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That seems like a nuclear weapon, probably, right? But every president said we can't let them. The neighbor said we can't let them. The UN says we can't let them get one. Everybody says it, right? But now they're making threats saying that they could hit America. But I'm going to throw this out there. If they did fire a nuke on an ICBM and fired it at America, do you think these people would be like, holy shit, we should have gone in sooner? Or do you think they'd be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran? I think most of these people, like Rico and everybody else, would be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran, way to show America.
I think Space Force will catch it before it even got to the atmosphere. I'm sorry to be naive, but Space Force would fucking take care of it before it even became a...
No, that's not necessarily true. Yes, we have interceptors, but the stuff Space Force deals with, like satellites and movements around the Earth, X-37B, right? Like I'm aware of, we don't have a Star Wars SDI-like system around the Earth like Ronald Reagan proposed.
We actually have it on our ships, Marshal. We have a way to interfere with guidance systems, and we have a way to interfere from satellites on there. And yes, Space Force has some weird capabilities. I will not make fun of Space Force anymore because they're the only fucking group of guys that scared me.
Well, this is a little off topic, but in my GOP county convention to get ready for state, we want a Space Force base down here. We posted 4 or 5 other military bases. Considering SpaceX's launch point, what they did for the DoD, right? It'd be great to have Space Force down here.
And I don't know. I'm scared of them. Those guys scare me more than than any other group. And I can't make fun of Delta Force anymore because they pulled off a perfect operation. But Space Force, these kids are scary.
Did you hear about some of the reports from people that were there when they went into Venezuela that said that they used some sort of a weapon on them that made them disoriented? They were vomiting and stuff, and they said it seemed like Americans weren't affected by it.
And the nose,
did you hear about that?
Was bleeding. Yeah, their nose was bleeding out of the ear, everything. Yeah, I heard about it.
This just tells us nobody here has a freaking clue what our military has. See, we have in America here, we have a thing that you could invent tomorrow, Rico. You could have something that free energy, so better than anything, 50% efficient solar panel, right? Guess what? The U.S. government says, thank you, we're taking that. You don't get to put it on the market. Guess why? They look at it as a national security thing. So there's things out there that have been done that we don't know about, that they've got. There's technology as hell. You can watch the show Future Weapons from back when, and it's amazing what's out there. And they're not letting you see what we've got. Listen to what some of the pilots have said they've seen in the air.
Marshall, sorry you missed it. We had 2 wannabe KKK light, great, guys who like to. They basically were telling us how the U.S. is cooked and Iran is defeating us militarily, and they're just taking our ass. And so we're coming off of that argument.
Well, I want to speak to that. I'm in the defense industry, and I have a TS, so of course I can't speak to anything in that, in regards to descriptives. But what I will speak to is I do think our technology isn't being handled well, and we are exposing ourselves unnecessarily. We're showing our cars unnecessarily, which potentially can put us in a compromising position. So yes, we might have some cool stuff, but if we continue to use it irresponsibly, it's not going to be so cool. And also, we're not the big dogs walking around with the big stick anymore. A lot of people have big sticks out there.
Who has a bigger stick than us?
I was about to ask that. Yeah, there's China for one. China has a big stick.
And okay, let's interrogate that for a second. Let's look at their Navy. Do they have a big stick when it comes to their Navy?
Yes.
Okay. How does that make sense if they can't circumnavigate the globe, number one, and if number two, they've only been able to use Coast Guard vessels for regional enforcement in the South China Sea? How does that make them have a big stick?
Listen, I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into details trying to.
Nobody ever.
No. Hold on. Let me finish my statement, and it will answer your question. I don't want to get into details for the sake of winning an argument, but I will say it's a reason that previous leadership in regards to military actions, we're handling the situation gingerly when it comes to addressing the China situation.
All right, so
you do realize that most of us on the stage right now have had various clearances at one point or another in our lives, and so like we're going to be able to tell you're kind of talking on your ass on that. We're well aware of what can and can't be stated.
So, well, I mean, if you think I was using my clearance as a measuring stick, you're mistaken, because they give them out ridiculously now. Just like some people in the administration was using Signal to communicate military actions. So the validity of a clearance, I'm just letting you know where I'm talking from.
If you the question honestly, what you would have said is that China has an asymmetric area access, area denial strategy in the South China Sea through a combination of land-based missiles, bases on the Spratlys and the Parcels. That would have been an argument that they could shut down a strait that controls 85 to 90% world trade at any one given time. You don't want to go into detail because it's not winning. To me, this is not winning an argument. This is interrogating your knowledge of something and figuring out whether you have the detailed knowledge to make said statement, right? Which is why I asked you about the Navy. Let's go to something else.
Well, irregardless, I'm not here to measure my accomplishments or prove. Let me finish, because I'm gonna land my plane.
Land that plane.
Yeah, I have no military clearance, and even I know that the Chinese Navy is no match for the U.S. government's for our Navy, and has no ability to travel throughout the world, otherwise called deep water ability. So, but yeah, I just wanted to say, I thought what you were saying about the U.S. government seizing technology. Yeah, my dick was.
So is this a propaganda room?
No, it's not. Which is exactly why I said the proper answer to the Chinese having a bigger stick was the area access, area denial, which allows them to lock the fleet out of the South China Sea, but which you didn't know. So you made an overwhelming declaratory statement about something which you don't have detailed knowledge on. Like, let's just move off the navies for a second. What about Chinese Special Forces? Where do Chinese Special Forces rank according to U.S. Special Forces, and why do Chinese forces have a better capability than U.S. forces? I didn't ask the question to hear myself talk. I asked the question.
Who's doing the ranking? Are muting me? Who's doing the ranking?
I'm asking you. You're doing the ranking, whether that's because of your personal opinion or because you have looked it up someplace. What I'm trying to do is test your assertion that they have the bigger stick in the world.
I didn't. That wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument.
They really said they had the bigger.
No, I said they have. I said we're not the only one with a big stick.
Who has a bigger stick?
I'm trying to figure out how China's stick is large.
No, that was a question asked.
Whose stick is larger, really, Trump's or Z?
You're breaking up.
My question is, why would you enter a room and say I work in DOD? Every person I've ever met in my life that does any type of civilian DOD interactions, they do not openly jump onto a public platform that has global access to broadcast that they're DOD or have any affiliation. That's a red flag to me.
I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to prove or disprove that. My affiliations. That's not what I came here for. This is a conversation. What are you gonna do? You gonna take my home or try to get secrets out of me? What can you do? What the fuck?
No, we're just trying to determine if we can have a good faith conversation with you, sir. That's just it. There's no hostility.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of hostility, and to have a good faith conversation is simple.
Yeah,
just have good faith.
All right.
That's all.
Well,
just have good faith.
Just admit that your first statement was full of crap, and we can.
Like, I didn't ask you because I wanted to hear myself talk or because I wanted to attack you. I asked you because I was trying to get your background of knowledge.
I told you.
Answer it.
I told you my background and the terms.
Dude, you can just own it and just say you talked out your ass because Alan and Marshall both exposed.
Or you can have good faith and just take my input.
And if I had good faith, I believe everybody is a multi-billionaire and that Rico actually has, like, you know, some kind of claim to fame, and that all these other incel idiots on here that tell me that black people are inferior to white people, somehow I would believe them. I don't have faith in people. I don't put my faith in people.
Can I pivot to the Rio Grande to go back to kind of the subject that you guys were talking about? If you PTR my picture, you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, he left. I wanted him to hear it, but anywho's. Marshall, do you see my PTR? Can you see that little, it's like a mini sub-boat floating on top the water. And what it is, it's an unmanned surface vehicle, and it's actually right now training in the Rio Grande region. So it's when you're talking about next level, what are U.S. forces doing and whatnot, just like, oh, we're worried about drone attack. I mean, they're already 5 years ahead of that, understanding the evolution of munitions. So I found this one to be quite interesting because it's not just an intel vehicle. It's not just floating around. It can go under, but it also has some destructive or like neutralizing operations. So like that are very high tech. It can like do directional jamming of frequencies to a server of command control, and then spoofing the drift of the craft off course so people can't really track it. It does a subsurface netting, what's called a boom, and it just designed to create like foul propellers or waterways, rendering the craft dead in the water, like other smaller crafts, right? So if you think about a boat that's going to try to land, just a common fisherman's boat that's going to be used to lay mines in the water, then they can render that craft, non-effective. And then it also has like acoustic detection. It deploys hydrophones to pick up like motor categorization, allowing for early warning before low-profile craft enters visual range. So that gives like an automatic eyes and ears of seeing what actual threats can come around, not only beach or waterfronts, but also to help escort said, like, let's say, larger ships in and out of waterways. So that one came across my connections, and I thought it was interesting. So I wanted to hear the guy what he was talking about as far as like actual military procurement, and the Marine Corps is known for, I mean, they're the most deadliest. Sorry, Brad, but they are. Don't at you. They have a huge procurement program for non-lethal weapons. So when you were hearing about the discombobulator that Trump likes to call it in Venezuela, that is a form of like non-lethal weapons. So there's a ton of them that I could talk about. That my late husband, who was the procurement officer for non-lethals, which was weird because he just wanted to blow everything up. But the military is like way ahead of it. But this is just an example. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought of such a thing of what I have in my PTR, but it's quite interesting what they.
Sounds like you want to be EOD, Miss KK.
Oh hell no! We had EOD on the Cuban fence line. Those guys are crazy.
Have you seen the little they're like mini drone tanks they drop off in this, like, they can hide in like grass. They've got a little scope that comes up. So not only can they use different radar systems, they can literally visually see incoming. And they've got little missiles and stuff on them, targeting systems. It's amazing the stuff that we've got. And like, it's so funny because nobody knows this and they think like, oh, we're just going to go drop in like Vietnam and Iran. And it's like, they don't understand. We won't do that until our military leaders say, we're safe, we feel safe doing that. Everybody thinks this is Donald Trump just roguely going in and saying, this is what we're doing. Now, I listened to the guy who literally was there. I don't remember if he said 20-some years that he was there running that. He was the one that was strategic plan for that area. I think it was on CNN or MSNBC. He was talking. He's talking about the boots on the ground, and he's a big supporter of it. And he explained why. And there's many reasons why. But he says you take out these targets. Right now, what they're doing is they're still flying over. Every time they fire missiles, they give us new targets because it opens us up to new intelligence because our drones pick up those firing. So right now, what people don't like, and I wanted to ask him, the one guy said he had the DoD clearances. And those guys, there's a bunch of people. There's hundreds of thousands of people that work for the DoD and get clearances for different things, from hospitals to administration. So it's like, okay, we can take it all with a grain of salt. You might have that. I can tell you, I know for a fact that there's an outfit here, I will not say who is flying drones in the Ukraine-Russia war. Guy that it's here. And I was like, interesting. We talked about it a bit.
Well,
the reality. Let's go ahead. No, so I was going to say, when he wants to talk about the big sticks, the biggest stick of all is our Ohio class subs, and that's what we know of. Okay, they can hold 27 tridents. Oh, but our rules say we can only carry 22, so we do. Where the rest of them waiting on board our freaking ships to replenish them, right? 22. Inside of each one of those 22 are 8 warheads that are 40 times the size of what we dropped on Hiroshima. So one nuclear sub can literally devastate. Now, do we want to go there? No. But when we talk about the size of somebody's stick, that Ohio class sub is carrying the biggest damn stick of all.
Well, I mean, think about what we were able to accomplish just last night or today, which was we flew B-52s, refueled them in the air, dropped the munitions, and did a ring around the rosy to drop more.
Don't forget inland, Miss Kincaid, deep inland.
Just south of Tehran. So they're not going to put a B-52 in that type of potential, harm and liability to get shot done if there wasn't complete control with it. But what started it first? Along the coastline, and then they creeped in further in and further in. And the reason why is like we're revealing their munitions, what they have, or what they lack thereof. So if anyone is like ever have access to go to Marine Corps East or Marine Corps West, you'll be blown away. It's basically the largest convention for any type of military gears, where all the government officials go to purchase like the next generation of gear and everything. It's phenomenal. So when I went this year, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that does, right? And it's pretty incredible, but it's going to be interesting on what's going to be like the next stage of this.
Well, I want to touch bases. I mean, since when the Ukraine and Russian conflict started, America, and just like even our enemies, they observed the new era of fighting. I mean, we saw it with FPVs, drones, the way that they turned around and used a recreational object and then transitioned it immediately into warfare. I mean, so it transitioned the mindset of warfare completely. And so I like to address that America's military, all the branches, every day we're adapting to new intel, new obstacles, and we're seeing this currently with the operation that's taking place. Like Miss KK brought really good focus points when she brought up the subcomponents that they're testing out, followed by B-52. A lot of our operations are we're direct, but we're very observational. I mean, we're not just going to send a unit out and not project a secondary reconnaissance. You know, like a lot of people don't know what after action reports are. Brad's filled them out. Miss KK's late husband filled them out. All the way down to a PFC level. Everything you do in a mission status or even in a training exercise, you have to redundancy do an after action report, and it's just to see the capabilities of observers. So they can go up to the chain of command, and then it gets delegated amongst to know how the transition parts are. So when people say America is losing the fight, dude, we grow as we fight. That's why the term adapt and overcome, because we partake, we identify issues, we project new solutions, then we execute the projection. Sorry for my rant, Miss KK. Thank you for letting me cherry pick up.
No, we don't have to keep the military talk. I think we kind of exhausted it. We can go back to what the mods would like to talk about. But yeah, Marshall, that's floating around your Rio Grande doing tests.
I haven't heard Leroy come on. You know, what you guys do, scare him away or something? I do miss hearing Leroy's opinion.
Who's Leroy?
Last week, maybe the week before, he was contradicting everything that was brought up factual.
Oh, that's his game.
Mr. Mac took off a little bit.
So does anyone know the results of the poll?
Right now, I see 131 votes. 86% yes for a safer election, 10% for no disenfranchisement, 6% for I don't know.
SCOTUS is going to argue birthright citizenship tomorrow.
That's going to be a compelling case. It's going to be interesting to see where it lands and what it pertains to, because I can't make a guess on it. The Supreme Court, as much as like liberals say it's all Trump Supreme Court, they don't always side with him, and sometimes they do
Which
differences. The birthright citizenship.
It depends on, from my interpretation, it depends on a couple of things. It depends on whether you read being in the jurisdiction thereof as encompassing everybody. It also depends upon how the when, please correct me if I'm going to get this wrong, long can the arc, I think is the court case. Those two things are going to be intimate in that, plus the rationale for the writing of the amendment in the first place. Which, if anybody's curious, you can get some rationale for the writing of the amendment off of avalon.yale.edu. It's a repository for old documents, and a lot of them are documents from American history. And so you can read up yourself. People can read up themselves on that if they're interested. I'll drop the website in the chat for people. But from my understanding, those are some of the key pieces they will be deciding.
How do you think the outcome will be?
Gorsuch, Barrett, and Roberts are all in the pro-14th Amendment camp. I think Alito, Kavanaugh, and Thomas are in the 14th Amendment does not protect everybody, or the birthright citizenship clause does not grant everybody citizenship. I would be surprised if Amy Coney Barrett was a little bit different, although she's not as much of what they call a textualist as Neil Gorsuch is. All that really means is like you can be a originalist and a textualist. But a textualist means you read the document and what the document says it means. And so you then take the originalist part of that, which is like reflecting on what they meant at the time, and you combine it. So I think it'll be interesting no matter which way it comes. But that's at least what they're arguing over. So if people are curious about reading not just the 14th Amendment, but some of its rationale, I have a lot about Yale that EDU is a good place to start looking. It may not give you all the documents that you need, but it'll give you a start.
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to go back to the intention and behind it and look directly at it, because birthright citizenship was mostly in part for Asians, Black Americans, particularly Black Americans that were enslaved in this land, to be able to have legitimate status, and it wasn't intended to be an open door pathway for immigrants to just drop a kid on our shores and be able to say, hey, you can't send me home because I have a kid that's an American now. And I think and in fact, we even denied it to multiple groups, including Native Americans, until 1960, like later into the 1900s. So, I mean,
it reads Indians not taxed. I think that's the 14th, but I could be wrong. There's a section of the amendment that reads Indians not taxed. And you're right. At the start of the country, when the 14th Amendment was written right after the Civil War, it meant a very specific thing. I just wonder how a textualist will look at it versus a strict originalist. While like Thomas is a strict originalist, he really goes back to like the founders and says, this is what it should be, this is what it shouldn't be. Versus like a Gorsuch looks at the text itself and says, what does it say? And if it's universalized, textualists in the federal judiciary are more likely to say the text means as written, versus somebody like Thomas, who's more likely to say the text means this very specific thing for this very specific group of people.
Well, I think Thomas will be against birthright citizenship in the way that it's been applied. Who else? Amy Coney Barrett might probably be against the way it applies based on her previous ruling, but I'll give her a 10% swing on that one.
Lito for sure.
Lito for sure. Roberts, that's a coin flip. It depends.
He's Kennedy.
Yeah, but you never know where he's going to really fall along the line. Marjorie Brown Jackson's going to go, obviously, birthright citizenship is the right of anybody who comes to the country. We know that's going to happen.
It's going to be interesting no matter which way it's decided. It'll piss a lot of people off one way or the other.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it also, and isn't the main thing, whether or not he even has the authority to do this? I could be wrong about that. So that while the issues of whether or not birthright citizenship was intended, I think there's also going to be arguments about the president
is in the first place.
What?
There's a question about constitutionality of his imposition on an amendment in the first place. The administration will argue something to the effect of, we're allowed certain discretion in this particular part of the amendment, and so the federal government gets to decide. The court will look at that and say one of two things. Yes, Mr. President, there is ready room here, and you are allowed to like decide at your leisure, which gives the next executive the power to do that too. Or they will say, Mr. President, you have overstretched your power. You are not allowed to alter a constitutional amendment, and the constitutional amendment is quite clear. So it could go either one of those ways. But you are right. There is a question about whether he has the power to make the pronouncement in the first place.
But if they do that, that would be blatantly incorrect. Because they only reading the first third of a whole sentence.
Well, it depends. Like I said, if you read the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, and it reads, people are subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Right.
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof means any place in the United States has legal authority, or at least that's the traditional understanding. Right? The administration is arguing in the jurisdiction thereof does not apply to those people who are not here legally. So it's a question which is in the gray and could be decided in the gray, but they will decide whether the president has the power to make pronouncements about constitutional amendments. Because sometimes the executive authority, the executive branch is given leeway in how they enforce certain things. So you can enforce the Civil Rights Act, right? But do you enforce it super strenuously? Do you only enforce it a little bit? Right? Sometimes there's gray room in the enforcement power. And so that is part of the question, like whether he has the enforcement power to alter it in the first place.
No, I agree with that. I think, when I watch the hearings, the people that are arguing the fact that if someone came from someone else and merely just had a baby, that, that person becomes a citizen, the people who are pro that position were only arguing the fact that the 14th Amendment says people who are born or naturalized in the people who are born or naturalized, and then they skip to the end of the sentence and say are citizens of the United States. To me,
well, I think I read born or naturalized subject to jurisdiction.
No, I know that's what it says.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it's okay. But the people that are defending, the people who are opposed against Trump, they're only trying to cite the first third of the sentence, and then they skip to the end to say are citizens of the United States. The problem with that I see is that, number one, the word "and" is in the first sentence twice. So at the end of the sentence, it denotes the two citizenship statuses that every American has. You have the United States, you have a United States citizenship, and you have a state citizenship. And both of those citizenships are conjoined with the word "and." Well, if you apply that same logic to the first half of the sentence, all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means there's two conditions that need to be met. Now, I agree with that part. When I read the 39th congressional notes, the way they spoke about what that phrase meant was subject to the complete and full political jurisdiction. And they were talking about slaves. So it would make it hard for one to reason that the further you, that's one thing. And then I'll land here. Number two, I read the brief that Solicitor General Bauer put forward, and he listed quite a few books in there, a few of them that I had already read, but I'm glad I read his brief because now I found a whole bunch more. And one of the things that they highlighted was the last word in that first sentence is reside. And what he's putting forth is that the term reside does not mean what we think it means today. They use the term reside to speak to the law of domicile. And in the one of his sources is actually what I'm reading right now, the law of domicile. And that's like a whole thing as well that talks about the legal.
That in the chat so I can look at it. I love it. I like the book, so I'd love to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna put his brief in there as well.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot. When I tell you, I've always been a fan of Trump. His team, his legal team, man, those guys, strategy is fucking amazing. It's amazing. They've taken this so far as to say, like, even on the first page says the question presented or the question proposed, something like that. And one thing that I ended up discovering that they highlighted is when it comes to birthright citizenship, we have a statute that already speaks to how Americans define birthright citizenship. And it has nothing to do with people born here. It has everything to do with, for example, a soldier who's stationed somewhere else. If they have a baby outside of U.S. territory, at mere birth, that baby becomes a U.S. citizen. Or if it's someone who stayed here, who lived here for 10 years, and like there's like some numerical qualification, like the person has to be 21 years old or something like that. And if that person, like a regular civilian, goes somewhere, has a baby outside of U.S. territory and possessions, that person at birth automatically becomes a citizen. So how they're talking, how the opposers are talking about birthright citizenship does not coincide with, I think it's 8 USC 1401A or something like that. That's the statute that they cited literally on.
I'll look the statute up real quick. I know exactly where to go.
Yeah. So when I tell you his legal team is so freaking awesome, it's ridiculous how good these guys are. I mean, it's just their whole approach and strategy to it all is just the best that I've ever seen. And they badass, man. That guy John Bauer or whatever his name is, he's solid. So I'm gonna put all of that in the chat.
You don't have to put it in. You don't have to put the code in the chat. Just tell it to me again. 18. Is it 8 or 8?
It's 8 USC 1401A.
Let's see. Was abroad before 1952 to serve as parent. I'll drop this in the chat so you can post it to the top. This comes from Cornell Law School. They have a repository for federal code, which makes it really easy to look up. And that way everybody knows what we're all talking about.
Okay, then I'm gonna put this brief in that the law of domicile book. I'm gonna put that in the chat as well.
There we go.
All right, it's up at the top.
Sweet, thanks.
All right, so the law of domicile book is in the chat. And basically,
I grabbed it. Thank you.
Okay. And basically what they're saying is there's essentially three forms of what could be classified as domicile. The one that would apply to the, just people in general, which has generally been accepted. It all goes back to Roman civil law, where the domicile of the kid is predicated on the domicile of the parent. So whatever nation the parent pledges allegiance to, the domicile is rendered down to the kid. Now, one thing that Bauer highlighted in the brief was that I can't remember who he said, but whatever lawyer. So one of the strategies that the opposers are taking is that just solely applies here in America, but one thing that I can't remember who he said rejected it, but there was a lawyer that rejected the concept of just solely, and they took the position of if the United States decided to accept you at that point in time, that's when you can become a citizen. So in order for a parent, let's say from Mexico, to come to America and drop a baby, no, they have to go through the process and sever their ties with their former nation, be accepted by America and they mentioned Great Britain as well. And at that point, once you go through the whole naturalization process, then now you legally have a domicile here. So they like went deep into the weeds, and they actually cleared up a lot of things that I had questions about, because I've been following this ever since it first came out. But it wasn't until I read his brief and I saw all the books, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, the first 7 pages are just all court cases, treaty and constitutional stuff, old books from like the 1600s, 1800s, and just, yeah, his legal team.
And people, I love history. Always good thing.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well.
One thing I like that you said, though, is you bring it up, is you read it, and it's that and then it talks about, giving up that allegiance to their other country. And the allegiance is all here, and that's the one thing I think that so needs to be looked at, is that, first of all, that and that allegiance, if we could literally say something to the effect that if they're coming here with any intention or, I don't know. I mean, with the illegal stuff, it's very different to me. I think, a lot of that wasn't the one that what was the claim that
Wong Kim v. Park.
In the original case, the Wong case?
The Wong case, right?
Yeah. So, that's what I think, that we go back and look at the intention back then. And that's going to be the thing they've got to play out in court. And that nice little word "and" in there, So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out for sure. I wish it were on TV, to be honest with you, so we can watch them.
It's one way that you look at it is always with any law. I think we talked about this a long time ago. Marshall, you and I talked about it. You look at the legislative intent of the law and what was brewing, what was the different testimonies in the legislature, what were the speeches that were given, what was building up, and what was the intent behind the law. So when the 14th Amendment was written, that provision in the 14th Amendment was written by someone in Michigan. And you have to look at that legislator in Michigan and perhaps what surrounded when the actual statute was written, what was the legislative intent. And it's all the surrounding circumstances and not circumstances, surrounding documentation and how he presented what the intention was of that provision of the 14th Amendment. I did want to say something that's interesting in the alternative of what you just said. We have law in the United States. If you're a U.S. citizen and you become a diplomat for another country, you have to surrender your U.S. citizenship. So we also determine at what point, using the word domicile is interesting, at what point have you domicile, but they represent through government other countries. Just a side note.
Omar, I know she represents in Minnesota, but
no. But if she was representing Somalia in don't use her as example. Someone who's a U.S. citizen loses their citizenship when they represent another country, and that country's government to the U.S. That's our law. It's just the flip of it.
So I just put in the chat the word. You just sent it to your back channel. This comes from
Digital Commons, WCL, American.edu. It's called the Citizenship Legislative History, American University Law Review.
And who's the guy in Michigan that was the scrivener of that part of the 14th Amendment? Do you remember, Mark? You must say.
Was it Trumbull?
I wanted to call him Bingham, but I'm not entirely sure.
It was either Bingham or Trumbull. I think Bingham was out of Ohio.
This guy was Michigan.
Hold on, let me look it up. I gotta save something once.
You're in the Matrix. Can you hear him?
Yeah, he's in the
Matrix. No, he's in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix.
I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain he was Michigan. Like, what was brewing at that? Did he present that when he was presenting his proposed law?
Yeah, that should be very detailed. If you look at the gist of it, for him to present it, there should be a very detailed explanation of why. One would think, anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. An old law, because you can find speeches that they gave on the House floor. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw that one at you.
No, you're good. I hadn't read this particular one in like 3 years, and at the time I didn't really know as much as I know now. So I need to refresh on it anyways.
And one other thing while you're looking, the term domicile is interesting because how we treat it from state to state is different than how it's looked at with residency in the United States. When we look at state to state, we determine, we look at driver's license, voting registration, car registration, home ownership. We go through a checklist to determine domicile, and we use that when we have conflicts of law. When you have different jurisdictions and what law to apply and where the person is legally domiciled. It comes up also in family law matters, but it's a different test for domicile.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is in the brief, they call out that an illegal alien doesn't meet the qualification of legal domicile. I haven't gotten to that part in the book yet. I've just only covered the part that talks about how the kid, the baby, the newborn, its domicile status or geographic location from the parents. So hopefully this book also covers what Bauer is referring to in the brief when he was referring to illegal aliens don't have legal domicile in the United States.
This is off topic, but I want to tell Ice something. Bro, I just got me a couple ditch chickens. I've been listening to you guys, and I'm out pheasant. Got me a couple pheasants while I've been listening, and your guys' topic has brought in the ditch chickens. So thank you guys for helping me get a couple pheasants, because these pheasants must be really politically interested because they came in during this topic. So I want to say thank you guys, and my family appreciates you.
Where are you at that you got pheasants there?
I went up north between the North Carolina and South Carolina border.
Oh, okay. All right. I lived in South Dakota for a long time, and that was the only airport in the country where they sold guns, hunting licenses, and ammo at the airport on opening day. Like, no bullshit. They for licensing all the hunters that would come in, they literally, when you'd come down the escalators, both ways as far as you can see are just tables selling the licensing. I mean, it was just crazy. Guns, ammo.
Earlier, was it last week, I was hauling some livestock for my neighbor, and I saw them run across it. My country ass, I stopped on on the side of the road and ran and knocked on a dude's door. I said, "Hey, is there any chance I can come over next week and get a couple of your ditch chickens?" And he was like, "Sure."
They're a hell of a bird to hunt, and I tell you what, they get smart once you've been hunting. You damn near, you'll step on it before you know it goes, and then once you damn near step on it, it takes off in front of you. It scares, I mean, like from under your foot, it'll scare the hell out of you, you know. But they're fun to hunt, and I don't know how it is down there, but up there, it was crazy.
Quail act the exact same. Although I imagine pheasants don't fly in puppies, but quails do.
Yeah, partridge is another one. Partridges are a little bit more, flying a group a little bit more, but pheasants are.
You better trust.
You better make sure you don't shoot a hen.
Oh yeah, you better trust the person you're going quail hunting with, because those fuckers, I think they purposely set up Dick Cheney to get his ass peckered, because they will literally fly in between each other, in between the two hunters. But no, I just want to say my family appreciates y'all for politically bringing these ditch chickens in, because literally I haven't seen nothing for like 3 hours, and then this topic about the 14th Amendment, they brought it right in. Thank you guys, my family. Appreciate you.
Anytime. Yeah, they literally put like all the things go out the window with your normal with guns to safety, because you normally have your blockers at the end of the field, and everybody else is walking through the field flushing them that way. And they go up in the air. You're waiting until they're up above where people are at, but it is literally just an all-out just bang, bang, bang slaughter fest. It's kind of fun. I didn't do it for many, many years. I just did it when I was younger, but good times.
Well, at least I thought I saved it. Might need to find.
I don't know. I'll send you a picture in a little while, Ice. But yeah, they're good size. I mean, let's just put it this way: they're gonna be tasting real good in a couple days.
Gorgeous birds, man. They really are. Fast as shit too. You got a dog?
Let me ask you this, Abby, what do you think about this? So, in the 14th Amendment, the last sentence that talks about equal protections of the law, I'm thinking legal strip. Take a test. As long as you met the age limit requirement, you could receive a driver's license. Could the federal government take the approach that that would be a violation of the equal protection under the law clause of the 14th Amendment?
Oh, that's an interesting. I mean, the 14th Amendment basically takes the equal protection of the Fifth Amendment and applies it to the states. I mean, I would argue doing that is a risk to the health safety of the citizens. If I was a citizens group, I would sue if you don't have people taking driving tests. You're saying they don't take a driving test and they're just given a license?
That's what I'm trying to understand. They don't even have to.
Really? I mean, I would see all kinds of other issues with that. You know, a citizens group for public safety. Now, those same people are driving on federal highways, and they're a risk. I mean, I would kind of look at it from that direction. I don't know.
The states, all the insurances, the vehicle insurance, insure anybody. Like if Sword, what you said was there's really no
driving skills, right?
Yeah. Why would the insurance, like a vehicle insurance, insure anybody in the state? Because I had a family member.
Your risk tools would go up immediately. They automatically would do that. So, for instance, like in New York, you've seen this as you move around the country, you'll see tick drops. Minnesota, oddly enough, more insurance than Texas. You know, but it's because Texas has a lot of drivers and they don't know how to drive. But if you were to give a bunch of immigrants licenses and then you saw a lot of damage occur, that risk pool does increase. Insurance companies will assess that. And for instance, in Minnesota, they will just jack the rates up. Like all the big carriers, the big four, will just sit there and hike up their rates. You'll have like people like one-offs or small tier companies try to stay within that frame. But the loss it's the loss ratio. And no insurance company is going to operate at 140% loss ratio for incompetent drivers to have a license. They just won't do it. They'll force the state to capitulate. Otherwise, you'll have very selective people being able to own cars. They may still have a driver's license, but a car ownership will go down because Minnesota requires insurance to own a car.
Yeah, I just can't see any way that you can give someone a driver without them showing, establishing driving skills. I mean, and I just see so many challenges to that.
Isn't the FMCA wouldn't they step in on the state, just to provide usage of federal highways and interstates?
That's what because at that point, and there's Commerce Clause stuff. I mean, I just see like all kinds of red alerts just went off when you said that. I can't imagine. Is that really what he did?
He pulled up. He did sign an executive order for all Minnesota residents to receive a driver's license. That I do know for sure because I saw it live when it happened. I'm gonna pull up the executive order now and read it aloud. So give me a second to pull it up.
Was it that all illegal aliens could qualify for a driver's license if they passed the basic roads test? I'm not in Minnesota right now to actually know what that idiot signed.
I don't know. I'm gonna pull it up. Real quick.
Didn't DeSantis do something with the CDL licenses because they were giving them to illegals?
Yeah.
Is there something like that? Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, that's the issue in my state is the registration for, you get your driver's license, you register to vote at the same time. And that's the problem, that the vetting system, because at that point, they're just checking a box and getting a registration. Now, if they actually go and vote, they've obviously broken federal law. If they go and take the mail-in ballot that they're automatically receiving and actually fill it out and mail it in, they've committed a felony. But you've got a bunch of people that have registered that way. We try to use one of the Republican approaches to we've tried to get this through is to use the jury pools as a symbol of security because you have to sign an affidavit that you're a U.S. citizen when you go in a jury pool. So it's a double way of checking after they do the DMV to check citizenship.
Yeah, and you know what's weird, Abby, about it is, like I tell this to everyone. Everyone knows I'm in New York. I went to vote this last election, and when I went in to vote, it was incredible. I walked in, I said, I'd like to, I'm here to vote. They asked me my name. I gave my name, put the address, pulled out my ID. No, we don't need to see that. Sure. So, yep, they said sign here. I signed with a dash.
And then the lady said, okay, here's your ballot. I said, do you want to check my signature? She goes, why? I said, no, it isn't me. She said, oh, okay. And then I went and voted. Then I left. As I was leaving, I asked the lady, excuse me, how, like, I put a dash. This is my driver's license. It's a different signature. She goes, are you not who you say you are? I said, no, I am who I say I am. She goes, okay, so then there's no problem, right? I was like, but how would you know if someone else came in and did it? She goes, well, you would have come and voted, and then we would have known that something happened. I said, yeah, but you wouldn't have caught that person. Well, I mean, here we don't have cameras, but in most of the other places we would have known at least who came in, and we may have caught them. And I'm like, why go through all that when you could just have an ID and look at the person's ID? She goes, because people can make up IDs. I was like, what? I was like, okay. And she's like, I know it's a sensitive issue, sir. I don't want to get into it with you here. I said, oh, okay. All right, no problem. And I just kind of walked out. I'm like, I'm in a firehouse. I don't want to argue with her. So I just said, okay. I walked out. But I'm like, hey, am I missing something like in that experience? And then the other thing, Abby, is look at to register to vote in New York State. Okay, just take a look. If you look to register to vote, register to vote in New York State, they ask you to say, are you a U.S. citizen? Yes. And they let you know citizens cannot vote, blah, 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 right? But there's no, you should enter your social, enter your thing to validate that you're a citizen. So the problem is that there's no federal, and this is the okay, thanks. So this is, a major issue. There's no federal database anywhere that says who is a citizen. And so there's no cross-referencing. Yes, IRS knows, at least Social Security, they don't necessarily know everyone's citizenship status. There's not like one direct database that has everything. So that is the fundamental issue, and I think that's what we need to create, and that's why states are able to not get voter rolls, because their claim is, well, we don't know if that person moved because that person could be in another state, so we don't know. These are some of the problems, and with all the technology, we still have these problems. It's incredible.
With the I-9, and I'll just tell you this is specific to Minnesota. When I would hire somebody, I can tell very easily if the documents are fake. I asked the person I needed to about it. They came down, and then they were coming down again, so I kept stuff that showed her. She goes, it doesn't matter. And I go, what do you mean it doesn't matter? She goes, as long as they present it, you're good. Don't worry about it. I go, so we're not actually trying to stop them we could be hiring somebody that's illegal. And she goes, yeah, but it's not on you at that point, so don't worry, because they provided the documents.
Exactly.
Just don't even worry about it. So there was a zero accountability to the system. It was like, we're just going to, this is Minnesota. We're just going to
That's everywhere. ICE everywhere, unfortunately.
It's sad. Yeah.
And by the way, ICE, when you do that, you end up entering the person into E-Verify if it's their first job. And guess what now? When they go to other jobs, they're good to go. Isn't that incredible?
All right. I'll read this. I can't find the original text, but I'll read this. I was slightly off with the test part. But this is coming directly from the House. This will be accessible regardless of status. Of legal residents in the country will no longer be required to drive legally on state roads. Mostly effective October 1st, 2023, the so-called, quote, driver's license for all, end quote, law will no longer require people seeking compliant driver's licenses and identification cards that do not conform to federal real ID standards to show proof of citizenship or lawful presence in the United States. Nothing in the design of non-compliant licenses can indicate the immigration or citizenship status of the holder, nor can state agencies and other political subdivisions use the license as evidence of lawful residence in the country or as the primary basis for investigation, detention, or the law also sets various data protections and restrictions related to identifying a person's status or citizenship. That makes sense. Before 2003, Minnesota residents did not have to provide proof of legal presence to get a driver's license. Under the law, foreign passports, consular identification cards, certified foreign birth certificates, and certified foreign adoption certificates will be acceptable primary documents to be used as proof of identity. The types of secondary documents that may be are expanded to include in part applications for asylum, student visas, deferred action for childhood deferred childhood arrival approval notice, and mortgage papers. The law includes a nearly $2.87 million appropriation in the 2024-2025 biennium for the Public Safety Department's Driver and Vehicle Services Division for implementation. I'm gonna put this in the chat. So they just expanded what people could use to qualify for a license. They don't have to be a citizen.
I heard a lot of liability on the state from what you was reading. You know, like there's just so much internal liability. How would they even want to project that out?
So that's why I was saying, well, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought if there was a break, I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation. I would ask, what do you guys think what's going to be said during the press conference tomorrow night? That's in the chat. But we could talk about that after the show. Sorry.
No, go ahead, KK.
No, I was. My apologies. I thought that was only half. I don't want to interrupt the conversation. I've already taken notice of the links that you provided and I'm going to look them up later. So please continue on.
KK, they're just going to announce that they lifted the suspension of the voice flew the Apache over Kid Rock's house. So that's all.
Oh my God. Can you imagine though if that happened to you? You're like, oh, there's an Apache helicopter right there. That's pretty bad.
I can't believe they actually suspended the guys. It's like, come on.
I mean, that screams America, like forever.
Yeah, I mean, any red-blooded American would be like, okay, that's freaking awesome.
There's a fucking Karen that got upset because her purple hair got fucked up and she had to take it out. So there's probably a chief warrant officer going out to show his, to do a little flyby for the family. I had a buddy of mine. He was a 35 stallion pilot, and he got literally wrote up for doing a flyby, by his house so that his son can wave. And all it took was a fucking Karen that thought that's not right, and he got in trouble.
I had the Blue Angels give me a salute. They were flying really low. I was out in our yard for the business, and I was up on a bunch of wood, stacks of wood, and they're flying over because they had a show the next Saturday. And so they were doing that one where everybody goes one direction, and then the one comes up behind and scares everybody, And I'm looking at that one, and he looks down and he salutes me, and my neck was jacked up, so I had to turn my whole body to see anything, right? So I'm kind of tipped back looking at him, and then all of a sudden the other one flies up behind me, scares the crap out of me. I turn my head, of course, because it's his instinct. I'm grabbing my neck. The other pilot's laughing. But, yeah, it's awesome. I mean, you see that, you think, that's an awesome feeling. Like, imagine, they need more of that.
I mean, when I was, when we would have children to work day, dude, I mean, it's nothing more than a fun-ass feeling, when you can show your kids or your partner, why are you 2 or 3 weeks in a fucking field, or why are you doing this? But when it comes to air shows, I want to tell you this: how can a American who hears a fucking jet go by or go to an air show and not get a fucking boner? How the hell do their nipples not get hard as fuck? And you want to go raw and be like, let's fuck it. I'm just saying, dude, I'm just saying, dude, you gotta queen fucking red, white, and blue, my guy, dude, when you see that shit. I'm just saying, dog.
My buddy's place is on the water, and there's some big buildings there. And this time, an F-22 Raptor. The buildings are, there's I think probably, it was 2 parking lots between, so it's not like they were close. You know, it's not like they're lined up real close. But it flew between the 2 buildings, and the people who live in the building said that it scared the shit out of their dogs. It set off all the alarms in both buildings. But I mean, one gal, she was on the deck and said that it scared her because she was looking out, but she didn't expect it to come by. But like she said, this thing is just massive as it flies by, you know. And I'm like, how freaking cool. She wasn't. Nobody was mad, you know. They all thought it was really cool, you know, because I mean, these are our boys. This is you know our boys that protect us, keep us safe. So I love it. I love it that it's over the water there.
If Abby, I think Miss Abby, she's out there by the Vegas area. Are you up by Vegas or no?
Yeah, I go to the air shows at Nellis. Oh my God, they're amazing.
You got the Thunderbirds. That's where they're hauled.
Yeah.
Freaking all year long during off season. You can perch up in the stadiums and watch them practice. Like, dude, you know, I'm just saying, dude. Like when I was in 29 Palms, dude, freaking watch them go out there and just fucking do their thing, dude. Like, still, dude. Seeing the fucking Jets go, dude, you get your dick hard, you want to fight someone. I mean, maybe it's just a Marine thing, but it happens.
It's interesting. I've always asked about those.
Oh my God.
I asked about
That
those.
makes a lot of sense.
The Thunderbirds are, you know, like stripped down. And I asked, like, if they had to, could they fit them out and make them military ready? No? I mean, they're amazing. It's definitely worth a trip to Vegas to go watch the air show when they do it at Nellis. It's phenomenal. And, like, they have all the different state-of-the-art planes there. Or I should say planes, jets. It's pretty incredible. Let me see if I have pictures from it. I'll PTR them.
Oh, no, dude. I really don't know. I mean, that's not really, you know, my place of knowledge. I'm sure Adrian, if you see Adrian on here, he's a guru when it comes to those aircrafts, but you know, I'm just saying, you know, gotta love a good air show. And by the way, recruitment, like anybody who's ever had to do a recruitment detail, freaking, if you got an air show coming, go there, dude. You can. You know, that's the best time to get someone to join, you know, freaking after seeing those jets go, you know, seeing the air acrobats go on, dude. You got young, prime bucks ready to just, like, in a fucking raw moment, you know, that's when you go there, you snatch that ass and be like, hey, you want to go fucking kick some ass and take some names? Best time to be a recruiter is when the air show's in, because, you know, they're all hyped up and ready to go fight.
They could be fitted out for it, but it would take a conversion. You know, it would take some time because they changed it. I know they take the weaponry and all that system, all those systems I know out. So you know, I would imagine it would take a pretty extensive redo to get them ready for battle. But Thunderbirds would be, you know, probably far more ones they would do it before they would do it with the Blue Angels.
I don't know. I'm more partial to the Blue Angels. Thunderbirds are, you know, don't get me wrong, I like watching them, but I got a soft spot for the Blue Angels, my opinion. I think they're number one. Hey, you know, you guys can call me everything you want, but I'm a Blue Angels guy. Thunderbirds, they're all right.
I'm looking. They said that it can be used and, you know, updated, and then they would probably be reassigned, so they wouldn't be like for their regular sorties. That would be, you know, for an attack or something. It sounds like it's yeah. Let's see trying to see if it says anything else.
How about you, Miss Abby? Oh, go ahead. I started to interrupt.
I'm sorry. I'm looking for my pictures.
I was just going to ask Miss Abby, I was like, you know, if you had to choose I know you can say you love them both, but if you had to choose between the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, where does Miss Abby's heart reside?
Oh my God, I'm a Philly girl originally, so the Blue Angels were, like, we saw them on the East Coast. That's a hard one.
I said Blue Angels, my lady. I'm a Blue Angels lover. Just sorry.
Wow, that's tough. I don't know, do I have to choose KK? Can I have KK choose?
No. I'm going to ask KK the same question. You gotta. Where does Miss Abby's heart linger? Blue Angels or the Thunderbirds?
My daddy
Sorry, I know it's tough.
Okay, my daddy was a Marine. So
Atta girl, you know where you gotta go, lady.
I'm kind of going to go with the Blue Angels here.
Atta girl.
Okay.
How about you, Miss KK? Come on, tough questions, tough answers.
Oh my God, don't ask me. You know I'm going to say Blue Angels.
Atta girl.
Even Fat Albert.
Mr. Ice.
Even Fat Albert, when it takes off on the short run, when they hit those freaking jets and those things, those light up on the sides, and that big old plane takes off so fast.
I was gonna say, Fat Albert has some ass, boy. They got that ass back.
Nobody would ever think that thing could get off on the ground when it was going that slow, but it goes straight up like a freaking rocket, dude. It's like, okay, that's badass. No, I'm a Blue Angels guy. Definitely.
Okay, how about you, Pro? Pro, come on, my guy. How about you, Pro?
Talk to me, boss. What was the question? Sorry.
The question is, where does your heart lie? Are you a Blue Angels guy or are you a Thunderbirds guy?
To be honest, I don't even know what that is.
So you're Blue Angels. I got you, guy. You're a Blue Angels. I got you. I won't lead you the wrong way.
I got one for you, Seppi.
All right, trust.
Sir.
Warthog, keep it.
Fuck yeah.
I agree.
Fuck yeah. Anybody that says get rid of it needs a fucking foot in their balls. Literally. And a slap across the face.
I was talking to a pilot. She flew the Warthog, and she flew it in Afghanistan. Or no, I think is Afghanistan. Yeah, I think Afghanistan.
Oh, dude, what's her fucking name? What's her call?
I don't remember, but she said that when she got the call, she knew the dangers because the Marines were like they were down. They were going to get killed.
I got a story for you, my guy. I got a fucking story for you.
Hold on. So this gal says that she goes like, as I'm flying, I'm starting to take heavy hits. I'm getting pounded, and she goes, I'm starting to decide, okay, gosh, if I keep going, this ain't gonna go good because we're flying into more of them. They knew they were flying into some heavy coverage, but she goes, in that point, if I don't make it, all of them die. If I go and I can take out some of them, maybe they can fight their way out, right? So she says, I go for it. She said the sound of it just being her plane being hit was like she just knew any second, I'm going down, I'm dead. She knew it. And she flew, she did her mission, saved those boys, got back, she landed. She used to fly an F-16. I think it was a 16 or 15, I don't remember what she said. But she said she got out, she was walking away, and she stopped, and she looked back at her plane, and she instantly started to cry. And she goes, I literally flew back in an airframe. All the aluminum, all of the outer body was gone. And she goes, that thing, you can see she shows that she had goosebumps. And she goes, I'm not kidding, look. She goes, I will never step foot in another plane because that plane is the only reason I'm alive. She goes, what that plane took, it got me home. And I was just like, you don't realize that's a tank in the air, man.
Dude, so quick 20 seconds for you, my guy. Dude, the reason why my heart is for the 810s is so in 04 into 05, we were in like Kalina, Iraq, which is not that far away from Baghdad. Maybe about, I can't give you the kilometer to the point, but dude, we used to call them in all the time. And dude, they would come in low as fuck, dude. Like we call them the grunts in the sky because we knew when you do a JTAC, you call in for air support, you always knew the 810s would get you. Always knew the 810s, no matter what, they would always watch over us. And so we used to either cross in the sky, but we used to call them our guardian angels. Literally, like every time we saw one, we always say you're our guardian angels because they, no matter what, dude, I saw one come in at roughly 300 feet and just kept strafing, to the point where they were out of ammo. But just they stayed even out of ammo just to fly around, and just their presence would scare them so bad that they were not engaged the ground forces. So, yeah, the A-10 Warthog pilots to me, dude, they're guardian angels. They need to stay because, and they're undertaught, dude. Literally, they're undertaught because, don't get me wrong, you have 15s, your 18s, your 22s. All that shit's great. Don't get me wrong. They have their job. But for a ground force guy, the A-10s are literally our saviors. And still to this day, if someone has A-10 patched in, dude, I'll buy the top shelf whiskey. You know what I mean? Fucking, dude, they need it. And sorry for my rant, but dude, A-10s all the way. They need to stay.
Yeah, I've seen there were some videos that have been put out. There were some that were pinned down. Some guys were in a building shooting at them, right? And you see the guys are videoing it with their cell phones, and you can hear it coming. And they just start kind of looking at each other, kind of giggling, And as it got louder and louder and louder, they're busting out laughing. And then you see it, and you just hear that, and you see it light up going into the building. You see one of the dudes fall out the building, It just kept going. And they all got up. They're like, they're dead, I was like, you guys are pretty confident, but they were just laughing as it was coming. Like they had no fear what was in that building anymore.
It's even better when the Iraqis and even the Afghanis were finding out that there were female pilots. Like they were pissed, dog. Pissed. And so yeah, dude, like our translator made a comment. He goes, Marines and Army infantry guys, they said they're annoying, but what they used to say, the female pilots, they used to get super mad because they were upset that a female was oppressing their movements. And so, the best psychological warfare that you ever do, in my opinion. Pepe, are you busy?
I'm here. What's up?
So, we need to know where your heart lies. Are you a Blue Angels guy or a Thunderbirds guy?
Blue Angels, because I used to live in Annapolis. I would see them fly a couple years over my neighborhood.
Awesome. Looks like Angels is all the way here. I want to ask Ben, my guy. Are you a Blue Angels fan or a Thunderbirds fan?
Blue Angels, is it the guys that do the stunt with the airplane? Is that it?
They are the demonstration team for acrobats of the F-16 and the F-18.
I don't know the other guys. I've only seen Blue Angels, so I guess I'm a Blue Angels fan. I saw them in Seattle. I think that's what I saw. Yeah, I don't know the other guys.
Seattle, wouldn't you have seen the Thunderbirds?
No, maybe they've been there, but I only saw the. I saw the fucking laughing ice. You just want to laugh. And then I only saw the Blue Angels. I haven't seen the Thunderbirds. I don't know who they are.
Well, thank you. How are you, Raj? What are you? He's on the phone. Miss Annie, are you there, Miss Annie?
I would have never, when I went to University of Arizona, you see warthogs flying over campus all the time, and I didn't know anything about them. I thought ew, they're kind of ugly. And my dad, he came down there, and he's like, oh, those things are nasty. They call them tank killers. And I had no idea that those things, like the amount of carnage those things can cause on the ground. Pretty cool.
Miss Annie, are you a Blue Angels gal or are you a Thunderbirds gal?
I don't think she's there.
Oh, I saw her on mute. Welcome back, Matt.
Blue Angels.
And a girl, Miss Annie.
Blue Angels.
And a guy. Dude, we Blue Angels all the way here. We're all on the same page.
Hey, Matt. So are folks suffering from TDS allowed to join this group? Because I'm asking for myself.
You want more? You want to join the house?
Yeah, join the house. Yes. Folks
Yeah, no, you're welcome here. We have plenty of TDS people that come in here, by the way.
Okay.
On the other
Hi,
room.
Ben. You're always welcome. You know that.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Yes, KK. So now I gotta confess, I think I have now full-blown TDS. It was at the minor stages like last year, 2025, but it's full.
Is TDS a TV station? TDS?
Not TDS.
Sorry.
I thought it was a.
Yeah. So, man, when you say you had stage 4 last year, and now you're at stage 5.
I was at stage 6 last year.
Oh, Lord.
Dude, even I'm on it. Even I'm like
TBI.
Yeah,
TDS.
You got a little FTD. You got a little FTD going on here.
Even I'm kind of like really sick. I think Trump fucking sucks. Like, really, the thing he did is he closed down the fucking border. Like, ooh, what an accomplishment.
You see,
It's like the least he could have fucking done.
Ben, you see on my stages, I have diverse opinions. See that? Like, this guy does not like Trump at all. He hasn't for a while, I think, really. You go to politically correct, you won't find someone that will really be against the other person, right? Kamala. Well, I guess Ben has been holding Kamala to the fire, right? Ben?
I haven't been on politically correct.
I thought you were over there. Okay.
No, I haven't been there in a minute. So.
Kamala's just worthless. She's a dumb bitch. I wouldn't vote for the Democrats anyways. Just because I know how their party is.
Well, that's the issue, right? Like, we might be that bad, right? But, like, there's even a worse group. So it's like,
hey, man, don't kid yourself. You guys.
I mean, isn't Congress, like, floating the idea of, like, I don't know, further defunding, like, Medicaid or some shit so they can do their gay fucking war in Iran?
Yeah. So, Matt, what do you think about that? They're trying to defund.
What do they do?
Some sort of health.
I don't know what it is.
So we can fund $200 billion in war.
I have to see that link. I thought I heard that, but when did that happen?
No,
they're talking about it.
They're talking.
Well, they haven't done it.
That way they can get the $200 billion for to fund the war in Iran, and that's like. Once again, this is kind of like what is super irritating about him is like we were kind of like, okay, he's going to focus on the people here at home. But no, you're going to take away like, I don't know, shit from the, like nobody wants to be on Medicaid. And like, you're going to take that away from the most vulnerable people to pay some stupid fucking war that only, what percentage of Americans approve of it? It's like 20-some%. It's super slow. It's super low. I mean, it's fucking mind-boggling.
I thought he said he already won the war and he obliterated the nuclear.
No, he said he's won a bunch of times. Like, what the fuck has he won? What did he win? They could still send fucking rockets and drones and give Trump the middle fucking finger. I mean, what did they win?
Listen, man, this is all about the long term, all right? You gotta
bullshit.
They're too short term thinking.
But now if they have any common fucking sense, they will build a nuke. I mean, that's the only lesson we've taught them.
They will never get near a nuke. They won't even get near there, I don't think, ever.
I think Iran's going to change. I know you don't think so, but I think it's going to be a whole different. I think things are changing.
I think Marco Rubio is about to do an announcement or speak. I'll let you guys know if that happens.
Yeah, so
I thought that was tomorrow that Trump was going to speak.
Well, this is Rubio.
Mm-hmm. I love how they're all mad because Europe didn't. All of the NATO and European countries like realize this is like just a waste of fucking time and just a fucking disaster. And they're like, yeah, dude, we're not getting involved in your bullshit. You know, go fuck yourself. And it's just funny, like all the shit with the Strait of Hormuz. Tim saying like, oh, you should go secure it yourselves. And it's like, dude, asshole, why did you even start this fucking shit? What the fuck did they think was going to happen? It's like they're only that's like where they could probably hurt the rest of the world the most.
It's so funny. Wait, Ben. It's so funny. Whenever edgelords like Pepe speak, they're like trying to. It's something new that they're saying because they're listening to like Tucker Carlson, and you admitted yesterday, it's like, oh, I'm listening to him and all sorts of things. You actually think you're actually edgelord, and you have something.
That's not what an edgelord is. Like, I don't think you know what an edgelord is.
Wait. You're gonna kick me out of the room again, and you're gonna just like have another mental cycle. But I have to say this: people like you actually think you're just saying something new, but you're not. President Trump has been saying this since 1980, before he was even president. And you guys, people like you're like, oh, it's the Jews. Have to get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
All right.
And
he's calling you a nigger and telling you to suck tight dick with being an edgelord. I'm just okay. That's an edgelord. Me giving an opinion is totally different from being an edgelord.
When you were born, everything else like that, don't get so upset. But it's like, oh, it's the Jews.
I ain't saying anything about the Jews, you fucking retard.
A Republican president has always said this. A Democrat president has always said this.
No.
People are
wait. I know you're kicking me out of this room because you don't have a green badge. So
Ben.
Wait.
But you say the same things over and over again.
Number one, Ben. I don't even know who the fuck you are. At least I know who the hell that is.
And you don't know what an edgelord is. An edgelord is somebody who uses very shocking and provocative. He says very shocking and provocative things for attention.
It's not even shock at all.
That's literally what an edgelord is.
The American people elected him to be president of the United States.
So what?
Let him lead.
Yeah, I voted for.
So people like you and people like Tucker Carlson and people like Megyn Kelly and all sorts of reprobates all of a sudden just change their minds, and they're like, you will think the United States are led by podcasters and everything else like that. As you know, even President Abraham Lincoln had to win by the popular vote. Mm-hmm. And then he had to win by other votes and everything else.
God damn, I don't know why they let low IQ chimps like you in the Western countries. You're so stupid.
Wait. I love the fact when you get these retarded edgelords, bags, retards.
There you go.
Just come here and be like, oh, this is what the U.S. is supposed to do. He's the president of the United States, bro. Mm-hmm. Let him lead.
That's interesting.
I'm done.
That's interesting.
Let him lead.
No. And the ironic part about that is that, like, what is it? It was the vast majority of Americans disapprove of this debacle with Iran.
Fake news.
It's not fake news, you fucking dumbass. There's a bunch of polls on it.
Put it in the chat, fake news.
Really? I mean, this is seems like every few days there's a poll on it.
Like I said, fake news, bro. It's a file.
What poll are you referring to? Sorry.
They come up with ones every few days. Let me look.
You mean poll about Iran, the Iran war, or the popularity? Is that what you're referring to?
Our military operation in Iran.
Yeah, it gives it like 29%. Only 29%.
Yeah, it's very unpopular.
Yeah. So do you guys, Matt, do you guys still gonna win the Nobel Peace Prize, or would he make do with the FIFA Peace Prize? Which one?
I mean, I think he'd be good with either one, but I mean,
he's trolling with that question, man. He's not being serious.
I mean, he was given the Peace Prize by that lady, right? Or no?
I don't. That doesn't count. I mean, you can't transfer the Nobel Peace Prize.
I don't know. Maybe you can. I don't know.
No, you can.
But he'll take the FIFA or the whatever that is. Yeah, that one.
No, he's talking about people Peace Prize, which Jen Bardo credit last year to award President Trump because he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. Ben is falling. Obviously.
I'm asking, is he gonna get it this year?
Because wait, Ben. Wait.
When you get something to
no
can you wait?
Wait. Let me land, bro. The only reason you're saying that because you're trolling Trump because he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. And right now, you can't
Who the fuck gave actually a mod badge? This is crazy.
I'm not a mod.
That's right.
Maybe your clubhouse is fucking screwed up. I'm not a fucking mod. What are you talking about, bro?
So actually, you know, does he deserve it for this year?
I don't want a fucking mod badge because a mod badge people bitch to you. They're like, why didn't they mod you? Blah blah blah, all the bullshit. I never want a mod badge ever in any room. I don't give a shit. I don't. I never asked for it.
I'm just curious though. Those who say Trump is
I've never asked for.
Oh my God.
I've never asked for a mod badge. Don't try to like slide my name. I don't give a fuck about a mod badge. I can't be.
Okay, all right, fine. I saw the poll result and it looked like a little green mod thing. My bad. I wasn't looking at it.
I saw it too briefly. Terrible. Bro, if I was a mod, I'll just drop myself or come back up.
Okay, all right, my bad. It was a mistake. Let's move on. But I'm just curious.
How would you feel if the impeachment hearings happened? If you're feeling the way you feel about them, where would you stand with that? If that went down,
they impeached him for what?
I mean, if the Dems win the midterms and they start impeachment proceedings,
I mean, it would be annoying. It would just be a spectacle. Their biggest criticism of Trump is just they fucking hate Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, good or bad.
Right, but there's probably a 99% chance they'll start proceedings if they take over. So I was just curious with the people that are kind of feeling down, if you would stand by him.
Yeah, I think maybe he deserves a tarnished legacy, and every time people see Trump, they think of what a fuck-up president he was. It's probably well-earned.
So you would support the Dems on that?
I wouldn't support it. I would just say he dug his own grave. I mean, he could, and it might be that Republicans need to fucking lose and, like, really... I don't know what it is. It's just the shit that Trump promised. I feel like, and what he's been saying since before 2016, it's a lot of the shit, especially this thing with Iran, which is like what a lot of us were focused on beforehand. You know, before after he got became president, like we were hoping he wasn't going to do it. But it's even the tariff shit. I don't even what the fuck stupid games he's playing. There's just a lot of shit that just seemed unnecessary. Even the removal of immigrants. It was just such a. I don't even know what the fuck was he doing besides causing chaos, sending out these uniformed people into cities like Los Angeles. Where, with the heavy, basically they're antagonizing the community. It's like, why didn't you just focus on efficiently doing your fucking job instead of putting on a show of force? And he's barely removed that many people.
Maybe because he doesn't know how to do the job. I mean, I think that's a simple answer. He doesn't know. I mean, he cares more about his ballroom that he's built. I mean, the thing that
bro, he cares more about you. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
tired of listening to your dumbass.
Let's listen. How about we listen to what he said?
Telling me about all.
I mean, Ben, the fact that you're still here in America, that means that he's failed. So,
Right? So here's the thing. Trump said that we're going to probably be done in 2 weeks or so, right? They just hit a massive freaking munitions bunker, blew that up. And he just said tonight, or earlier today, that we're having great negotiations with the people we're speaking with, and there's a regime change. So whoever he's been talking to is probably why this thing is going to wind down. And I hope he does have something like that lined up. I hope that the Iranian people can then have elections and have their freedom, and women can go back to school and do their thing and not wear the jihad, all the other stuff. I hope all that happens, because you know what? If he's saying that what he said today, and it's true, there's a whole lot of people on this app and across the freaking other party that are going to have to eat crow. Now, if he doesn't get things done, I'll say, you failed. Because guess what?
You would. No, you would.
People.
No, you would.
Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot. Shut up.
Can I ask you a question?
The fact is if he fails, he pulls out without eliminating their threat. He failed.
What Pepe was just saying, I just want to run something by you. Maybe I'm crazy, but let's say there's a support and there's Republicans that decide that they want to support impeachment, and and Congress has turned, and not just, obviously you need the Senate to convict, but what if they impeach him and Vance and go after both of them and charges against both? The next in line to run the country is the Speaker of the House, which would be a Democrat point. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah,
Tell me,
Yeah,
Matt, just how that would fly?
yeah, it's Hakeem Jeffries with in line.
He would be our president, correct?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have the Republicans do that. Know how extreme Jeffries is. So.
Well, what if they? So, I mean, it would be a question.
There's only a few Republicans that will push back against Trump, and I don't even think they're dumb enough to do that.
Do you understand? Is this basically what I just laid out? There's a potential that something like that could happen.
It could, but I mean, I can't help it if Trump does unpopular shit. I mean, that's like, what can I do about that?
How do you impeach Vance though? Like you do the same procedure.
I guess it would be the same procedure, right?
They do double back impeachments.
What grounds are
you got rid of Agnew? How did Agnew just resigned, right? And Nixon appointed.
Yeah, he just moved on. Yeah,
he just moved on. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know of another VP, but I would think there's the same procedure, because remember they wanted to impeach Mayorkas. I mean, they wanted to impeach people in the cabinet. So I don't know. Constitutionally, I don't know the answer, other than the third in line is the Speaker of the House, who would change and would be Jeffries.
Well, I mean,
assuming
I think one of the biggest travesties is that there's perhaps if there's going to be an actual regime change, which I'm going to say I think that sounds like 99% bullshit to me. I guess he would have redeemed himself. Other than that, I really feel sorry for JD Vance and Marco Rubio that they got. That their name would have been dragged through the mud with Trump, and you can tell like Vance has been really fucking quiet since this started. I do think that there's been what's been speculated for months is that a lot of the infighting you've seen on the right, what it ultimately has to do with is JD Vance. They do not want him to be the. They don't want him to be like the front runner for presidency in 2028.
Right, Pepe, but if they're gonna find allegations, they're gonna go after the administration, including Vance. I mean, there's, besides all the personal dealings, that they'll claim with Trump and his family and not creating the Chinese wall there, they're gonna go after acts of the administration. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out as a crazy possibility. I hear you, but just think about the fallout from that.
I mean, I shot you a message. This was about You can read that. It's a piece on the special forces. What one of them said, validated through a few people that I know that were the same as he was, and said it's an absolute truth. And you can go ahead and read it. And that's the way they feel about what you're just talking about. So, not a good sign for anybody to.
What were they saying?
He's saying that Vance is gonna lose because he speaks like a loser edgelord.
Vance ain't gonna get the. He won't get it. It'll be Rubio or something.
Vance is gonna.
Why do you think it won't be? Okay, all right.
Wait.
Why do you say that? Okay, but I was asking him the fucking question.
You asked me a question.
No, I was asking.
Wait, don't be so horrible, Pepe. I'm trying to tell you something.
Oh my God! All right, so
Vance,
ask the question once.
Wait. Vance is gonna lose because he's a loser edgelord like you and a fag. And he's gonna lose to Marco Rubio because
he's not a fucking edgelord. You don't know what an edgelord is.
Nobody wants to listen to incels like Tucker Carlson types and everything else like that.
Who's an incel? How many hundreds of millions does he have, or is he? But forget it. He's not a bad-looking guy, I wouldn't think. He's got the celebrity part down. I'm pretty sure he can get. I don't think that's his problem.
Yeah, I said edgelord.
That's not what an edgelord is. An edgelord. I don't think you know what an edgelord is. It's a very specific type of personality. It's almost always. No, it's not like Tucker Carlson.
It's a Tucker Carlson type of special retard, and everything else.
He's literally not an edgelord.
Have you noticed Vance is going down in the polls because his special relationship with Tucker Carlson and the fact that he has Tucker Carlson's son in his administration, all the thing.
That's not why he's down in the polls.
Pacific reason. You watch when it comes to 2028. Vance is going to lose to Rubio. Nobody wants Vance because facts like you support him for retardation. That's it.
All right. Thank you for wasting several minutes of my time. But no, I was asking Ice. What is this information you were hearing about Vance?
No, it's not about Vance. It's about what would happen if they impeach the president and a certain section of people that would take exception to that due to their oath, basically. So if they feel that it was done basically for partisan politics, that there would be action taken. So
I don't even want them to impeach him, and I despise the guy. I don't want them to impeach him because I think it just doesn't look like a fucking charade. They've done it the first time, the second time, doing it the third time. He's just gonna look stupid. So they should just let him do his 4 years. And my biggest fear is impeaching him and having this idiot Vance go in there. I'd rather, even though I totally despise Trump, I don't want Vance to go in there. I don't. So Trump, he can keep fucking up for the next 2.5 years, I think. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to deal with it and cope with it. But yeah, let him stay. No Vance.
I think it's just gotten too extreme. I just wouldn't want. I wouldn't want this to become the new normal.
Yeah, politics has become way too divisive. And the left and the right are trying. They're begging for a more moderate party to come along right in the middle right now. Both sides. When they do the pollings, it's very heavy on the left. I forget, it was overwhelming. They wanted the party to come back to the center. And it's the same on the right. And most people don't want a far right. And I would love to see people that can sit down and really negotiate and try to solve problems again, because right now they don't. We got a bad Affordable Care Act. Let's just leave it, because we're both going to act like children and not want to talk and try to resolve something and make something better, because everybody's got to claim, well, we did that. Our side did that. Now, how about we sat down together as adults and figure out a way to make it work? There's nothing that the government gets involved with that goes well. From healthcare to jails to hell. Freaking look at the laws they passed,
Hey, how do you guys guys feel about all the hundreds of millions of dollars that Trump's family is making? I mean, he's been in the presidency for about a year and a few months, and his family has already made over close to $2 billion. What are your thoughts about that?
First of all, do you have proof that the income's been made? I mean, it's interesting. I think it's across the board, Ben. I think that you look at people like Ilhan Omar that all of a sudden is worth $30 million, or some of the squad members like AOC. Look at Schumer. Look at Pelosi and her net worth. I mean, I think it's both sides have increased their net worth while they're in government. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it's on both sides, and you have to call it out on both sides. Are you okay to do that?
Oh yeah, of course I will. But I think, of course I'll call it out on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's some rotten apples. How did Pelosi get as rich as she got?
From insider trading.
How did Schumer get these people? How did Biden? So Joe Biden was a prosecutor. He didn't come from wealth. He lived in a house in Hocus in Delaware, and during his years in the Senate, okay, all of a sudden amasses like money, wealth, and then becomes a VP. So he's in public office and becomes a multimillionaire. Explain, where's that money come from?
Well, don't they wrong.
How's that happen?
How many books did Joe Biden publish? I don't know.
The books?
I'm just asking.
So.
Because I know they advanced them a couple $1 million when at least when they're at that level and publish books.
While he was in office, you're talking?
I don't know. I haven't done it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm saying. I don't mind you calling it out, but you got to call it. It's like a virus throughout government, and definitely on the legislative side.
He sold the rights to a future memoir for $10 million. That's a fancy way of saying here's some cash or something.
What year did he do that, Ice?
Let me see if it's got it here.
Because he got wealthy, I think, before he did memoirs. I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm just going to say this. Look at the salary you make as a member of Congress or a senator, and then tell me how you...
Yeah, it's like 150 or something.
Right. How do you how do you get a beach home in Hocus in Delaware, or how do you get the big house, not in Hocus, the big house in Hocus, or the beach house in, what's the, Rehoboth? Like, how'd that all happen? Where'd that money come from? Ben, I don't mean to shut you down on what you're saying on Trump, but I think that it should be a more global question.
Yeah, I just think that Trump and his family is a little too blatant. I mean, they're striking multi-billion, not even...
But they had great wealth. They came in with wealth and businesses. Ilhan Omar came in with what? How'd she all of a sudden get worth $30 million?
So do you think that...
He sold his memoirs in 2025.
Okay, he sold his memoirs. He had wealth beyond $10 million before 2025. That's my point. Where'd it come from?
Are you talking for Biden? Biden?
For Biden.
I don't know. I mean, I think Ice just said that he...
That's 2025, Ben.
2025, he needed money.
He had his beach house in Rehoboth and his big house in Hocus way before 2025. The salary of a U.S. senator all those years, I mean, add it up. If he was in private practice at a decent firm in Delaware, it'd be a shit ton more than that.
Abby, do you know if can the kids of the president make money? I mean, I don't even know how that works.
They have a Chinese wall that he has to separate himself from the investments and from the company, but they can make money. I mean, you can make the Hunter Biden argument that...
Exactly. So I don't think Trump directly making money. I don't think you can link that to him in any form. I mean, I don't know where you can go find it, I guess, but now his kids are definitely making money, and that's not illegal. I mean, they can do that.
But you guys crucified Hunter Biden for making a couple, is it hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands? His son, Don Jr., he partnered or he invested in a drone company, which at the time he invested in the drone company was valued at $200 million. Then, some way, he was able to get a $600 million contract with the federal government. Now, the drone company is valued at $2 billion. His son is invested in Kalshi and advising Polymarket. They're building like hotels and for example, Jared.
You know, the funny thing is, you can't prove it. The funny thing is, you can't prove it.
Can you shut
That's why you let it lie. No, but the thing is, you can't prove it because I've heard this.
Donald Trump is not invested in a drone company.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time I've heard this before. The funny thing is, you can't prove it. You can't prove it. You just lie and lie.
Where is he from?
You're like a Palestinian.
Okay. Can you now shut up?
You can't prove it. You just lie and lie and lie. You expect people to believe what you're saying. You can't prove it. Just put it in the chat.
Have a girlfriend? Can you go stay with your girlfriend or something like that? Please. Okay.
Bro, get the fuck out with your thing and go talk what you want to do. But you can't prove it. You just lie and lie and lie. Put it. It's not true. It's fake news. It's false.
For $5 billion to invest in his funds.
Fake news.
So in his defense, when he's talking about Trump and the money that they've made in office, so Trump was inaugurated on January the 20th. Let me see. So it looks like Trump did launch a meme coin.
No, not 20. You're talking about not 2020. You said the 20th of January, right?
Yeah, January 20th. Yeah, 21st. Last year. Yes.
So what he's saying about as far as Trump family making like a shitload of money. So Trump did launch a meme coin a few days right before he took office, and most of that money went to, I think he may have some stake, or his family may own the World Liberty Financial Group. So that meme sold over 550 tokens. So when you're looking at those similarities and you're looking at all of this shit as like, and it's totally fine for them to make money, but if Joe Biden got in office, if
that's all about the UAE, by the way.
Jesus, Mark, can you guys have this guy just keep quiet?
No, because you gotta just keep lying, bro. You just keep lying. Just tell the truth.
So if Obama or if Joe Biden would have gotten in office and promoted a meme coin or a Bitcoin that was sold through their financial group, it would have been a problem.
But Trump didn't do that. Trump never advertised it.
Trump
never not one time did anything with it. That's the difference. We're saying other people can do it, other people on his behalf. That's the point. You'd be probably in big trouble. You can't just sit there going, "Oh, I got this meme coin," and everybody buy it at the like a press conference. We can't be doing that, you know.
So on the drone thing that he was talking about, his son bought in late 2024. He does sit on the board. They had defense contracts prior, and afterwards he had to remove himself from negotiations for procurements of any contracts with the defense companies. So that's where it's at. So they had to go in and bid and try to get it with negotiations without Donald Trump Jr. being involved. And people could say, well, he still gets the influence because he's there. Well, okay, let's see it. You know, hey, I'm all with everybody. I didn't think Kristi Noem should have been paying herself to be in the damn DHS ad. I get it. People pay themselves all the time for being in stuff like that. But in my opinion, there was things she did I didn't agree with. You don't give it to somebody just because you worked with them. You're helping a startup company that you worked with before because you worked with them in South Dakota. You say, okay, well, I'd love to, but you got to beat their, I'm not going to give you their price, but you got to be cheaper than them. Then I would have been fine with it. But the fact that she paid more to a company that she worked with, I was completely against that.
Some of it.
If this company did that, then so be it.
Some has to be put in perspective too, like some of the resort developments in Saudi, there's 35 hotels going in one like of their master plan cities alone. And there's like every major hotel chain and developers going in doing golf courses and doing, different resort developments from Ritz-Carlton and Hilton and like some of the companies out of Europe, big European hotel chains, the Four Seasons Peninsula, and just go through them. So for him to do a resort project there, where many companies are going in, like everyone wants to single it out. Oh my God, they're doing business in the KSA, but so is everybody else. So, at what point does his hotel company that his kids run have to not do business around the world because every country they work in could be construed that he has a relationship with them? I mean, it's just.
Yep. I mean, in an ideal world, I agree. I don't think any family should be profiting at this point. They're there to serve at the pleasure of the people, really, at this point. And they call it a day. I agree, but yeah.
But the whole family isn't there to serve. But I don't think that they should be allowed to invest into certain things. Once you're in. Once they're there, let's just say once Donald Trump is elected, they should. This goes back for me. This is I've held this line for decades. If you're elected, you, your immediate family, and people who are close to you, which they can monitor all that, should not be making suspicious investments in defense companies. Sorry, it's a no. You have a relationship with this person, you could have inside information. Sorry, it sucks to be you, but you can't invest in these deals because they're your friend, your brother, your son, your daughter, your uncle is voting on a contract for NVIDIA to get government grants or whatever it is, So to me, no, they shouldn't be allowed. He shouldn't be. Nobody in Congress, nobody in politics should be. Anybody that has inside information. Hell, Martha Stewart went to freaking jail for it. Let's be real. And then you have politicians who we should hold to a higher standard in that regard. But instead, if you look at their path too, they've always made money. But if you look in the last decade, the level of money they made has gone up as just astronomically. Through COVID was ridiculous. And I'm not saying one person, it's across the board.
So another question for you, because I gotta go put my kids to sleep soon. Bed to sleep. Do you think Trump's priorities, like these days, are what he actually campaigned on? Because a lot of times I see him talking about his ballroom, the arch he wants to build, like doing all the whole not America first, but every other country first. What else? He's not focusing on the grocery prices or inflation or everything he promised he was going to do. Do you think his priorities today reflect what he campaigned on?
I believe he's the same as every president before. You have teams that are dealing with all of that. I love when these guys go on, and this Scott Sandler, he was just destroyed. I don't remember who it was. Was it? It might have been MSNBC. I remember the gal's face. I don't remember her name, but she tried catching him on something, and he just leveled her with the facts. It's just like they've got people working on all of that. We know they're going to take a short-term hit in these things, but you got to look at it. You keep letting the bad guy keep building a force, they become more of a problem. So you take the lump in the short run. But damn it, I'll tell you what we need to do is get liquid natural gas going. Why are we not using it? It's clean energy, way cleaner than coal, way cleaner than oil. We would be the freaking world #1 exporter of it. We import it. You drive through the Midwest and you literally see towers out in the fields burning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, just burning it. That's how much we got. Now, look at the infrastructure and building it. How many jobs can be created? Hell of a lot of jobs. How much for people if they invest in it? In the infrastructure, that's where you invest first. Later, you invest in the gas, but you invest in the infrastructure building of it because that's where all the money goes in. We could literally have so much cash. They went down and asked the people, because where we export it, they said, well, wait, they say it's, or we import it. They said, well, why can't we export it? They say it's dangerous. What's the difference in the process? The guy looked at the person on the camera and goes, the way you turn the valve. And they go, yeah, but why is it more dangerous? It's not. He says the valve turns. You flow that way or you flow that way. The process is exactly the same. So that was a BS claim. Why has not one single president? Now, I'm going to say this. Trump said he was going to open it up, and he didn't. Why? Why are they holding back natural gas? Big oil? Probably. Or is there another reason? They want to get their mitts into it. But the bottom line is natural gas should be flowing. We should be exporting natural gas to everywhere around the world. Point being, where do you think prices would be if we had stuff like that to help?
What did you ask that question, Ice? I don't think anybody even heard it.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear you.
I said I didn't even know who you asked that question. My biggest concern is I just want this Iranian regime to go. It's been here for 47 years. It's terrible. I mean, I can look like people, my friends in the United States are like, oh, gas prices are like $4 in like, California. But in Brisbane, in Australia at the moment, it's like $9 US. It's double. You know what I mean? So people in California are bitching about $4 and it's $9 here. So it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like in Europe, you pay about a liter. It's expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, like a gallon. A gallon in Brisbane, Australia at the moment, it's $9. Tomorrow it's gonna be $9.80 US a gallon. So it's like, oh well, yeah, so terrible. Everything is just so fucked up and everything else like that. But we're just like, bro, you gotta get rid of these terrible terrorist people. These people are sick people. They've been there for so long. So it's like when people are just like, oh, they're just like, oh, $4 a gallon is so bad. And I just look at my phone like crying. I'm just like, I wish mine was $4 fucking a gallon. You know what I mean? But it's like $9 a gallon. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me. So like these people, they don't even know what they're talking about, man. You know, and the wages are not so different between the U.S. and Australia. It's not so much different. So they're like, oh, $5, $6, terrible. And I'm like, I'm at $9, soon I'm going to be at $10 a gallon. I'm saying it in American terms because that's how, you know, I won't say in liters because then you won't get it. But I'm dealing with it. So what the hell are we supposed to do about it? We want it to go away. I don't give a shit. If I have to pay $13 a gallon to get rid of the Islamic Republic, I'm going to pay $13, $14, $15. I don't give a fuck. These modern day Stasi, they have to go. These are sick people. They gotta go. I don't care. I don't even give a fuck if the fuel costs $20 a gallon. These sons of bitches, they've gotta go. That's my opinion. You can disagree with me or not, but that's the way I feel.
No, I'm in agreement. I think we got to get tyrannical. I have friends that are Muslims, and they're not in any way extremists. They're very cool, down to earth people, no different than me. You're right. They're not going to be. They don't get down on their, carpet and pray 6 times a day. Any of that. They're just people. Now the extremists, they're the problem, and they are a small percentage of it. But that right there is a driving force of it. That's where a lot of resources come from for them. That's where a lot of the explosives, the technology that they use, all of that comes from there. And so to get rid of them, it's worth it at all costs, because here's the deal. last administration raised our domestic terrorism alert to the highest level ever because they knew what was inside the country. Now, you don't just raise it because you just think it's a fun thing to do. You raise it because you have intelligence that says we could have a problem. So they raised it. And it's still up there because we know it's out there. And we've had a few different attacks already. That's minor. If they decide to all of a sudden go off one day, it'll overwhelm the system. Imagine, they can start attacking schools. They can do whatever the hell they want. Little kids ain't gonna be able to fight back. Then you attack a bunch of different schools in one city. Where does your emergency services go? There's not enough fire department to go into all the different schools. There's just not, right? These people, they have said it for 47 years. You said this, Jack. 47 years. They've said death to America. Number one is death to America. Number two is death to Israel. They've said it. When people say it, they want it. Look at it in boxing. When somebody keeps saying, I want to kick Mike Tyson's ass, Mike Tyson finally says, let's go. Right? Eventually, you have to try to pop the bully in the mouth, and you do it before he can pop you in your mouth.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I only wish that U.S. citizens could, have a deeper understanding of this regime. If they knew that what kind of radically maniac lunatics they dealing with, I'm sure they were all, rooting for the war, and they were asking to end this regime ASAP. But the problem is that these guys never lived under their, rulership, and they never lived in Iran, and they don't understand that what his ideological regime is like. And when they say death to America, death to Israel, it is not just, it's not just chanting. They are actually practicing it. That's their wish. For the last few decades, they've been preparing for this. They put a clock on each in the main square of Tehran and count that for the day that Israel gonna be wiped off the map. And practicing it, they funding all the projects, spreading all their terrorist organization bullshit and everything all over the world and all over the region. So this is something that they need to understand, and they should know that they are not just. They should know that they have a lot of oil money and they spend it all for. The majority of the oil money goes to their ideology, goes toward the fighting with the U.S. and Israel. That's why people in my country that there is the poverty, and there are a lot of poor people in Iran right now, especially in Sistan, Balochistan, Kurdistan, in the border cities. We have a lot of poor people in those areas. And we're talking about a country which is has the third reserve oil in the world, which is second or first in terms of the gas, and it's one of they have a lot of mines, they have a lot of gold and lithium and everything. The country is very rich, but all that money, where does it go? It goes for the good of Iranian people. it all goes to their what they dream is. What is this radical lunatic IRGC and the regime ideology? That's where all the money goes to. They don't even care about their own people. They are recruiting kids right now. They're recruiting 12 years old for IRGC so they can be in the streets. And if there was a boots on the ground or a ground invasion, they can, use them to fight against US, or even if there was like a call for Iranian people to come to the streets, they can use those kids to shoot at people. This is what the world is dealing with. But unfortunately, what I see is that a lot of Americans have no idea.
No, I agree with you. Living in Europe at the time when we had a conflict going back and forth with Libya, I literally had to run from my home because of a bomb threat. And I'll tell you, that's the one thing that I've always feared coming to our soil here. People have lived over in the Middle East have lived through chaos for a lifetime. It's just almost normal. I'm not saying it's not scary, but it's different when it happens the very first time. It's damn scary. And I don't want it here. The ideology is very scary, and it's here. And the sad thing is, you can't sit and dwell on it. We got to enjoy our lives. But the only time, I don't know how you say it, if it's Dana or Dana, but when it strikes and it hits home is the only time that it's going to make any sense to anybody. And then the question is going to be this, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong, but the question is going to be like, well, why didn't we prevent this? Why didn't we stop this?
Exactly.
We should have watched. Japan, go look how many Muslims are allowed in Japan. And when they are, they're watched very, very closely.
They won't do it because people are fucking cowards. The politicians care, like if you look in Europe, right, they care more about not being considered Islamophobic and, they care more about the votes of a bunch of, terrorist, baby makers. And it's fucking disgusting, really. And people are too comfortable too, in general. I mean, if there was like a scarcity of resources, then people behave way differently.
But Pepe, there is a scarcity of resources. This is why rents skyrocketed. Down here, I know when I say painted.
No, I get what you're saying, but in other words, people would have to be made to feel very uncomfortable. And in other words, it hurts. That's like the level. Having to have roommates and deal with a bunch of other shit, and not being able to own a home, all of that sucks. But it's not something that's going to make you like hurt, like in day to day. That is that kind of shit where people really, fighting started.
Yeah. I've had friends that came from Bosnia. They were just young kids. I didn't believe it. Talked to one of their parents, 8 years old. My friend had to strap up and freaking fight a war. I was like, I didn't believe it. I didn't tell him I didn't believe him. I never did. But hearing his parents talk about it, can you imagine what that had to feel like to be a mom and know that your kids they gotta go? Why? Yeah, they're gonna die one way or the other. They might as well die fighting, right? It's crazy to me that we are so sheltered from all of that in this world. 12-year-olds in Iran. 12. Like 12-year-olds here, they're on their freaking PlayStation, That's it. Their cell phone. They would know the first damn thing about strapping up and going and trying to be a security force.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing that they need to understand. This regime, Iran is a rich country in terms of all kind of resources, okay? But they even sold, they deal of Iran to the Persian Gulf countries, to use it to fund the proxies. All the resources in the country, they look at it as a source of funds for the proxies and for the fight against the U.S. and Israel. That's the way they look at Iran. That's why whenever I speak, I say the regime, Iran is an occupied country. The Islamic regime occupied Iran and took the Iranians as hostages.
Where are you from, if you mind me asking?
From Iran. I just left last year. I lived in Iran for 40 years. I worked for more than a decade in Iran. I worked with the government and in different institutes, but then I was like, the system was so corrupted, I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. So now I was watching, and I don't remember if it was exactly back and forth between multiple stations, but I believe it was on CNN. They had somebody that was hit from a bomb in a hospital that they were talking to over there, an Iranian, and they were saying that it was worth it if they can gain their freedom, right? And that they didn't want to see America stop. They wanted to see the regime change. Now, is that a one-off, or do you believe that that's a more common approach? I saw another one where they talked to a gentleman in his car and they blacked him out and changed his voice for obvious reasons because he was there. They, like, out his window, you could see where they were striking. And so, it wasn't like BS. He's like, no, I'm right here. But is that the one-off, or is that more common?
That's more common. I mean, my own brother is in Iran. And he told me that every time that we hear the bombs and stuff, it's very scary at first, but then after a few seconds, we start like cheering, like, oh, thanks God, one more motherfucker is gone. That's the way they look at it, because they're attacking IRGC bases and the checkpoints and stuff like that. So when they hear those sounds and stuff, they at first, of course, it's a natural, human behavior that, be scared. They are the same as well. But then after like a few seconds, he told me like every single time after a few seconds, we are chanting, we are cheering, and we are happy that, okay, the war is not stopped, and they still hitting these bastards. That's the thing. I mean, my wife's brother also, he lives in Tehran. He says the same thing. I spoke with a couple of friends back home. They have the same, idea as well. They also had the same thing. So most of the people that I speak to in Iran, they are, cheering for the war, and they are hoping that this war will, at the end, they're hoping that it will result in toppling the regime, and they don't have to be dealing with this IRGC and the Islamic regime anymore. So that's their hope. That's the majority of Iranian people's hope right now.
Yeah, I spoke with a gentleman that he was a linguist for the Marines in Iraq, and I just asked him a couple honest questions. I said, I don't want any politics. I'm not going to take a side. I just want to know your opinion as in Iraq, what you thought. They loved that we came in. They wish we would have never left the first time. They have family members that got killed because they came out and celebrated. Now, their relatives, he said, didn't get hung in the streets like some of them did. But he said one of their family members said that they all came out to cheer as American troops rolled through, and some of their friends were hung from light posts. When they came back, the forces saw it. And he's like, no, it was true. But he's, for him, it took 7 years. I want to say it's like 5 or 7 years to get him and his family out. And there was another friend who broke it down to me and said, "Oh, next time you see him, ask him about his dad." Well, his dad evidently was the one who told us he's in that foxhole over there. So he said for all of those years, they feared they would find out and kill because they would have killed the entire family, because there were still people there who were part of that regime who were held allegiance with him. So they feared for that until they finally got him out. And they said that it was because they had to verify these guys told you where this man was. Get him out. I don't care if you got to send them to get him out. It's better than being there, But just to me, it's amazing that we can use these people for the positions we do, and then we don't get them out when we need to, when we leave.
Yeah, we have the same situation in Iran right now as well. As I told you, the internet is cut off for more than 30. Since the first day of the war, they cut off the internet, and it's been more than 30 days that the internet's been cut off. What kind of government does that to its own people in the middle of the war, when they need to get the alerts, when they need to, know what's going on around them? They fucking cut off the internet to their own people, so they have no idea. If for example, if you go to the older generation, like my parents or those one who, because young generation right now, it's very hard. It's either they have to pay for a very overpriced and expensive VPNs that they use to bypass the filtering in Iran for the internet. So very few people, the minority of people, they have access to internet right now. But the majority of them, which I say more than, I think even in Netflix, you can see the stats. So only 1% of Iranian have access to internet. 1%. So the majority of people who don't have access to the internet, and they don't have satellite dishes and stuff like that, they have to hear the news from the Iranian state TV, which is all lie. Based on their state TV, they are winning the war, and in few days probably they're gonna come to US as well and invade US as well. That's the propaganda in the TV that they selling to their supporters, and the people. Just yesterday they announced that we had attacked. We launched a missile to I think Kuwait or one of the U.S. bases. We killed 400 U.S. soldiers, including more than dozens commanders. This is what was announced during that TV.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, it really gives them a whole disillusions of.
I know, and I have the video. Actually, the IRGC speaker man, he came to the TV and he said that all the U.S. bases in the Middle East are destroyed. The U.S. soldiers are running away. Please send us if you in this region in the Middle East, anyone knows where the U.S. soldiers are hiding or where they ran away to, just send us their coordinates so we can, shoot them. I have the video. It's all in Farsi, but I can put the link in the chat if you want. It was short. It was the official speaker of the IRGC. This is what they're selling people in Iran right now. So, what do you accept from a regime like that? They're terrorists. what can I say? They are not human.
But yeah, we have people in this country who believe that regime over ours.
So Dana, where are you? Are you Persian?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm from Iran. I lived in Iran for 40 years.
Oh. Cool.
During the Mahsa movement, like a couple of years ago, it was like 3-4 years ago.
With the hijab?
Yeah, for the woman life freedom movement. Yeah, I was in the streets for every call that was made with my wife. We were there, we saw them, we saw how they shoot at people. I mean, they are brutal.
Do you think that I saw? I can't tell if it's propaganda or not, but I did see that like these a bunch of Chechens are supposedly like gonna help. They're gonna fight for Iran, and they're gonna, I guess, like going there. I don't know if that's true.
I heard that. What I heard was that they said we are willing to come, but we have no confirmation that they've been deployed. So, but I know that from Iraq, around like 200K Hashdu Shabi, they came already to Iran like a couple of days ago, and I think Israel also attacked their camp as well in Iran. So they are all dead. But yeah, so sure they like they are calling for their proxies, and they don't have. That's the problem, 11 years old kid was killed in one of the strikes that was made in the checkpoints, and her mom was very pissed off. And of course, she was crying and shouting that, yeah, because of the shortage of the man, the dad took his son, 11-year-old son, to the checkpoint to help them. And the mom was very mad at the dad was dead as well, but she was like, why they took my son, blah, 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 and she was shouting and crying. They don't have many support. They don't have many, troops and supporters at the moment. That's the thing. They don't have enough tools. I mean, I hope the war ends in a way that it's good for everyone. I mean, for the U.S., for Israel, and for Iranian people. I hope it ends that way. Because for sure,
No, I just think that really it would be amazing to be able to have a positive outcome for the people there. I mean, genuinely in my heart, I think that would be amazing because it would do a lot for the entire region to show, look what can happen.
The thing is that if we have a democratic regime in Iran that's, reflect the majority of people beliefs and ideas, we're gonna be the best friend with the U.S. and Israel in that region. We're gonna be your biggest ally in that region because Iranian people love Western countries, especially U.S. and Israel.
That would be amazing. Just the security on that alone, having another potential, nation within Israel, relationship like with Israel, I think would be awesome. Obviously, being at peace with Israel would be awesome.
Yes. Yeah.
Talk about stabilizing the Middle East altogether.
That's what we are hoping for as well, actually. I mean, I can ensure you the majority of people, Iranian people, are hoping for this to happen.
Hello? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I'm just like music shit in the background, so I have my studio headphones on.
Well, I reached 24 hours again as of 7 o'clock right now.
Very nice.
So another 24-hour room. And
man, fucking running room sucks, dude.
Dude, it's just hard.
Reach your phone all day.
It's hard, man. Like, it's hard. I don't know. But, we lost Beaver, one fatality. So, I don't know what to say about that.
That's weird. I don't think he even, what did he even say?
I don't know. Well, he got into it with, Monica, a little bit early in the morning. That was it. I don't know what else.
What do you guys mean clipped or you lost?
Colonel got suspended.
Suspended, yeah. I mean, he can't log in.
Okay, guys, thank you for having me, guys. I have to go. God bless America and God bless American soldiers. I hope all the best at the end of this war for everyone.
All right, Dana. See you.
So it's me and Mr. Matt and Mr. Ice and Pepe for the weekend, y'all.
Yeah. Can't get rid of the stupid phone thing. Ugh.
So is Artemis going off today or tomorrow?
I didn't even know. When are we going to the moon?
They're supposed to go around the moon. They're going to go do some tests to, suppose the way it's said, they want to make sure their bodies can take it. And I was like, didn't they take it back in the late 1960s and early 70s? But yeah, they're supposedly taking off.
What's going on, Mr. Resistance? Oh, he must have left. But, well, no, freaking.
Hello, how are you doing?
Be right back, 1 second.
Where did Resistance go? I saw him pop up.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
How are you doing, everyone?
Well, the way you're saying hello, I thought you was trying to remix Ape.
How are you doing, everyone? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yep.
How are you doing, everyone?
Good. You?
And I just want to commend you. It was God tier troll.
Who?
Commend me for what?
I wanted to commend Anne for her God tier troll.
Dude, Matt, I was going to tell you, I want you two homeless people fucking fight right now.
That's awesome.
Give him money, Steppy. Give him money.
I wish we could see it on video.
Bum fights.
Like, it's like, I don't know, it's like a crackhead versus a fucking meth head. I'm kind of decided on, like, casually dropping a baseball bat to kind of see who's really gangster.
Wait, one's black and one's white.
They're both white.
I just want crackhead and meth head.
Well, I mean, crackhead and meth head, they're both fucking white. I just want to see who has the inner gangster. I might drop a baseball bat.
And $20. No, I said it was God tier troll, which she did in the other house.
Yeah, and dude, I'm positive, Rich. If I said, hey, $20 to see which one of you guys are gonna fuck, I guarantee you they'll probably fuck each other for $20.
They fight to the death. Sounds like Phoenix.
Why did you clip Beaver, Rich?
Who clipped Beaver?
You.
I wouldn't clip Beaver. Beaver hasn't done anything to me. No, I wouldn't clip Beaver. I have no reason to clip Beaver. He doesn't fuck with me.
Yeah, I do miss the good Beaver days.
He's probably been hanging out with that communist too long. That's probably what happened.
Rich.
Who's that?
Beaver. What's Zippy?
I was gonna say, I miss the good old fashioned Beaver days, you know? You know, especially in the winter time, you can jump up, it'd be nice and airy and warm. They need, you know, Beaver lives matter.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, I like Beaver. I mean, he's went a little weird with the whole Beaver shit.
So who do you think did it?
Sorry, I'm watching the UFC crackhead versus meth head fight right now. I'm painted.
And you gonna stay on mute?
Let's see if we can hear it. Can you hear him yelling?
What?
Aren't you giving us play-by-play?
I said it was God tier troll what you did, Ann. I commend you. I tip my hat to you, sir.
What was the troll?
You kicked everybody from the house.
I did not do that.
Hello. Who did?
Baby?
It gets better. The plot thickens. Wait, how was he able to do that?
I have a new house named after me. It's called Make Matt Cool Homeless Again. I don't know if you guys saw it.
Yeah.
The baby started it. I'll get a picture.
Seriously?
I asked him earlier, I was like, since you're not in the fucking President Trump house, why don't you just fess up to what you did with making me a mod? And he's like, bro, can we just fucking move on?
That was some sleazy shit just to get just to try to get it's like he's not somebody who usually gets people in rooms, but that's like super sleazy, you know?
Well, he said his justification, we don't have to listen to that fucking anti-Semite fucking Pepe anymore. And I was like, all right, whatever.
He said that about me?
Yeah, he always says that about you.
He said that about other, but he always lets me in his fucking room.
Yeah, but he brings you in there because he brings people, but he doesn't want you to get anti-Semitic and shit.
I didn't say anti-Semitic shit. I just
That's what I try to tell him. Yeah, I try to give him the fess up.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened. Check BTR. That's what I'm
I
up
think
against.
that it's wild that that after everything he was like, what, I did it for all the women that are mistreated, and I'm pro women, and women shouldn't be talked to like that.
He calls them bitches and whores.
You guys should be thanking me. And
he was calling Stinny a fucking whore and all kinds of
we got say it right, Sonny.
He was calling Stinny a bunch of names yesterday and kicked her out.
And I'm like, so what makes you think that you have the right to like take over someone else's house? And
Bro, he blamed it on you, man.
He also said I talked shit about Monica and never did anything of the sort. And
that would have deserved it.
No, but I don't do that, so.
Yeah, he was like reading Monica, what he said, a back channel or something of you saying something.
Oh, Monica was screaming, crashing out earlier about me.
Well, somebody fucking kick this racist motherfucker, blah, 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 blah.
Shut the fuck
That's
up,
the only
Monica.
thing I ever said. Originally, I thought Monica did it, you know? Like, I thought she was doing stuff, because she said the first words out of her mouth were, well, that is good to have competitive rooms. So it made it sound like she was pro what happened and all that. I'm like, what the hell, dude? What's going on around here, you know? So I'm gonna go look at my back channel. That's the one thing I probably.
Yeah, earlier he's like, you know, fucking, we don't have to listen to fucking Pepe anymore and his anti-Semitism. And I was like, since you're not in the house anymore, just fess up to it. He's like, bro, can we just move the fuck on? He's like, all right, let's get back to the Iran situation. I just left the room. Who's Jennifer?
She's the white chick.
Oh. Steiny said that
I guess that's the one.
BB called her a cunt.
Yeah, no, I think he was abusing her too.
Yeah, of course. It's the champion of women.
People are so fucking retarded on this app. I mean, I
agree. Matt was being faggot earlier. There was all the groypers on stage and he wouldn't let me up.
Wasn't it? You could interact.
No, it was the groypers that was interrupting.
What I think is funny is though, do you remember how everybody would have like fake outrage about shit? But it's just like like a lot of the people on this app were like the sleaziest pieces of shit that would like do and say the worst things. I don't know. I don't even take people like on here. There's like the people you know, and you can take, you know, you can have normal conversations with them. And then there's people here that's like, I know that they joke around or that they're just like slimy pieces of shit. And so, you know, I'll troll them. I mean, why not?
Everybody in the gay sex shit, though, we all thought that was really funny.
I mean, they're gonna call me gay and Mexican. I'll play into it. I don't think. Why?
Yes, I do take it in the ass in prison. I'm a faggot. I do suck dick. My butthole looks like a fucking grapefruit. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I pretty much did.
But it's like, fine. I'll be a fucking like whatever you say. I'm fine. The only reason, you know, like when you troll like that, it's just like, so if they give you if they call you those names and you like completely own it, it's just like what else can they attack you with? Like nothing.
Yeah, that's a psych thing from chillism. When they're like, you bro, you're a faggot, and he's like, I am a faggot. I do suck dick. What about it now, motherfucker? They don't know where to go from it. He's like, I do love sucking dick. I will suck your dick.
And poor Abby, whenever we're talking about Iran, she has to hurry up and change the conversation. Have you noticed that, Matt?
Oh yeah, it's such a try to switch the topic. She's like,
well, what about the baseball?
She's like, I was literally just gonna say that. She's like, well, what's baseball doing? Like, it's the funniest thing. Nobody switches either. They just keep going.
I feel bad for her because she's a right winger, but she's like, you know, a Zionist, and so she's like trying to get along, but she doesn't want to hear it.
Totally.
She comes in at a really
Mostly because it's 24.
It's what?
I say because it's 24/7.
But that's what both of the rooms are about. In the hallway.
Yep.
Did he go over to Adams' house today, Rich?
Yeah, and he wasn't kicking me. And then he mentioned it publicly. It's like, well, Rich, you haven't been kicked from this room. You haven't been moved out of the audience. I'm like, yeah, it's really fucking different. I said, since you used to fucking block every one of my accounts and kick me from the room constantly. And he's like, well, we don't do that here, Rich. You can hear fucking out.
We don't do that here.
Yeah, I know when it's Matt and fucking Adam's Monty, then I get kicked from the room. It's
Adams. It's like
yeah. That's how I kept testing it. I would intentionally wait until somebody like BB, even when BB and I were having our shit, I would wait till BB would leave the room, and it would be like you, Adam, and BB on stage. And then BB would leave, and then I come up on stage and I magically get kicked. And I'm like, oh, okay, now I narrowed it down to Adam.
Well, I would get the DM, like, he's like, Rich is on stage, I'm going to kick him. I'm like, what? And then it would be too late.
I've never really had an issue with anybody. I mean, like, the only one that I get really good, I mean, like, there was this kid on Rico earlier, who just would pop in every time. Yeah, I mean, it's completely nice. It's just like, shut up, stop being an idiot, like, that just annoys me. And then, like, Ben Warnock, he'll come on, and he's just so anti-Trump that you can't even he's just like, you're just a Trumper. No, as a matter of fact, like I said, if he pulls out and he doesn't do what he needs to get done, I'm not going to be supportive of that, not at all. So it's like, I'm not one who's just all going to jump in on one side. I'm not that guy, but I am conservative in a lot of my views, and I firmly believe in them. But, like, man, what I like is someone like him comes on and then they come out with some, theory like earlier today when he was saying that Trump is mentioned 1 million times. Yeah, Raskin and two Democrats said that. Okay, but and I posed it to him. I said, okay, so there's millions of mentions. And there's all this evidence of him raping children, like you keep saying. Why didn't the DOJ charge him? Why didn't they? There's not one charge from that list, and they had it for 4 years. And then they want to say he's trying to hide his name, like the Democrats don't know it's on there, And so when they get into that stuff, I just get annoyed right away because it's like, stop being an idiot. Like, at some point, you got to realize the reality of it all.
Well, I think it was like a month ago, I was in cheerleading, and I ended up getting up there miraculously, and someone was talking about something about Trump fucking caught or whatever. I mean, I jumped in, I was like, Trump probably got that God 10,000, I was like, if it's true, the motherfucker probably, got the best one. And they're like, what, you fucking hate Trump? And bro, I got kicked in the fucking hallway. I was like, dude, they're just dropping the N-word and freaking all this racial shit. I jumped in with a joke, and next thing you know, I got kicked the fuck out. But, dude, I can't understand Clubhouse. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Fucking, it seems like every 10th person that comes on just wants to fucking troll. At least Rich will be just straight up, just like, yeah, he's just he's a goofy goofball to have in a party with you. So I appreciate you, Rich, and Pepe as well. So everybody else, I don't know if they're taking it serious, but that's just where I look at it.
I've always wondered people's motivation, like why they come online to do it. Like I think it was really weird. It was like the pandemic started, and then I would resort to just like replying to people on in Facebook, like there would be a news story, and then I would basically end up just responding to the stories, and I would troll quite a bit, I'm not gonna lie, and people would get mad and fight with me, and then it was like, then I went on Reddit, and then I remember there's this thing called like Omegle
because I saw these videos for it. So you could just like type in these random words, and you'd match with people that wanted to talk about one of those topics. And then I did that, and then I heard of Discord. Then I went on Discord, and then Clubhouse. And I thought it was like super cool. That, like, I remember like 5-6 years ago, like all of a sudden, there's like so much stuff going on, and like politically things were pretty rocky, and I had some pretty strong opinions and things to say, and it's just like all of a sudden I could like not fight with people, but like debate people and say what I wanted to say, including if it's offensive. Because I have to hear what I find offensive. So fine, fuck these people. I'm going to be offensive to those people. And it was kind of, it was really fun at first, but then it gets old. Like I don't like when I would make my rooms back on here like years ago. It was like I would have to come up with a topic, and then I'd kind of think through my head, like, what do I want to say? What, just all that shit. But then it's just
you just crash out.
Boring. I don't crash out that often. But do you remember how intense the?
Wait, you don't crash out? Shut the fuck up, you faggot. Shut the fuck up, you chimp nigger.
But do you remember? Okay, well, ask Matt if he remembers, or Ian, like when the White America rooms were open like 4 or so years ago, like that. You had people that were straight up like black supremacists and nationalists, and people just like super strong views that were opposite of us, saying like horrible shit, saying they wanted us dead, they want all kinds of crap. And so you got all of these people that had very strong beliefs that were in between, but also on the extreme ends. And that was something I really liked, is having the extremists on both sides in my room. Just because it's just like, I'm curious, how do these people interact with each other? And what's kind of funny is that the extremists tend to get along with each other, at least in my opinion. The extremists, like the black extremists and the white extremists, get along with each other far more than they get along with people that are somewhere in the center. And that's, I think, because they understand each other, and they intuitively know like what lines can be crossed and can't be crossed. They're mentally, they're people from a different race, but they're like psychologically kind of oriented.
Yeah, they're like a lot.
Hearts, that's what you mean.
Oh, it's a different. They're both aligned in a way. Yeah. So
Pepe, can I ask a question? What was the presidential election that year running up to this last presidential election? I imagine it was probably crazy, because even on social media platforms, just in the comment sections were diabolical. So I can only imagine what a open mic platform on Clubhouse would have been like.
It was crazy. Like Clubhouse was kind of crazy back when it was like a lot larger. You had a lot more drama. I wouldn't say we just had. Well, I guess if there's more people, there's more drama. But wow, it was just. Like the really fucked up thing about Clubhouse is it turned super toxic, like super toxic. The biggest rooms on any given day, up until like maybe 2-3 years ago, were rooms where they were like basically doxing somebody, or somebody was giving personal details about another person, or somebody got shot for talking shit on Clubhouse, or just stupid stuff like that. And now it's like, people don't really do that anymore. At least
Didn't
that I know
someone
of.
kill somebody on Clubhouse?
It's happened several times.
But when in the tell us the case.
Well, what's funny is you're Persian, right?
I'm not Persian. Yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were somebody else.
Okay.
Notable instance where there was
even if I.
What? Because it involved.
I'm not Persian. I'm Arabic. I'm Arabian.
Okay. No. I thought you were this guy.
What's the problem?
Nothing. What I was saying, there was this guy in here earlier named Dana that is Persian. I thought you were him.
Okay, no problem.
Tread lightly, Mr. Arab.
Question.
Tread lightly.
I have a question. If Trump changed the constitution and he ran for presidency in 2028, would you vote for him?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not going to bend the fucking rules for one man. He's fucking retarded.
Okay, and my question that I asked last time, what do you think about Trump when he danced while the war is still happening in the Middle East?
I mean, I guess he had an event he was at. I mean, I don't know. It's not. I don't necessarily. If it's I doubt that was something that was scheduled after, or after the war started. But
he's scheduled to dance. He wasn't doing it.
Hey, Pepe, get back to the story. I want to hear the context of someone, someone being shot.
Sure.
Nobody wants to hear this Arab.
Yeah, it is a case. Tell us the case.
So, okay.
You're Arab and gay. It's wild.
Okay, so there was
Louisiana room.
Yeah, I'll get to the Louisiana room, but there's this one. All three people that ended up dying were Persians. So there was a Persian language room where these people met, and so there was a Persian guy who was a truck driver who met a woman who worked in tech in Seattle. And
That was crazy. This one.
And I guess they had. I don't know if they were just friends, but I've talked to some of the Persians on here, and they kind of said, "Well, now I think there was some more going on there, romantically." I don't know, so I really don't know, but I guess he was kind of like obsessed with her. She ended up getting order of protection against him, and he ended up driving to Seattle and then shooting her and her husband, and then shooting himself. All three are dead. Louisiana, this is crazy. These people used to come in my rooms all the time. So I would open a room with one of my troll titles about black people, and then so all of Alabama, they would stop their room, all go in my room, start talking shit. And I love the Alabama black people for some reason. They're they're so much more like down to earth and humble compared to black people from, let's say, other parts.
The rest of the niggers, yeah.
Amazing. I didn't say that. But anyways, so there were several shootings, like they were filling me in on.
But this case is just for personal reasons.
Bro, interrupting him is not going to help.
It's not something
political. Shut the fuck up, you fucking muscle faggot.
Yes, it's not for political. We're talking about Clubhouse. We're talking about Clubhouse drama, not political drama. But there was so there's this one girl, and I remember her. She would talk a lot of shit. I don't think she was like involved in like illegal activity, but she was a troll. But she was trolling the wrong people, and they shot up her house. She didn't get killed. And long story short, so then this girl, she had a boyfriend, still talking shit. So one of the guys from Clubhouse, he rolls up on her. He starts shooting at her and her boyfriend. The boyfriend had a gun. The boyfriend shoots back. Now, the guy from Clubhouse that shot at them got killed by the boyfriend shooting back. However, the boyfriend that shot
go to sleep.
Also ended up getting the boyfriend who ended up shooting the shooter from Clubhouse ended up dying from his injuries too. The woman got shot, but she lived. There's a woman in Washington, D.C. who was...
I apologize. This stupid sand nigger won't shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
Shut up. Who shot the other person?
Jesus Christ, who's telling the story?
A guy from Clubhouse.
Shut up, sand nigger.
He's answering the question.
Yeah, I know. God damn it. Don't moderate.
Yes, stop, sand nigger.
He's stupid. He's creating. He's taking your rule.
The guy who shot first.
Shut up, Liam.
Okay, Rich, I can't respond to him because you keep on responding.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Neglect him. Just neglect him.
This woman that would say bad things to people on Clubhouse. It was a guy on Clubhouse that ended up shooting her and her boyfriend first.
Okay, and then the boyfriend has a gun and he shot towards the guy from the clubhouse.
Jesus Christ. He has asked questions.
Shut up. Who shot the other? Who like?
I think he's doing this to troll you, Pepe.
Shut up, Liam. Shut up. You are stupid. Okay, who injured the other one first?
So the guy from Clubhouse shot the boyfriend first, and the girl first.
And the girl get killed.
20 questions. Squiggly line. Hey, Mr. Squiggly line, can you just listen? Quit asking.
I'll tell you what.
Shut the fuck up.
You can Google Birmingham, Alabama shooting Clubhouse app. You can Google it.
Yeah, Google it. Stop asking questions.
And so like this will have the details. Gosh, there was a woman that was talking shit. There was a woman in DC that was, goddamn, dude, Rich, I'll have to remove you if you don't stop. Like, holy shit. But there was like a woman in DC talking shit to another woman in DC. Because, often you have rooms that are regional, kind of like the Louisiana one. And they ended up, this woman came over to her house and just shot her in the head. That was it. There's a bunch of other ones. There's a lot of fights because there was Telegram and Instagram, but the Telegram one had the more graphic videos, but it was I forget the name of it.
Squiggly line dude, for patience. Pepe, I just want to bring some noticeable information. From what your story said about the Persians, those Persians had more fucking balls to pick up an arm and fight each other than the Iranian people do in their own country. Damn. Fucking Clubhouse Persians are more fucking toxic and willing to fight for something on Clubhouse versus in their own country.
They're more brave than the Arabs, too.
What do you think about that, squiggly line, dude?
They are brave than the American people who cannot open the Hormuz Strait also. In the Middle East. Why people do you think that Trump and the American army cannot control the Hormuz Strait?
But they can if they wanted to. Hold on, he asked me.
He's taking over your role.
Bro, why you gotta keep asking questions? Seriously,
so I would say this. Look, here's the problem. So you've seen certain problems, like whether it was Vietnam. Could we defeat Iran if we wanted to? Obviously, but that would mean you have to send in a lot of Americans. There will be some casualties. It will cost a lot of money. Is that going to be popular whatsoever? No. What we've done so far is very unpopular in America.
Yeah.
And so we are not going to. Are we going to go in there? Are we going to go in there and stomp them full force? No, we can't.
There's squiggly lines. Are you rooting for America?
Actually, it's because the Americans themselves, they don't want.
Did I say it, Amelia?
What the fuck?
Squiggly lines. Are you rooting for America?
I have the right to.
No, I was asking the guy who was just speaking. Who's his turn?
Why you are
We're asking squiggly Arabic line guy.
Give me.
If he's rooting for America,
man. Give me moderator. I will.
You can kick me and then I'll be gone forever, right, Matt?
Okay, hold on.
I will stop you too.
Amelia hasn't spoken yet.
Let Amelia talk. Go ahead, Amelia.
Yeah, I didn't say anything and he stopped. Oh my God, your mother is Sharmuta. What the fuck? Like he's cursing me.
His mom is a dirty Sharmuta.
She is.
Yeah.
Liam, talk about his.
Yeah, she fucked Amelia last night.
Oh no, come on.
All right, that's enough. Trying not to send you to the audience. You gotta let her finish.
Everyone will hate you.
Camel to start working. Do you clutch start a camel to go to your neighbor's house or something? I don't know.
We're from Liam. You are lab. Do you know what the meaning of lab? You are lab.
Just so you know, Stippy used to carpet bomb all your people.
Lab, very big lab.
Yeah, I used to put my ball sack on your people. My God.
Shukala, Anshala, Habibi. Quiet.
Amelia, go ahead.
Yeah, I said that Americans, they do not go to war because they are against what is happening right now. So that's why that there is no Americans fighting Iranian right now. Like it's all about missiles and.
Stop. Shut up.
And wait. Who's against the war?
She said we're not fighting in Iran. We haven't dropped 6,000 targets.
No, hold on. Let her speak.
What the fuck? Most of the Americans, they are against the war right now. They are not Trump. They are not with Trump. Most of them.
9 million people protest.
Oh God.
But what she's saying is correct. If you look at the polling, it's like there's a 23% approval rating for the war in Iran. I'm talking about people across the aisle. So it is unpopular, and even amongst the right, this is very contentious amongst us. I'm one of the people that's on the right that thinks this was fucking retarded and stupid. And I would not let any male family member of mine go into the military for this stupid shit.
What about female?
No, absolutely not.
Why not, bro? What the fuck? Aren't you about equality?
No, I'm not.
Straight up, bro. Women don't deserve rights. I agree with you.
But
I deserve rights. Yeah, continue.
Say, Amelia?
I said your mother do not.
My mother straight up told me women don't deserve rights.
Yeah, my mom's dead.
You guys need to. So, Amelia, what neck of the woods are you from with your accent?
Iran.
She's a diaspora Iranian, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, no. I'm Egyptian.
You're Egyptian? Where do you live?
I live in Egypt.
Oh, you don't live in Europe.
Oh, Egyptian and live in Egypt.
That's the Coptic language that they try to destroy and eliminate.
Who is Liam? I would like to know.
Okay, Liam.
This guy is where are you from, Liam? You asked her and she answered.
Do you want to say? Do you want to let the Muslims in the room know that No, well, I am. I personally am a crusader. I do think we should take back all of the lands, whether that includes our holy lands.
Which lands?
It's real.
Well, school lands is the
shut up. Okay, now you got to go to the audience. You
gotta let them talk, bruh.
So I'm against all lands that were Christian that have been bastardized by non-Christians. So all of North Africa.
That was Jewish land first.
I want to take over. Hold on, guys.
The Jews here.
Chill out. So I
chill out, Pepe. Enough.
No, bad.
Okay, so the thing is, if we're gonna go with that,
I want to take over North Africa. Okay, Turkey would also become Christian again. Israel would become 100% Christian again. Syria, yes, all of it needs to be Christian again.
We'll kill you before we go.
You can't.
And you should give the America to the native people again also. If you want to take over these lands again, you want to give them.
No. I'm going to give it to them.
You're going to give it to them? Okay. Give it to them.
Yes, in the form of a slave colony. Yes, absolutely.
You will give their land to them?
Yes, we're going to give the entire Middle East back to them.
Okay, come to Egypt, and if you come to Egypt, I promise you, we will give you the land.
No, you won't.
We will give it to you. Come on.
No, you will be sent back on the camel you rode in on. Just kidding. You still take your camel too.
We'll give you a big land, a very big land, a very big strong land. Don't worry. Come on.
I told you, Squiggles.
He's gonna give it to you big.
You know what, Pepe? I think terrorists like you deserve the death penalty.
And I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Look at this. He said I deserve it definitely. Look at this angry Jew. Wow. I thought you guys were a religion of peace. You Jews.
No, Naftali's a fucking Arab.
They passed the law to kill
Pepe, Naftali's a fucking Arab.
Oh, Naftali's an Arab.
Yeah.
Why are you dick sucking for
Arab? Is he an Israeli Arab? What's going on here?
No, he's cutting a watermelon. You don't get it.
He's just trolling, bro.
Watermelon. He's got 29 friends. He's cutting a watermelon.
Welcome.
The biggest problem that we have, hold on everybody, the biggest problem we have, okay, is that there are demonic people, evil people, non-believers, people, okay, you're going to have to go down if you do that one more time. So please don't do it. So we have, I'm trying to do the Lord's work here. And so do we have people that have lost their way? The only way we're going to have peace on this earth is for everybody to be Christian and accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior. If you're unwilling to do that, well, then I cannot save your soul. And so I'm sorry.
How about Jewish people?
Jewish people need to be saved.
Under your feet, or where?
No, they can become Christians and be one of us.
If they refuse.
My lost Muslim brother, you can become one of us if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
You pay the jizya.
We all accept.
And we will subjugate you.
Shut up. If Jewish people refuse to be Christian, what will you do with them?
Well, I can't, unfortunately, I can't answer that right now.
You should answer. You are the Lord now. You said you are the Lord.
I'm not the Lord. How dare you? How dare you? That is blasphemy. Like, how dare you?
No, I'm just like joking. If you have the control of the land and you take over the land and you have all the people.
Hey, you know what's not
some Jewish people? Shut up.
RDC is following
and
to the American military. That's not the
Jews will need to accept Jesus Christ. We will put a church.
Some Jewish people.
No, all of them need to accept Jesus Christ.
All right, okay. If you had to choose one or the other, Muslims or the Jews?
Well, hold on. And look, what I want to do is I want to go to Iran. All of those mullahs. I volunteer to do this. I'm going to shave all of their beards. I'm going to make them nice, well-groomed Christian men, and we are going to. We're going to make them
also. Like Christian have beards.
Some of them do. Some of them do.
You're nuns. Yeah.
Okay, you are welcome. Come to the Egypt, and
we're going to do the same thing to the
You're welcome. Just take like.
It needs to be a Coptic empire.
Book a ticket and come and do whatever you want.
Pepe, you guys can barely take over.
We're gonna welcome you, baby. Just come.
Habibi, come to Egypt. Yeah.
Do you know what the Christian men? This is proof that Jesus Christ is king and that our religion is the true religion. Since the time of Jesus, we have dominated every other group of people because what we do is holy. We have dominated the Muslims. We've dominated the Jews.
Yes,
we've dominated everybody.
Come to Egypt. Just book a ticket and come to Egypt, and we will welcome you. And you can do whatever you want.
Christians all day.
You know, Christian people in Egypt will welcome you so much.
Oh, of course they would.
So much.
Unfortunately, the Jews in Israel, when we turn that Star of David into a nice cross, they're not going to be happy with it, but we're saving them. We're going to have our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Christian people will be happy with you. You know,
have you ever watched the Arabs drink the camel pee and bathe in it?
That's because they need to find Jesus Christ. It's the only reason they drink camel piss.
Pepe, the camel starts pissing, and they put their hands together like they're cupped in water, and then they pour it all over their hair and stuff like that.
That's very unholy. Very. Maybe they need an exorcism. Maybe they need to take a trip to the Vatican. I don't know, but we will cure them.
Talking about camels. Wait, guys, I want.
Do you guys drink camel piss?
You guys rape little girls on Epstein Island.
It says in your synod that drink camel piss.
Amelia want to talk. Shut up, Liam.
Yes, Liam, if you're on.
Yeah, but she's a whore.
When it comes to Egypt, tell us how.
No, I love the Arabs. Jesus taught us. Unlike you animals,
Oh, Jesus, bro. Jesus would.
Okay, unlike all of you animals. Hush. Unlike you animals. Hush.
How much?
Unlike all of. Okay, I gotta meet everybody. Because you animals. Look at this. This is what happened when you don't have Jesus in your life. You don't have control. You can't stop. Now, Jesus, we are all God's children. Jesus wants us to love each other. And I love you people, even though you backwards camel jockey diaper heads don't love us, and even though you tiny hat wearing, conniving keebs don't like us, we're trying to save you. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to do.
That's why.
Yes, absolutely. Israel can slaughter you guys for us, so it's not really a big deal.
Well, they're gonna slaughter you soon. Don't worry about it. Try to go there and try to speak against
Israel can slaughter us.
Fuck you up. They'll fuck you up.
Israel loves Pepe.
Do you think they're gonna care if you're a Christian or not? Fucking American? They're gonna fuck you up.
The Israelis love Pepe because Pepe hates Muslims.
What about you, Lama? Did you take your wife to swinging club before?
You mean he is a little
I'm sure you did before, right?
tiny, angry racist?
يا مودريتور في واحد بلبوس على البانل يا جماعه.
Okay, you guys need to stop speaking that demonic language in this room.
Okay, PP, can I ask you something? How much can I pay you and you become a
you wanna suck his dick?
You cannot pay me. I am a child of God.
You have a price.
No, I do not. No, I do not. Unlike you Arabs.
No,
You dirty Arabs have a price.
Bro,
most of Americans, they sell their soul.
You ungodly Arabs. You still to this day chop each other's heads off on the fucking street. You guys have ungodly consumerism. You buy flashy brand label shit. Yeah, you like to show off your sports cars. You can spend the most amount of money on a license plate with the first number. Almost acting like you're a pious Muslim. But what you end up doing at the same time is you have exceptions for yourselves where you guys get to do booze, you get to do hookers, you get to shit on the faces of OnlyFans whores. That yes, you guys are the biggest hypocrites in the world.
PB. You have a tiny cock, I'm sure. That's why you're so angry.
I have a much bigger cock than you people.
You have a fucking tiny cock, man.
Okay, let's sword fight, bitch. Let's sword fight.
No. I'm not gonna do
My
that.
dick's a lot bigger than yours, bitch.
It was your lady, man. I'm gonna do it with your lady, not you, of course.
No, she won't.
Why would I fucking do?
How can you have your short little tiny dick with the fucking quarter-inch cubic turtleneck end up penetrating my woman? It's not gonna happen, dude. It's not gonna happen. She probably left. She'd be like, "Oh my god, are you trying to drill me? Are you like a little Arab trying to drill me for oil? Oh my god, that's so cute." And it wouldn't get in.
Did I touch your
Because we are not built the same, sir.
Did I touch your G-spot, PP?
We're not built the same.
Angry, man.
Just relax. You look like very angry. You look like have a weak.
Just remember, the male G-spot is the prostrate, guys.
I believe he's jealous of Arabian people. You can be a racist.
Yeah, but you Egyptians aren't Arabic, so like embarrassed. What? The women have unibrows naturally. Their women are hairier than from Europe. They're like, what is there to be happy about? You know what's funny is Arab women try to look like European women because European women are obviously a lot more attractive. No, ew.
Arab men have little dicks because that's why they fuck out.
Ew.
If you come to Middle East and Israel kick your ass, no, we don't accept the Christianity.
I know they don't accept Christians, and that's where
into Israel.
Jewish people.
Yeah, the Crusades were against the Jews and the Muslims. Okay, I'm not naive enough to think that the Jews are our allies, because at the end of the day, you cannot be a true ally of mine if you do not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Well, that's your choice. You choose whatever the fuck you want.
No, you don't, you stupid dirty Arab.
They prevent Christian in Israel to
Why do you have a false prophet? Why do you have a false prophet? That is so demonic. That is so disgusting.
You're gonna pay the fuck.
You need to accept Jesus Christ.
Let me come suck my cock.
No, accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, faggot.
And then Pepe's gonna jizz all over your face.
Let me. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love this.
He wants to fucking go, guys.
See, look at this Muslim. He's saying gay stuff. He's talking about how a man will like the taste of his cum because he is.
You fucking idiot.
You are literally demonic. You are demonic. Prophet Muhammad has put demons inside of you. Just like he put demon cum stains on Aisha's dress. You filthy fucking diaper head.
Muhammad is burning in hell.
PB, where are you from?
Why do Arabics fuck goats?
I'm from Arizona.
Why do Arabics fuck goats?
You're not gonna say Arabs.
No, I mean a goat is about just as hairy as an Arab woman, but slightly more attractive. Why wouldn't they fuck goats?
Overheat in Arizona. Where you live? Phoenix or what?
They love fucking little boys too, Pepe.
Well, fuck Phoenix.
Girl.
You want to fight, bitch? What's up?
You fuck Phoenix.
What's up, pussy? You gonna come here? You gonna show me you pull up?
I'll fuck you up if I came over.
Oh, you really? Oh, wow.
It's crazy.
Oh no, you fucked me up. It's amazing. I'd love to see you pull up. Tough guy.
Give me your address. What is your address? I'll come for you.
What is your address, foreigner?
That's 6139. Come on.
You calling people foreigner and
I live in Washington State, you idiot. You think I'm fucking afraid of you?
Nobody's afraid of you.
That's why I don't threaten people on the internet. You pull up to their house like a fucking retard.
I started in Arizona because of people like you. If all the Arizona's residents are just like you, PB, then fuck Arizona, man. I fucking hate racist people like you.
No, you know, Arizona's largely a lot of Mexicans here, and they're also Catholic. They'd also take part in the crusade.
When did Arabs become a race? How is he racist?
What's getting on tax? I can smell somebody's.
Yeah, when did Arabs become a race?
His ass. I smell his ass from here.
When did Arabs become a race?
He doesn't wash his ass after his shit. Yeah, he doesn't wash it.
You guys don't wipe your asses after you shit because Allah forbids it. What the fuck are you talking about? And you know what's really disgusting is that you people. Okay, hold on, diaperhead. What I'm trying to say is that you guys just imagine this because I'm trying to put a picture in people's mind.
Go ahead.
Because most of us are we don't have these gross, dirty Arab genes. And so imagine they take a nasty, steamy shit. It smells like, of course they were eating hummus. Yeah, lots of all of this. All of this gross shit, falafel, all of that shit.
I'm sure you did.
They take these steamy shits. And of course it sticks all over their ass hairs because these people are hairy as fuck. You know that's why they smell, their breath stinks. Okay, and imagine all of this shit is like caked on their ass hairs. Like these people are disgusting. These people are so unholy. They need to go into a church. They need to wipe their ass with toilet paper, and they need to get on a pew, and they need to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. You filthy fucking Muslims. You people are dirty. You people are dirty. You're backwards. You need to find Jesus Christ.
You are.
No, shut up, you dirty fucking you Mohammedan. Shut your goddamn mouth.
Last time you did.
Shut your fucking mouth, you dirty Mohammedan.
Your last shower was 2 months ago, right? Your last shower was 2 months ago? I smell you from here, you fucking idiot.
No, we smell a lot better than your people.
Dude,
where are you from? Drobin.
Why are you so angry?
Where are you from, Drobin? You dirty diaper head.
I'm from fucking Washington, you idiot.
You're from Washington?
You want to come to me?
Where are your parents from?
You want to come?
No, I'm asking your nation of origins.
Where are your parents from?
Where are your parents from?
Yeah, my parents are here. Where are your parents from?
Where they came from?
Yeah, well, I mean, you speak English with an accent, so obviously
he's Iraqi.
Yeah, it's easy. How many languages?
You're Iraqi, dude?
How many languages you speak?
There's only one type. There's only like two
languages. How many?
Hold on, you dirty ape. There's only two types of Iraqis that are cool, and those are the Chaldeans and the Syrians. They're the only people that are human beings that live. Yeah, all of you dirty Shia. And fucking Sunni Muslims who don't accept Jesus, you guys are filth. You guys are fucking disgusting. That is why the Christian world went into Iraq and we crushed you within days. And all of your Muslim, all of the Muslims across the world did nothing about it. They just watch us Christians do the work of the Lord, and we dominated you people. So where's your just and merciful Muhammad? He's nowhere to be found. Why? Because Jesus Christ is king.
Okay, chill. I have a question for you, seriously. Do you think using this language, speaking to us, you're gonna invite people to Christianity and they're gonna fucking?
No, I think you're going to hell no matter what. I don't really care.
No, I think you should speak this way to everyone. Just arguing with you, fucking idiot.
Man, he needs to be fucking learn how to.
He need to wash his ass. He probably didn't wash his ass in his whole life.
Why are the Arabs getting so mad?
Like the other fucking Americans.
Because the Arabs, we are getting so mad because.
Okay, you shut your filthy Arab mouth. You know what? This is the thing. You know what's really funny? Is the Persians had warned me about you people. And I'm talking about before I even knew anything about Islam. They talked about how, like, basically Arabs are monkeys, which is true. The Persians are a lot smarter than you people. The Turks think you guys are monkeys, which is true. They're a lot smarter than you guys too. Now, what's really funny is we can look. What is the Gulf Arab states produce? Nothing. They innovate nothing. They have oil wealth. That's all they have. They innovate not a goddamn thing. The Persians are actually rather industrious and can invent shit and create shit. Same as the Turks. But you have you fucking monkeys with oil wealth. You people are stupid. You are dumb fucking people.
Fuck you.
Guys, don't second Liam. Think about Al-Jabr at home. Have you studied math, bro?
No, Iraqi soldiers are pussies.
What Iraqi? I'm an idiot. Who's you talking to?
They have trauma from
Iraq. I'm pretty sure his mom would have a different opinion about that.
Do you support the war that's happening in Iran?
No, I'm absolutely against it. I'm not for this Jewish war.
That's good. Then we agreed on something, man. Let's speak
about that. Bro, fuck you and your eyebrow.
If we are agreed on something, that's something that's it's gonna make us speak about something, So
Pepe, how much do you love Egypt?
I love
British, I believe.
I love the Coptic Egyptians. Everybody else can go to hell.
The Muslims.
You love what?
Bro, I can lay down to the pyramids.
What about the Sunni Muslims that are pedophile prophet?
You love what? Who you love? Who you love again? Say again.
Pepe, how do you feel?
I said I love the Coptic Christians in Egypt.
No, I'm saying, how do you feel about Prophet Muhammad?
Do you have any Egyptian, any Christian Egyptian friends?
I've talked to
Draven is Egyptian.
Have you ever visited Egypt before?
I would never go to such a dirty shithole.
Well, you still love. You just said that you love.
Yeah, because they're Christian. Bro, they're my brothers in Christ.
Why would you?
Do
you know that we have one of the oldest? Do you know that we have one of the oldest churches in the world?
Yeah, but then the Muslims end up taking over.
Why would you?
They end up colonizing and taking over.
Why would you?
Like 20, 200 years ago,
probably live peaceful more than Americans here.
What were the options you gave the Christians there? They can either leave, pay jizya,
live freely, man.
Or they can have a duel.
Pay jizya, idiot.
Yeah, we were making
That's
you
why you speak like idiots, man. Like other.
No. That is literally what happened. Like, is this so fucking retarded?
You speak nonsense, man.
Yeah, it's not nonsense.
This is something that's actually been litigated. I've been in rooms with the Egyptians, including cops. They absolutely they agree that, like, yes, they're under Islam. They were given three primary options.
Because we are strong.
Pay jizya, convert or die. So Pepe, how do you like if you had a time machine and you could go back and visit Prophet Muhammad? What would you do?
Speak.
What would you do, Pepe, if you were face to face with Prophet Muhammad?
He would be like fucking slave.
I would call an exorcist. I'd call an exorcist.
He's fucking afraid to give me his address. This idiot, he is afraid to give me his address, and now he's speaking against Muhammad.
That's what fucking
You're a fucking coward, baby. He's a fucking coward like you, man. He's a fucking coward.
Pass from
You're probably scared of his own child, man.
Come on, shut up.
You can pass
I will give you my address. My address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
I don't give a shit.
Washington, D.C.
It doesn't sound like
Show up at my house right now, bitch.
for me.
Well, fuck you.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Fuck you.
And I live in Washington, D.C.
Your mother is with you?
Yeah, she's there right now. It's 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Fly there right now.
Okay, thanks. We'll visit you.
I'm fighting you, faggot.
It doesn't sound like
Is your mom married? Is your mom married?
Stand
Is
there
she
with a
married?
knife for a gun and scream Allahu Akbar.
Is your mom married, Liam?
Okay, I want to say a prayer,
1600
guys.
Pennsylvania.
Guys, dear Lord Jesus, I'm sorry for making fun of God's fellow children. You know, which please stop. Don't say that word in the presence of Jesus while I'm praying. But I am praying that you save these wayward people so that they will accept you and that there can be peace on this earth. Amazing. All right.
Oh, I'm saved. I'm so fucking saved.
I'm praying that you'll save you.
I'm so fucking saved, man.
See how peaceful?
You just saved me, idiot.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is that was me being not saying anything insulting, right? But then if this was Muslim, it'd be like, see, you guys don't use musical scales, okay? You guys just do retarded shit, and then it would have like this guy with a lot of reverb speaking in Arabic, and then all of a sudden, you know, it'd be like, oh, this looks kind of cool. Then all of a sudden, it'd show a guy dressed in black, covering his face, and then it would show a guy in orange, and then it would show like him taking a blade in 4K, slitting his fucking throat, and you know that kind of stuff. And then it'd be like, that's what they would do. We are not built the same. We fight in the name of Jesus. We fight in the name of peace and justice. You fight in the name of barbarism. You fight in the name of being backwards, third world,
I did hurt you feeling so much. That's why I'm sorry.
child raping, woman beating pieces of shit.
So we have a question for you. Who
Do you have a sister?
Native people?
Do you have a sister?
American people.
The Native Americans have been saved. They are now Christians, sir.
The British people didn't kill the Native American?
No. Most of the death was through disease. Most of the death was through disease.
It is their land, and you will.
You know, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about the Arabs. Okay, so my grandfather is French. Okay, and he fought in the French-Algerian War. He stuck many Arab dicks in the dirt by shooting them dead.
Hopefully he has been killed.
I have family members that served in the global war on terror and put many of your dicks in the dirt. Okay, we are fighting the holy war against you unholy.
I'm sure your grandfather is burning in hell now. He's burning.
No, he's not. Because he doesn't believe in the Prophet Muhammad.
That he killed people.
In a word, dumbass.
Dumbass.
Yes, against infidels that did not are apostates that believe in this false
prophet. Now you think he's not a fucking hell, you fucking idiot?
No, you guys are literally infidels and you think everybody else. That is you. You are apostate. You are dirty.
That he's fucking. He is in heaven.
Yes. Unlike anybody in your family, because you're a dirty Arab, Muslim.
So you think Kitover is a good friend?
Hold on, let Steppy speak. Let Steppy speak. No, we killed way more of you people, you fucking faggot. Shut up and let Steppy speak.
Ignorant bitch. I put my address in the chat. I bet you want to shut up.
What? Did you say?
I put my address in the chat.
Steppy was in the military for many years. That's fine.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
You're not gonna fuck anybody up.
No, I'm gonna come for him. I'm gonna give him
Oh my God!
Okay, show up, tough guy.
I did have a question though. I did have a question. So with the we see what, you know, I hate to say it this way, but the Islamic folks are trying to do. Do y'all think they're gonna take over America?
Who said that? So
No, I'm asking.
You asking who?
I'm asking you.
You asking me what?
Are the people who practice, I guess, what would be considered radical Islam? Do y'all think they'll take over the United States?
Who cares about radical Islam? Who talks about radical Islam now?
I'm asking.
Only you brought that. They don't believe in radical Islam. These are radical fucking donkey fucking Muslims themselves. Shut the fuck up, BD. You shut the fuck up, you fat motherfucker. Shut up. I'll shut your goddamn head out of people's heads. I'll make you get that table of fucking fucking idiot. While it's in your mouth, as well. Fuck up. It'll be outrageous. It's your idiot. Suck my fucking dick.
Ew, that's
Fuck you, fuck
Ew.
What makes you think, sorry, what makes you think that we believe in radical Islam?
I didn't say you did.
That we hate Christians. Do you think that we hate Christians?
I started with asking you a question.
Yeah, what is the question? Because I didn't understand. This fucking idiot people need to shut up. Go ahead, sir.
What you say, Darsh?
I'm saying, are you African American? I think it's.
Yeah.
I love how Iran is getting dicked down by the American military.
We love African American. We are from the same continent.
Why did you guys were the number one cause of deaths of African Americans was literally the Arabic slave trade. What the fuck are you talking about, you piece of fucking shit? You guys don't treat black people as the same in North Africa. Like, this is so goddamn stupid.
Give me your address, people. Give me your
You
address.
lying piece of shit.
I'm not maybe
I love how you try to casually make this inroads with this black gentleman.
You want to know what my
Give me your address.
So, I think I can give you some background.
You know what's funny? I'm gonna make an observation. You know how I said earlier how like the Persians, I've heard Persians and Turks and other people talk about how the Arabs are monkeys. They're literally you guys are literally subhuman comparison to them, which I do think is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. The Persians are much more successful than you guys, much more. They're much older than you guys. But you know what's funny is for like the last week or two, we've been having nothing but like mainly Persians in our rooms, and the Persians are so much more eloquent, well-behaved, nice. They're a lot less violent. They're a lot more normal. You people act like monkeys. It's like the difference between Persians and Arabs is it was like I was in a civilization that was civilized. Now I went into a fucking zoo. You dirty fucking Arabs. I think they're right. You guys are monkeys. You guys are monkeys.
You're from the desert. That's the first thing. And second thing, people, do you even have a mirror to look at yourself how you look like? Fucking idiot. You keep mocking these people. Everyone. Do you have a mirror? PP. What the fuck is that? PP. Do you have a mirror to look at yourself how you look like?
You look like monkeys.
Rate yourself, PP.
Make you guys look like a bunch of retards.
Rate yourself. From 1 to 10, rate yourself, PP. From 1 to 10, rate yourself. Come on.
Rate myself in terms of what?
You keep calling everyone monkeys and everything.
I be it too, but I am still better than you.
Do you think that you're handsome?
I just want to say
I am a handsome man.
I just want to say I'm not a homosexual, but I would fuck pop in my
Yeah, that's the funny thing. He's like, do you think you're a handsome man? But the reality is that like I don't know. I can't see this guy's picture, but I've never had a problem getting laid in this before.
with no dick.
But unlike you fucking 5'7" Arabs, all over your body, Bro,
You know that shit. The first thing I told him about this.
the fucking nasty fucking odor.
Are you gay, people? Are you gay?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Who the fuck looks at an Arab man and says, good girls? Never. Pull down. I have a question. Why did you guys did like that thing which is called James Swift?
Called what?
Is it James? What is it called?
The gyms.
I think what he's saying.
I can translate. Hold on. I can translate.
All right.
What he's saying is homosexual, but I would fuck Prophet Muhammad in the ass and I'd come and say,
You mom has be there.
Egyptians are all faggots.
How many black person fucked you mom there?
I'm gonna fuck Muhammad in the ass.
Who were the biggest bunch of faggots? Was it Alexander the Great or was it the ancient Egyptians? I don't know.
Did you mom visit?
Just kidding. It was the ancient Egyptians. They were the biggest faggots in the world.
He actually thinks that everybody gives a fuck about it. He's like,
Indian man talk.
Are you calm now?
You don't think everybody cares. You don't drive it. It's past Ramadan. Why don't you go blow yourself up for Allah?
He's a sub-Saharan African from Sudan. He doesn't speak for us Christian, even though he's a brother in Christ. So I pick him over any of you savages, you savage Mohammedans. You guys are demonic evil. Do not like you.
I think there's an Arab guy who raped you while you were
Arabs here, Arabs are a lot smaller than us. They can't fight us. We dominate Arabs. We've always dominated Arabs before. Yeah, you're fine.
Even the gas in your mom car.
No, the gas is God-given in land. Arabs did not invent gas. Arabs did not invent gas. That is a problem with Arabs, is that they have a God-given natural resource. Despite being the most retarded, least innovative people, and they have money because of that. So you guys are not like the Persians. We're actually smart.
Oh my God.
Baby, I have a question for you. Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead.
Yes. You said that Persian and Turk are stronger than Arabs. My question is why or how Arabs have beaten Turk and Persian and them to Muslims.
Okay, you guys did that. You guys did do that to an extent, but at the end of the day, they're their own identity. Just like how it's like asking how did we turn people into Christians? Okay, it's much like asking how did we turn people into Christians. However, if we were to look at the Western European Christians in particular that have dominated the globe for the last 500 years, nobody denies that. There's a specific groups of Christians, unlike, let's say, the Filipinos, which are not very powerful Christians, or Mexicans, which are not very powerful Christians, but Western European Christians can clean everybody's clock. And the Turks are Muslims, as well as the Persians that are Muslims that are much smarter and much better than you Arab Muslims.
They became Muslims because of Arabs. They changed it. Arabs changed the religion. How come you say?
You have an inferiority complex because you're dumber than the Turks and the Persians. It's not my fucking fault, asshole. Go cry to somebody else.
And they're even stronger than Christians in Egypt because they turned them to Muslims as well in Egypt and North Africa.
That's why you guys are pieces of shit. Amazing.
I don't know why you're so
Hey guys, 1 second.
Yet only 8 weeks of the fuck up Raven. You have 140.
What's up, man? Okay. Okay, everyone, if you guys can do me a major favor.
Thank you.
Yes, a major favor here.
Okay, let him talk, man. Go ahead, bro.
Thanks, I appreciate it. So one of the things I would like to find out, if you'd like to put in the chat, what countries are each one of you from? Number one. And number two, this is very important for all of us.
They're all from Egypt.
Yes, we're all from Egypt.
They're all from Egypt. They all follow each other.
Let it finish. Wait. Everybody shut the fuck up and let Edward finish. God damn.
Okay, because guys, I will start dropping people because we could all talk. I mean, for me...
Sure, go ahead. I swear to God, I'm fine now.
Okay, so what I like to do, because I don't know what language some of you speak. I don't know what...
Arabic Egyptian.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish, please. I like for you to put it in the chat so that I can read it, what country you're from. Do you speak Egyptian, Farsi, Turkish, whatever? So I can learn, okay? Because I like learning, okay? It's just a whole different approach. Guys, I've been to 54 countries around the world.
What is it exactly you want to learn, Edward?
Will you shut the fuck up and let him finish? You goddamn
fucking idiot.
Damn it.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. Fucking stupid.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
This fucking is a fucking ape, man. It's fucking...
Nobody wants to
Go ahead, Edward.
Okay, everybody, let Edward, guys. Let Edward finish his fucking point. Everybody, okay, Mike. I mean, Edward, you're gonna have to go off your mic. Let him finish. Once he's done, he'll say he's done.
Yeah, I will tell you I'm done. So this is what I like because some of you I've never met, don't know you, haven't seen your name before, don't know, because some of you do have the language. I don't know if it's Farsi, I don't know if it's Aramaic, I don't know if it's Arabic, because some of you are writing in that particular style. And if you want, you can back channel me and I can actually copy and paste it so that I can actually translate it into English. Because again, what I want to learn, okay, is how do I dwell on planet Earth with people that are not like me. They don't have my same morality. They don't have my same government. I just want to learn that if it's possible. But if you don't want to do that, that's okay too. And if you want to just DM me, that's all right. And I am now done.
No, I think I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Hey, I'm talking. We're going to start with the major word for Egypt.
Guys, hold on. Let one of the Arabs. Okay, Darsh, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to moderate the room. Darsh, you can speak. Darsh, I'm trying to give you room to speak and only you to speak, and you're protesting me. Okay, so stop.
Sure, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Darsh. It's your turn.
I'm gonna give you a sheet that you can call it.
For Mansi, my friend.
No, it's just
Okay, you can come. You gotta go to the audience.
You know what? Like a man, stop bringing people down and just listen.
But no, because he's over talking you.
The dude is from different place and he has no time to talk. So we give him a chance. That's it.
Yeah, but he can talk after you. I'll bring him back up. But you get to speak, Darsh. Everybody just shut the fuck up and let Darsh speak.
Okay, straightforward. We all we are from Egypt and we speak Arabic. Mr. Darsh. Would you please drop that asshole down, please? Okay, we are Egyptian, Edward, and we speak in Arabic, all right? And I don't know what kind of learning you're looking for.
Hey, Edward, I was just going to chime in and let you know. If you're going to learn
Edward,
Farsi,
text to me, back channel. Thank you, no problem, bro.
if you want to talk like a proper way, just
let him finish. We're doing turns right now.
Okay, so Darsh, I actually been to Luxor, Alexander, and Cairo. We do like your country. It's been a fascinating time when my wife and I was there. So I do appreciate you sharing that with me. So learned a lot about the actual pyramids and everything else. I'm in the death care business, so the pyramids being mausoleums have really helped me learn the different parts and different things that you hear about the Egyptians. I learned a whole lot of different things. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
No problem, my friend.
What was Edward? Can I ask you something, Edward? What was your favorite video?
Angry over us, like look, hey, us next, dude, my guy. Edward, if you're gonna learn Farsi, learn it from the Kurdish. All right, Kurdish that are not fucking Sunni Iraqis.
I'm sorry.
Kurdish are talking Kurdish.
Persian are super busy right now dealing with more important things, like rather than sitting here on Clubhouse.
Well, I really wish something that people learn from Edward to be respectful to people and stop fucking mocking Muslims and Arabs and fucking
Yes, that's what you mean, bro. You mock yourself, bro.
Easy, man.
But here's the thing, guys.
Here's the problem, PP. The problem.
If you ever write
You're calling me PP. You're being disrespectful like that.
How do I call you? What is your name?
It's Pepe.
Pepe. Okay, Pepe. So did you see how Edward speaks?
Can you
I mean, I think this is that was a decent way to speak to us.
Would you please accept the mic for Manzi, please? His different Arabic. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Pepe.
Okay, Manzi can speak. All right, I brought Manzi up.
Raise your hand, Manzi. Raise your hand.
I invited him up.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Edward. Edward, you said you wanna know if we are matching with your molarity. I would like to ask you, what's your molarity?
That's a good question.
I'm brief. I'm saying again.
Not having sex with a 9-year-old.
Okay, AJ, can we go down? We're trying to have a serious conversation.
That's not Edward, by the way. That's not Edward.
Edward, when you talk with us, you said you want to know from which country, what language we talk, and you want to know if we are matching with your molarity.
For me, I'm married to one woman. Our children are both married. I believe, this is me personally, again, just my own opinion. I believe in no substance, no abuse. So if I don't take the substance, it can't abuse me. So at 62 years old, I've never tasted alcohol, never smoked a cigarette, never done a drug. I'm not going to come on here and use the different language.
Is killing children and innocent people and killing people is matching with your morality?
Guys, bring many up.
Okay, hold on.
Would you please, Emilia, give him a chance?
Hold on, guys. I don't know why you decide to ask me a question that was different than the question I was answering. So
he's trying to get you on a gotcha when it comes to Israel. That's what he's trying to do.
If you don't want to answer, it's up to you. I don't push you to answer, but I just ask you a question. You can answer.
I don't put you. I want to ask you.
And if you want to ask me,
fucking gay Somali and shut up.
You guys are funny, man. I go on mute and I let you guys answer the question.
I mean, you don't want to hear from a gay Somalian, so please.
Killing people, civilian people and children, is matching with your morality? Yes or no?
First of all, war is ugly. I don't care who's doing it.
I don't talk about war. I talk about
Excuse me. Okay. You can't answer for me. You can't answer for me. Okay, and I'm not going to answer the way you think you want me to answer. I'm going to answer the way I answer. Okay.
You're right, Edward. Please, give him a chance.
Okay.
Please.
So for me, I think anyone, anyway, losing a child or their homeland or their country is not good. Okay. At the same time, because I am a believer, there's a scripture that says there is a time for war. Why is there a time for war? Because there are evil people on planet Earth that do some evil things. Now, whether I like that or not, because I'm only 62, when I arrived here, everything was already here. So I got to go with the laws of nature, and nature's God. And unfortunately, sometimes men need to be removed from the planet. the way you talk to me, Snake. I really don't, because it's kind of crazy. If you believe that that's okay, you can just unfollow me, whatever. Don't talk to me because I'm not speaking to you in that tone. Okay, please. Okay, you don't have to agree with anything Edward said because I am not your savior. Okay, so I will land on this guy because I'm gonna go. I do thank each one of you for having a really good discourse, a nice conversation.
Before you go, Edward.
Thanks, Edward. It's always good to talk with you.
Before I say, I just want to land, Bandy. All I want you guys to know is this. I don't know everything, man. I'm 62 years old. And what I've learned in 2026 is a lot of us, because we now have a mic, and we all believe that we're experts in something. What I ask each one of us to do, when you look in the mirror tomorrow, ask yourself the question, am I being the best person to myself that I can be in life? Because you can only bring to life who you are. Go ahead, Bandy.
Thank you. I don't respect you, actually. Out of respect, I would love to answer the question you asked earlier. I'll do it very briefly. When you said foundation, I think the same foundation that we're having right now when you talk, you're rational. I think rationality can serve humanity more than religion. Religion is a spiritual thing. It's an emotional, spiritual thing. It can fade and take us places where we don't want to go. So, yeah, I think having rationality as a foundation is very strong, very good. The other thing I want to say is when...
You know why we can agree on that? You know why we can agree on that, Bandy? Because pure religion and unadulterated religion, again, is to visit the widows and the orphans in their distress. That's a religious activity. But for me to tell you that I believe in the principles of the Word of God is not a religious activity. For me, it's a moral compass. That's what I try to do. Me being a moral person is not a religious activity. It's me living by the principles and the foundations of the Word of God that I live by. That's the difference. So you're correct. I can agree with you.
It's good. It's good. But I see philosophy, science, stuff like that are more practical, as a moral compass to extract principles and values from. The Word of God can switch at any given moment. It can be, there is war there, an emotional person, I don't know, some clown is being the president and calling Christians to war. I don't know, man. It's dangerous. It's really dangerous.
Decided to have your interpretation of what we believe to be what we call a relationship with God as religious, or you believe
a relationship with God is